Mic check over on me.
And welcome back, everyone, to another Stage of Reason. How's everybody doing today? Good to see everybody. Let's see what we've got going on. We're kind of kicking things off, doing a little background thing. So kind of hearing myself. One second. See if I can still hear myself. Nope, we're good. I had to mute myself on Discord. I hope everyone is doing well tonight. Welcome to another Stage of Reason here at Bridge the Divide. The first and foremost, I want to do before I get to anything else is I want to send out a massive thank you to each and every single one of you for hitting. I hit 15,000 subs, and I put the community post up so everybody can see that. I'm very excited about that. I know it's a small milestone, but each one it took forever to get over that hill, and I'm really happy that I did finally. That I did it with all of you, and so 15K out of the way, and on to 25, which I consider to be the next one, would be 25,000. Let's hope. I have some things in the works that I think will help to generate, to help to push that up. Okay, so because I'd like to this information that we kind of share here to get out to as many people as possible. So slowly but surely, So 15K, I'm very pleased with that, and trying to generate content like this instead of just like rehashing stuff that's out there and just like doing just dropping stuff. It's the easy way to do it, but trying to grow it this way, but I enjoy it. I enjoy hanging out with all of you, and thank you for that support. I do appreciate that very much. Let's see who we have in the side chat tonight. As soon as I clean that up. Here we go. I see Cindy Johnson is in the house. Good to see you, Cindy. Thanks so much for being here. As well as, and Calagonchik, good to see you as well. Allegedly Fred, good to see you. Turing Test 2, appreciate you being here. Got a kind of a small house today, but that may not stop us from getting some guests, getting some believers or Cynthias or whoever up onto the stage to talk about what they believe and why. So hopefully we will have somebody up. I already had one person come through the Discord who went by Mr. Anderson, who apparently was not interested in having a public discussion, but wanted a private discussion in the Discord. likely so that he could crash out because he was already a precept. Started off by strawmanning atheism and thinking that he could smuggle in telos without justifying it. It was pretty, par for the course. So hopefully if he comes back, I'll be happy to talk to him, but it's going to be on the stage. So, and of course, if you're here in the Discord, you can see the stream, see what we're doing up there on this, up there on the stream, and see the kind of stage that we're setting up. We have topics on the screen that we can talk about, or of course, if you have an argument or evidence you'd like to present, the link to join the StreamYard is pinned in the side chat here on YouTube. So beyond that, how are you doing, Andrew? I don't know if you can hear me. I know you can hear me on Discord.
Whoop. Yeah, so I just sort of popping back and forth, trying to keep the mic low, not to get too much background noise for you.
Oh, it's all good. Yes, that is me. That's my channel. So while we tend to feel, I'm getting some feedback there. Angelfish8219, thank you so much for the $15 super chat. Congrats on 15K. I appreciate that. I love thematic super chats. Thank you very much. You rock. All that support goes a long way to help me keep doing this channel. So thank you very, very much for your generosity. Well, while people, it's a little bit slow. I think there might be some other channels, some other larger channels that are currently live. I can actually probably get notifications on those. I know John Cohen is probably still live right now. The Lion is live. No, they went. I think they went live earlier. Maybe they went live earlier today. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Gnostic Timber, good to see you. Salute, fellow Okies. Hope you're doing well. Thanks so much for being here. Let's see. I'm going to put the feelers out. Doing good, Atomic Punk. I appreciate you being here. Doing well. I mean, it's another Sunday, another Stage of Reason. So this past week, I was really pleased. The video that I dropped on Tuesday is doing really well. I got another one about to drop on Tuesday. I'm looking forward to. Took a bit of time to get that one together, but I'm really happy with it. And of course, just going to keep plugging along. Just across the 15K boundary, so I'm really happy about that. 100th Monkey, good to see you. 15K, woo! Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Clive Wells is here with the obligatory alternative energy. Thank you, Clive. And Nelson says, I'm here to pad the numbers. I do appreciate that, bud. Very, very much. And Clive, I hope you don't. I hope you heard where Tony and I were talking about kind of hashing out where we were at, and I think we came to a pretty good logical terminus as far as how I describe my how I approach these things via philosophy as opposed to the hard science like physics and cosmology. To try and keep it as simple as possible for the general audience that I'm talking to try and convey these topics via logic and what can be eliminated, the possibilities that can be eliminated, the ones that cannot. And so, and how I approach it, I think Tony and I came to the agreement that what the issue was an issue of language, is what it was. That there's philosophical terminology that overlaps with scientific terminology, specifically in the fields of physics and cosmology, that can have context-dependent definitions. And so saying something in philosophy can come off really, really weird or even just flat out wrong in a physics context. So, and I think that's what we came down to. We discussed that at length on the last stream last Wednesday. So, and I think we came to a pretty good logical terminus. Pretty much, but as far as like the physics and as far as like the cosmology goes, because the jury is out on which philosophical model is the correct one, was the absolute known one, that there's solid working models, various ones that are accepted or rejected for various reasons, each their own. I don't fall down on a particular one. I honestly, it's to be perfectly honest, like how it happened is not something that I'm like I strive to know, because I'm not a physicist, I don't know why that dog is barking, but it's not something that I strive to know. I'm not a physicist, I'm not a cosmologist. These things interest me, but I'm more like in those fields of science, I'm more like I like to watch science. I like to watch science's ass as it walks by, instead of like diving hardcore into it. Those particular fields, Other fields of science I really do dig, like, evolutionary biology and shit like that. But nonetheless, I can approach it from a philosophical perspective and talk about what is logically possible, what is backed by the math, and simply go down those routes as far as like axiomatic languages of quantification that we utilize. So it's not that we were diametrically opposed. We came to a logical terminus, an understanding that it's an issue of language, I think is what it is. So, because I've never stated that the universe has existed eternally, but I have stated the universe can exist with no beginning. So, that the universe has always existed, always being for as long as time has been here, which is not like an infinite linear progression into the past, or an infinite linear regression into the past, which is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about for all the time that something has for all the time that something has existed, that something was the universe. And the only thing that we can point to that does exist, which is the universe. Whether how you define or what model you appeal to as to how time plays out in that, and whether it becomes unquantifiable at a certain point, that's on the physicist and the cosmologist. I'm not concerned about that. I'm talking about what is logically possible that exists, what can we logically infer exists, and what can we eliminate the possibility of existence. And so in a philosophical scope, we don't want to beg the question. So I did look at it, and it, just not something we need to get in here. So just saying that, but I read through it. I did. So I understand. I get it. But it's not so much a tautology. It's in extrapolating from the strong logical inference as to what exists, given that something exists, something has always existed. Therefore, what is the something that has always existed? When I say always, I mean in the scope of time. The only thing that we can point at is the universe and have rational justification to do so. We have no rational justification to point at a God or any kind of creating entity. The Hartle-Hawking doesn't even point at a created thing. It is uncreated. Therefore, it has always existed. It either didn't exist or it does exist. If there is no philosophical void, then something has always existed. Therefore, it didn't come from nothing. It has always been there, right? So that would be, however you want to parse the time out or how you quantify it is not my concern. I don't. Okay, so like that, time has existed for all times, and time has existed. I understand that, okay? But there can't be a before time, so time has always existed. And the time is, and so that's it. Like that state of that dimension has always existed. If that state of dimension doesn't exist, then there's nothing to quantify as far as points in which it did or did not exist. Because at that point, you're invoking a temporal state. Okay? All I'm doing is I can infer back to what we have access to. And that's the universe. That's it. Like I said, not the time or place for it, but nonetheless, let me see who else we got here. Sedona, good to see you. Lindsay Bothe, good to see you as well. FM Soul Reaper, good to see you as well. Science must work out. Yeah. C. Thellis, good to see you. And Rodin Name, good to see you as well. Yeah, science got back. This is very, very true. In some fields of science, I do like to watch science as it walks by. I like to watch science's ass as it walks by. So others, I like to dig in. So let me see. Javers, nested time. A lot of ways to approach it. So what I'm concerned is about what we have justification in saying existed. If I could put it as simply as possible, the one in response to these positions, I want to look at what are we rationally justified in saying existed, not in what possibly existed, not in what like probabilistically existed, but what did exist and what we can infer from that. And from the models that we have, we can infer that there was no creator, that there's no creating event for the universe itself, that big bangs are what universes do, that there may be a point where we can't quantify things by our current understanding of math and physics, which is fine, but there is no creator necessary for any of it. So there's not even like a means to like infer that one exists. And that inferring from the thing that the fact that things can begin, things that can be created here within the system would be a composition fallacy to apply that to the system in and of itself. That's all I'm pointing at. Time has existed for all the time that time has existed. If time is a dimension of space, so obviously if time exists, it exists for the time that it has existed. If it has always existed, then that's it. But there's no point in which it was created. So saying that there's a beginning is kind of like nonsense. So, and I think Clive agrees with me that at a certain point, looking back, these questions become nonsense effectively. So, like if they don't even like, I think a good example that I heard was, or a good example of this is like we know how to understand about talking about before someone's birth, but that question doesn't necessarily apply to the universe itself. Okay, so something that is uncaused, would effectively be described as a brute fact. And if it could be multiple different ways, it just happens to be this way. It would be like, it's contingent. It could be another way. So the way I view the universe itself is just a brutally contingent fact. It's from the philosophy, existence in and of itself. Because there is something that exists, then something has always existed. Because existence in and of itself, something existing is what is necessary. That's the necessary condition, is that something exists. Or you could literally boil it down to existence in and of itself is necessary because nothingness or like philosophical void is not logically possible. It's incoherent. So something must have always existed. The question is, what is that something? To put it as simply as possible. And so I just like Christians or any other theist would effectively boil down their God to being a brute fact, that their God is the way it is, and it has always been. It has no beginning. It has no end. It's just an underlying universal function upon which everything else material arises. Well, I mean, you could describe that in kind of like a scientific sense, but it wouldn't have any agency. So, and I would hold that there is something there that underlies that. And from a philosophical perspective, from an empirical perspective, I have no idea what it is. A lot of people refer to the universal quantum field, but I would hold to, I mean, it's possible, but I myself look at it from the physics, from the philosophical perspective and say that there is something that exists. And that existence in and of itself is what is necessary. Something must exist because there currently is something. It's a strong inference. And so what is that something? That something is the sum of all that actually exists, which would by definition be the universe. So I hold that the universe has always existed and will always exist. It just exists in different states, depending upon what is happening. So, because it's not static. And of course, a lot of theists don't like this because this provides no telos for human existence. That the Earth doesn't exist for an intended reason. That humans don't exist for an intended reason. That there is no overarching metaphysical purpose to our existence, which I don't find problematic whatsoever. That's an emotional argument, an appeal to emotion, and not based in reason. Let's see. Weirder Rock Hyrix Evan, good to see you. Gloopity glorpity, friends. Gloopity glorpity to you. Appreciate you being here. Yes, has always existed. For as long as time is quantifiable. If you want to quantify time a specific way, what is time if not a dimension of space? Okay, so a dimension of measuring the distance between change within space. So if space doesn't exist, there's no way to measure time. But it doesn't mean that it didn't exist. It just exists in an unquantifiable state. That these things become question marks, which I have no problem with. So I have no issue with that. So has always existed. I'm not saying that the length of time is infinite. I'm not saying that, but it exists. Because saying that there's a beginning point, it seems silly. Correct. Good observation, Javers. As much as I love all this cosmology, how does it prove a god? It doesn't. It doesn't at all. It proves no gods, because that's not how you're going to get to it. That is not how you're going to get to a god entity. I will say, as much as I enjoy hemming and hawing over this, and the thought experiments of, thought experiment, or the ideas of certain fields of science, hypothesizing as about what is most possibly the answer to a thing that we haven't figured out yet, which is awesome, because maybe we will, maybe we won't. There's a possibility we won't figure the answer out, not in my lifetime at least. So I'm about halfway. I'm over halfway there, and it's likely we won't figure it out in my lifetime. But that's why I'm not terribly concerned about it. So, Neck 2, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Souls, thank you so much for hanging out in the Discord. As you can see, we're live on YouTube right now. If you're a believer and would like to talk about what you believe and why, you're more than welcome to come up on stage. Cool. We'd love to have you up on stage here on YouTube to provide any evidence or argumentation that you think you have. The link to join is in the. You can check out the stream via the side chat. I got the link to the stream in the side chat, and you can join the StreamYard from there. Are you a believer? That's who we want to talk to. But not about whether or not you have rational justification for the beliefs that you hold. What about 1 Peter 3:15? 3:15. Always be prepared to provide a defense for the hope that lives within you, but do it with gentleness. I am. Oh, but you say you're not. Well, we don't have to talk about Christianity. We can just talk about the God concept. Awesome. Yeah, that's the conversations we're looking to have. So feel free to join. It's not a dog pile session. We're not looking to farm clips off people, making people look silly. These are legitimately important conversations I think that we need to have as a society. So, like I said, it's not meant to upend somebody, or I'm not even trying to take away your faith in order, but examining these things and exploring them, I think, is important. So feel free to join the stage here on StreamYard. Like I said, the link to the stage is in the side chat here on Discord. You can join the StreamYard from there. Totally free, and you can just pop on. Let's see who we got over here. Juggernaut Jared Reed. What are your thoughts on the Texas Board of Education's decision to teach Bible stories? I have got opinions on that shit, I can tell you. So, not pleased. But then again, I don't live in Texas. But Texas is becoming a monster state. It's effectively becoming Gilead. Not to mention, I saw that stupid Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick up there at the White House. Oh, pardon me. Up there at the White House, running his mouth about how this country is a Christian nation and it was founded with, under Christianity, blah, blah, blah. And that separates church and state was a lie, which just goes to show how little business that asshole has in being in a position of political power. I knew he was garbage, and not to mention garbage, but he's also corrupt as hell. But just to get up on there and straight up say that separation of church and state is a lie is just embarrassing as hell. Obviously does not know what the hell he's talking about. He's either an idiot or he's just a grand liar. I'm willing to bet he's probably a liar. It's Christian nationalism is what it is. Christian nationalism. Christian nationalism over anything else. I think one of the kickers was there was one thing that really got my attention. Let me see. The Religious Liberty Report. Very, very disturbing. Now, I honestly thought about like looking into this whole thing, but it's like 200 and something pages. It is like, what is it? 224 page report, which is just insane. But I have it pulled up on my computer, and I will eventually make my way through it. But the like kickers on this one, like big ones that are really, really scary. 12 things the Trump administration should do to make life easier for conservative Christians. Well, putting up "Know Your Rights" posters everywhere. I think one of them is urges the government to nominate and confirm federal judges who are hostile to the idea of church-state separation, which is insane. And then, of course, like one of them is repeal the Johnson Amendment. One of them is calling on the Trump administration to reinstate eligibility for anti-vaxxer conspiracy theorists who lost their jobs because they didn't want to get vaccinated. Shit like that. Yeah. Really, really gross stuff. So the faster that we can lame duck this asshole in the Oval Office, the faster we can lame duck him or just get him out, or for the Big Macs to finally do their freaking job, would be fantastic. You know, pulmonary embolism would be great. You know, DVT, gout, something really. But I mean, or if we can 25th Amendment his ass, something of that nature. It's pretty nuts. Ryan Murphy, good to see you. Says we must stop accepting the premise of the question. Following a discussion about fairy tales is BS. Stop before it starts. Agree with that. Yeah. Allegedly, says, were I a teacher in Texas, I would no longer be a teacher in Texas. Agreed. I know some teachers that are bouncing out because of what the state is arguably in the next couple of years going to try to force them to do, and they don't want any part of it. So I don't know if the guy who was on Discord is going to be joining us. 17th Amendment now in question. It's just crazy. I mean, straight up First Amendment. The government shall pass no laws. The way they're getting around, obviously, they're not going to Congress to pass a law that favors one over the other. That would be a direct violation. That would be a direct violation of the First Amendment to the Constitution, obviously. The issue being is that they're trying to worm their way around it and set the foundation for overturning it. Solus left. He was back in, then he left. So I don't know. Honestly, don't know. I don't want to. I don't want to live in a country that turns into Gilead. I really don't. I don't want to see women rounded up and turned into handmaids in order to make more Christian babies. Do I want to have to flee to Canada? Not really. Luckily, I know my way around the Pacific Northwest pretty well. So, I mean, as long as I could get north fast enough. I'll agree with that, Atomic Punk. Yeah, the OT god is a pretty nasty one. But yeah, just a whistleblower trying to bring the truth to the populace, not a doc. So yeah, it's not great. Federal government doing what they're doing and pushing the Zionist regime, not to mention we are currently, I guess, what is it? The ceasefire has been obliterated because Iran blamed or Iran was struck or whoever, and because Lebanon violated, and they struck back, and then of course now everybody. So the ceasefire is off. The whole the memorandum of peace thing, that's out the window. Nobody gives so all the possibility of reopening the Strait of Hormuz, even the $300 billion we were going to give to Iran. Obviously, something is not adding up. Something isn't adding up. So, oh, that's awesome, Jverse. Well done. I've gotten a few. I have not found one that I'm interested in like taking on just yet. I got one was close. It was for a microphone. But I didn't trust him too much. So, I almost did the Raycon one, but I have a good set of earbuds. So I was kind of like iffy, but I have been offered a few times. I'm waiting for that. Was it Raid Legends premiere? But I need to have a really big channel for that. Anyway, so there's Andrew. You there? Can you hear me?
Yep.
So Mike, can I hear you on StreamYard?
Yeah, I am on StreamYard.
See, Atomic Punk says Raycons are a scam. That's something didn't sit right. I just wasn't that terribly interested. I just want to make sure your audio is coming through on that. Let me hear 1 second. Let me. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, good. Yeah. All right. Fantastic. So I'm looking at it like this. We start this stupid conflict in the Middle East. Trump does exactly what he thought that what he accused or what he tried to predict that Obama would do, that he would start a war with Iran because he was a failing president, and then he started a war with Iran because he is a failing president. So then he gets us into this conflict, gets the Strait of Hormuz shut down, gas prices begin to explode, and then public pressure is so bad and so against what is going on that we begin to capitulate to Iran. We wind up pissing off Israel. J.D. Vance goes on TV and tells Israel they need to chill, which is the most anti-Zionist position the United States government has ever taken, I think, in the history of this nation. And then all of a sudden, and then we capitulate. We give Iran control of the strait, give them $300 billion for reparations or for rebuilding, $300 billion war reparations, and I think they're coming away with it like $380 billion. A huge boost to their GDP and more income because they control the strait, and everything was going to be good, right? And so everything was going to be solid. Iran was going to come out the winner because the U.S. and Israel just look stupid in this whole thing, and the world is not supporting us. Iran's going to come out the winner. Iran is going to come out the winner, and then all of a sudden Iran starts attacking again. That makes no sense because they effectively were offered everything that they wanted, except Lebanon had to attack them and ended the ceasefire. So obviously this is I'm not gonna. What do you think? I'm not inclined to put this on Iran. Andrew, what do you think?
I haven't followed as much lately. In as much as basically every time there was a peace deal and something restarted the conflict, Iran got a better deal.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Every time. It's like, I'm betting we can get like, maybe, I don't know, 500 billion next. 500 billion sounds like a nice round number. So they are being antagonized from all sides. So my expectations are pretty low.
So apparently right now on this one, in this most recent one, both the U.S. and Iran are pointing fingers at each other as to who attacked who and violated the memorandum of understanding. This is 19 hours ago. U.S. conducted new strikes in Iran following a drone attack on a Panama flagged vessel in the Strait of Hormuz on Saturday. Then again, I mean, it's got to the point where we can't trust shit. U.S. Central Command CENTCOM said it hit multiple targets across Iran in direct response to continued aggression against commercial shipping. Iran's the IRGC said it launched missiles and drones at U.S. infrastructure in Kuwait and Bahrain. U.S. and Iran accused each other of violating ceasefire. Iran was given a chance to honor the ceasefire, but elected not to when its forces launched a one-way attack drone that hit MT Kiku, a Panama flag tanker. And the IRGC said the U.S. had attacked 5 coastal posts in Iran under what it called the pretext of the IRGC Navy confronting the offending ship. Damn. It also accused the U.S. of violating the ceasefire agreed to in the MOU between the two nations, warning that it will lead to a complete halt to the process. U.S. does not place the slightest value and credibility on its commitments, and breaking promises is part of its nature. See, Iran was getting everything it wanted. Everything it wanted. No, that's true. That's true. It's true, Javers. Iran was getting what it wanted, and then all of a sudden they're going to just blow it up? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't believe this for a second. Yeah, that's a good damn question. Tired of winning yet? And I'm curious who the 30% is. I agree with you, Lindsay. Like, who the hell are the 30% supporting him? And Javers says, if it makes you feel better, Trump's record of fulfilling contracts indicates Iran was never getting that $300 billion. Good point. Good point. Yeah, so they've blown it up. Who knows what's going on? Gas prices are going to go up. It's going to get insane. I can tell you right now where I'm at, and this is really, really super weird. I'm rural, and it's already over $4. So, which is just nuts. And I know, I'm sorry, what's up, dude?
Can I live with you? We could be roommates and save money.
Right, getting a little out of control. It's friggin', it's. I don't know how bad it's going to get though. Now that the latest ceasefire is over. Anyway, so I'm just, the guy in Discord, the dude's name is Gay, like literally Gay. So we're doing a live stream on YouTube. If you're a believer and want to talk about what you believe and why, you're more than welcome to join.
Why would I be schizophrenic? You should know better, dude.
And BV says it's all lies to keep the stock market from crashing. I agree with that sentiment. I do. It's just, it's market manipulation is what it is. Just like the link is over on the side panel to check it out, or you can watch it here in the room. We're streaming it here live too. All right, but just like that initial rug pull that they did, that the Trump administration did, the alien files. Now, what about the Trumpstein files? Yeah, Sedona, you and I will agree on that one. Clive says Trump has said he's going to impose 100% tariffs on governments with a digital services tax, whether they have a trade deal or not. You cannot trust Trump to stick to any deal he makes. This is just insane. When is the world going to cut us off? Hey, Jeremy Green, good to see you. I like to think I am doing the Lord's work, Lord of rationalism, Lord of reason, Lord of logic. So, but yeah, still, any believers that happen to be in the chat, we'd love to hear from you. You're more than welcome to click on the link, the StreamYard link, and come up on stage and provide any evidence or argumentation you may have for whatever God you happen to believe in. We'd love to hear what you have to present it. My position literally is I am an atheist, but my position is that it's because I am not convinced any of these God or gods exist because no evidence or argumentation has been presented. I can't choose to exist in it, or I can't choose to believe that it exists. That's not an active choice that humans can make. We don't choose our beliefs, but we certainly do accept the ones that we're convinced of. So would really like one. Okay. As far as knowledge goes, I'm an agnostic atheist. I'm a Gnostic atheist when it comes to the Christian Abrahamic biblical God. I am an agnostic atheist when it comes to logically possible gods that are by definition unfalsifiable. So, because they have to be parsed out. As far as God concepts go, do I believe that any of them actually do exist? No, I am not convinced that any of them exist. I do not believe that any of them exist. I don't. That's not an outright statement that none exist. I acknowledge there are logically possible ones, but they're unfalsifiable, and thus there's no rational reason to believe they do. So it's about belief versus knowledge. Related, not the same though. So, very much would like to hear any arguments or evidence that believers would have to present. Love to hear that stuff. Lindsay, welcome to the Discord channel. Thank you so much. Host the Demon, good to see you. Appreciate you hanging out. I'm lucky I didn't sell my NFTs to put into SpaceX. And Jeremy Green, thank you so much for the $1 super chat. I do appreciate that. You rock. Thank you for that support. Oh, appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Let's see who else. Yeah, who's the just people chatting there. Oh, and Jose says, looks like most of the stockholders sold off as soon as they could leave, leaving Elon with the company. There's a lower stock now than when they IPO'd. Yeah, it kind of tanked after the space, or was it? Yeah, the SpaceX stock kind of tanked. He lost his trillionaire status pretty fast. So. Reverb, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Juggernaut Jared Reed sent me something. Let me see here. Oh yeah, here we go. So this is something like gnarly. Religious themed text for Texas students. The State Board of Education during its June 22nd to 26th meeting is expected to vote on a long list of required reading, mandatory reading for public school students, including biblical stories and passages. Table with 2 columns and 14 rows, sort of something like this. Grade, first grade, Noah's Ark by Peter Spear. Let me see. Noah's Ark in first grade, Noah's Ark. Second grade, David and Goliath. Third grade, Daniel in the Lion's Den. Fourth grade, The Necessity of Humility. Fifth grade, Moses, who didn't even exist. Sixth grade, Do Not Be Anxious. Seventh grade, The Shepherd's Psalm. Seventh grade, The 8 Beatitudes. Eighth grade, To Everything There Is a Season. Eighth grade, Book of Lamentations. That's a lot. Book of Lamentations, chapter 3, Tanakh, like the high school English 1, Parable of the Prodigal Son, high school English 2, the Book of Job, high school English 3, Adam and Eve. What the shit? High school English 4, the definition of love. What is this nonsense? What is this buttery bullshit? This is some buttery bullshit. If I don't have kids, but if my kid came home and said, I'm required to read this, I would literally take it back to the school and burn it in front of them. Says my child's not reading your nonsense. If you want to teach it in a scholastic method and contrast it against other mythological setups like Greek or Roman history, just to give in a historical sense that this is what people believed then in this particular area of the world, and this is how those beliefs spread, and the religions that it competed with, historicity of it, that's fine. Okay, if they're at college, they could take a history of religion course. Great. Okay, but we don't teach seminary. We don't teach this. Public schools are not Sunday schools. This is Sunday school bullshit. This is theological nonsense. Noah's Ark, theological. David and Goliath, theological. Daniel and the Lion's Den, theological. This is all theological. Doesn't belong in grade school. If my first grader brought Noah's Ark home, said this was mandatory reading, I would hit the shit. I would flip my fucking lid. Needless to say, I would be perturbed. Sex ed, Ezekiel 23:20. Yeah, it's fucked. Yeah. Atomic Bone says, jail on a less depressing note. Have you seen Hokum with Adam Scott yet? I have not had a chance to see Hokum, waiting for an opportunity to see it with the wife. I really want to see it with Angela. I think she'll enjoy it. I Killed Earl says, I made a vertical friendly version of the background with and without sound for whenever you're ready for TikTok. Fantastic. And yes, you're right, Hosa. Parents do need to fight back. That phrase is bad. Buttery bullshit. Yeah. Big thing, Earl. Okay, so here's the kicker. I'm getting a new system. Andrew and I spent some time together getting to know one another, finding our common interests. And we discovered that, I'm likely going to have to make the switch to OBS to make this a little bit more streamlined, even though OBS is a higher learning curve. In order to do what I want to do, I need to upgrade my system. And I will be upgrading my system likely, and I will have my new system set up and ready to go, because once I get it set up, I've got to, reset up everything, get everything downloaded again, and I've got to get that set up. And Jverse, no, I do not use OBS. I use StreamYard. So to streamline everything and to give me access to TikTok, and to do that appropriately, I need to upgrade my unit. I need to upgrade my rig. And so, because my rig is kind of old, it works okay for what I'm trying to do now, but without too many issues. But in some of the, like, as far as like editing stuff goes and stuff like that, I have to be really, really careful, because it's just the requirements are starting to fall below are getting below the recommended. Nonetheless, I need to upgrade my system, and I will be upgrading it. I believe in July is when the new unit comes in. So that'll get shipped in, and I'll get everything set up. That will give me what I need in order to do OBS and to run everything simultaneously that I need to run. So that would be, all the stuff. Lights wise, I'm good. One sec. I do like my light. Streamlined, yeah. So get it. So nonetheless, I am working on it. Major computer nerds, what new system did you get? The one I'm looking at getting, and I told Andrew this one. I actually listed out the specs. It's a Ryzen 9 4.4 GeForce RTX 5070, 12 gig, 32 gig DDR5, 1 terabyte PCIe 4.0 SSD is what I'm looking at getting. That's the one that I'm going to be is JL buying new RAM? He is a millionaire. Well, you got to find your way around it, Yeah. That's the one I want. That's the one I'm going for. And I'm really, really pleased with that. So that should be coming in July. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it should be coming in July, and I'll be in good shape. So, I've been waiting. I've been putting it off for a long time, and once I upgrade this, I should be good for a couple of years. Which hopefully, fingers crossed, and I'll be able to do all the stuff I want to do on this computer, on this system, the way I want to. I'm also thinking about, because Andrew inspired it with his setup, I'm thinking about adding a third monitor. I've got one here and I've got one here. I'm thinking about adding one over here. But that means I have to move my Dragon lamp, which makes me very, very sad. I like my Dragon lamp where it is. It provides fantastic side lighting, I like my Dragon lamp. I can't show it to you because it's plugged in. But I like this Dragon lamp.
How many lights do you have?
1, 2, 3. I have an overhead, but it glares off my dome, so I can't really use it. But
okay. There are 4 lights.
Yeah, there are. So it's like you could replace one monitor with an ultra wide. I would just be like, I like having dedicated monitors. I've thought about that, just like a big wraparound. I've considered it, but the space requirements in my office might not be very conducive to like my because right now my desk is set up almost at like this into the corner. So I kind of like things that way, just the feel wise. It's all aesthetic. It's all it is. And a monitor I think would go really, really good. So a 3 monitor setup I think would be really, really solid. And my new unit, the new rig will allow me to do that. So, but I have this one. I have my light up here that I use for like recording when I'm recording my video so people can see me. I've got side light here because I can't use an overhead. And then I bank the light that's here off so it comes back and it illuminates me against the background. It's pretty much what it is. And then of course you've got Jason with his Jason's underwater light over there, and then I've got the lights there. See, that's the overhead right there, which I can't use because it's crazy bright and just like literally just shines off my dome. Like, thank you so much, Jay Money 667. Congrats on the 15K. Yep, just hit 15K. Makes me very, very happy. Clive Will says, I bought a graphics tablet last week. It can act as a third monitor, though I barely have enough VRAM on my laptop. Oof. And it's integrated. So with laptops, they're integrated. Oof. But yeah, it took a little while to find what I was looking for, but I found it. And I'm going to, when it gets here, I'm going to enjoy the shit out of it. I'm going to enjoy that smooth rendering time on, and of course, smooth exports. Exporting via Premiere Pro. I'm going to enjoy the shit out of that. Not to mention, in my off hours, I'm going to enjoy WoW on ultra settings, which makes me very happy. finally be able to see some of those freaking raids without my system crapping out. I'll just set up my phone as another monitor. It's like, yeah, like here it is. Just set it, there we go.
You know, it's kind of ironic that you're going to be able to play with decent settings on a game that is now 22 years old.
Wow. Talking so that Rise 9 is nothing to sleep on either. Yeah, I saw that and I just went, I watched it walk by and I was like, that is an ass I want. That is an ass I want. Trial Resolve, you won't need all the RAM for Adobe Creative Cloud. That's a good point. Adobe Creative Cloud does, has a lot of background processes. My big issue is that I've been using Premiere Pro for so long. I'm so used to it that it's second nature to me. When I go, I can boom, 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 and trying to maintain the schedule of learning like with the learning curve of I haven't even looked at Resolve, so I haven't even looked at it yet. Atomic Punk's been building out a personal server for self-hosting. Very cool. I think Andrew's working on a personal server too. Aren't you, Andrew?
Well, I've got a little bit of work to do on my own side here. As I said, I'm using like a television dedicated media PC right now in order to do the restreaming on. But the idea of virtual machines is kind of my jam. So the idea of just having a little whole virtual PC just to act for the restreaming stuff on the side.
Mm-hmm.
It's throwing virtual resources at everything. It's the way to be. When you want to stream in 15 places at once. Yeah.
What is this that Jay Money's brought up? The Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope is NASA's next flagship astrophysics observatory. Arriving at the Kennedy Space Center in June, the telescope is slated to launch on August 30th. It features a 2.4-meter mirror, the same size as Hubble's, but boasts a field of view 100 to 200 times larger to map billions of galaxies. So it'd be the Nancy Grace and the James Webb. Opposite philosophy. James Webb acts like an ultra-powerful zoomed-in microscope to study distant details, whereas Roman is a massive wide-angle camera built to map billions of galaxies at once. Okay, very cool. So the big difference is between the two. The Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope will be surveying, mapping the entire sky, and conducting large cosmic censuses. Captures images at least 50 to 100 times larger than the James Webb. It's comparable to Hubble, optical and near-infrared, dark energy, dark matter, and discovering thousands of exoplanets using a built-in starlight blocker coronagraph. Sun-Earth Lagrange point 2, about 1 million miles from Earth. Very cool. Zooms deeply into a very small area of the cosmos, which is what James Webb does. Light gathering advantage. Yep. Very cool. No. Mac 1, I can see you. I mean, you're not muted. I can see you. I can see you in the chat. Let me see if I can see you in the chat. Let me scroll down to the bottom. Yeah, I've got it on live chat. No, you're good. People can see you. You're not timed out or anything. Still hoping we can get a believer in. Want to make events? DM Politics Mod Mail for this event organizer role and see the hidden channel. I don't know if I want this to be a regular event because not sure if I want that. It would be good. I mean, it would definitely generate a lot of awareness of what's going on. Let me see if I can put the feelers out before we have to dive into reviewing some content before we're trying to get someone in. Who do we got? Tourist is here. We're doing a live. I'm currently live on YouTube talking with people there. So we can have conversations with believers about what they believe and why. You're more than welcome to join the stage If you'd like, the link is in the side chat. To come up on, yeah. Let's see. I got to find some more channels to post up the link in. Yeah, it's just me and my co-host, and just talking to believers about what they believe and why. No, you're in Discord right now. Nobody can hear you but us here in Discord. The give me 1 second. Yeah, Andrew's going to explain it to him. Let me mute myself real quick while he's talking to him. Co-host or cohort or both? They're definitely my co-host. While he's talking to Tourist. Apparently you're coming in really quiet on Discord, Andrew. There he goes. I'll mute that while Andrew's talking to him, and let's take a look, because I do have a video that we can take a look at. I was going to save this I was going to look at that for a script. Damn. Let's see what. That's a good point, Jared Reed. If you're a Christian generally wondering why it's bad for the state of Texas to require Bible study in public schools, imagine how you'd feel if your family lived in New York City and Mom Donnie required Quran study in public schools. It's a good point. Mom Donnie obviously wouldn't do that, but if that something like that were to happen, then yeah, that would be deeply problematic. Unite and Create for Life, kind Jacob. Yeah, well, it's good to see you. Unite. Thanks so much for being here. I do see that we have some keyboard warriors in the chat. The invitation goes out. Any believers who happen to be in the live chat, you're more than welcome to come up on stage. Click the StreamYard link. It's pinned in the side chat right there at the bottom. I'm looking at it just to make sure it's there. You're more than welcome to come up on stage and provide any argumentation or evidence you think you may have for the God you think exists, or you can address one of the topics that's physically on the stage. We can talk about one of those. I'd love to have those conversations with you. You're more than welcome to come up. First timers are always welcome. Yeah, Mac, if you have some defense for this, instead of just making claims in my side chat, I can tell you this. Any believers that are in the chat, like that happen to be there, spamming or preaching nonsense is only going to get you timed out. We're not interested in hearing people preach at us. We're interested in having conversations about these things. Like actually hearing your argumentation and evidence that you have to put forward so that we can critically examine it. All right? So we can explore it. If you have like some evidence to present, then come on up. Like, for example, Mac, if you invoke the Bible up here on stage, I would say, why would I believe the Bible? And I want to hear that. Come up on stage. Okay? Just click the link. You can get as angry as you want, or we can have a chill conversation like two adults. Sir Equinox, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. I hear Oso bouncing off the fence in the backyard. Bots are getting good. Possibly. I want to have the conversation. I want to hear it. I want to hear what evidence or argumentation they have to present. Because I can tell you straight up, just like, take it easy, Jose. Okay, see you in a bit. Having just like, unlike some other streams, I will point out when someone is just running their mouth in the side chat. And of course, the mods are going to see it too. We're not interested in hearing the preaching. We want to hear your arguments. We want you to put it up here and put it on the table. Put it on the chopping block. So check Discord chat for evidence. Oh, Discord chat for evidence, right. Let me see. It's gotta be, where was I going? I was going scrolling up to see if I could, I gotta find another room. Politics, no. LGBTQ, learn about God. Come, explain it to me. And Mac 11 London is in the back. Mac, do me a really quick favor. Let me know. Can you hear me? Audio okay? You can let me know in the private chat or in the side chat, either one. But let me know if you can actually hear me, if my audio is coming through. Want to make there are a couple of bugs that happen with StreamYard. I want to make sure that you can do that. The audio is coming through. Fantastic. And do me one giant favor. You don't have to have your camera on. But if you can flip it on, let me know there's a person there, and then you can flip it back off so you don't have to be on camera. Right now, nobody can see you. But I want to make sure that we don't get that the stream doesn't get I have to protect the stream. Good to go. You don't have to stay on camera if you don't want. Fantastic. Thank you. And we'll bring him up. Mac.
Hello?
How's it going?
Hi.
So, I take it you invoking the Bible. So I take it you are a Christian?
I'm not Catholic, Orthodox, or Mormon. I'm an I, not a we.
But you believe that a God exists.
Oh, definitely.
So what is it that convinced you that a God exists?
There's just too much knowledge and words being spat around. It's like Isaac Newton was a Christian, but he said he didn't create gravity, and then you have protons, electrons, carbon makes up all the life. It's literally graphite in its purest form, which is in pencils. It's like
you mean carbon?
Carbon, yeah. And I don't know how this connects to Jesus, but the E equals MC squared is definitely a breakthrough in humanity. Can you hear that?
Yeah, I can hear you. From what I've gathered, you're pointing to the things within the universe itself, things that we can explain via naturalistic processes. But you're pointing to for some reason this is a reason to believe in a God. Is it just it seems very much like an argument from personal incredulity to me.
He's not the author of confusion.
What do you mean?
Let me come up with a parable. Teach your kids truths to make them smarter. Teach them lies to smart, and then teach them lies to make them smarter. You know what I'm saying?
So if I were to teach a child that there is an undemonstrable entity that there is no direct evidence for, and this entity exists and wants them to worship it, am I teaching them something true or something false?
Nothing has worked for literally 6,000 years, dude.
What do you mean?
We're constantly at war. Jesus literally died and said, "Quit fighting."
Well, obviously, yeah, there's going to be conflict between humans, tribalistic conflict as we fight over resources and a number of other, obviously, the tribalistic, belief nonsense is pretty silly. But, conflict has been a part of conflict as well as the perseverance to survive have been pretty much hallmarks of the human condition. It happens. So long as, but I think we could say that a lot of combat, a lot of the bloodshed throughout our history has been a result of different tribes, different groups believing different things, being convinced that what they believe is right over somebody else, and then coming into conflict because of those beliefs. But if they shed those beliefs, those irrational beliefs, there wouldn't be a justification for that conflict, would there?
No one's a prophet in their own land. You get that? I don't know. I'm not that smart, but no one's a prophet in their own land. You have to like spread truth. Leviticus isn't on 2 tablets held in the Ark of the Covenant. You know what I'm saying? It's literally just 10 commandments that don't say evil shit. It's God.
Yeah, but that's a story in a book. No reason to accept it as being true. And the idea of the Ten Commandments was, I mean, like the except for as opposed to like the ones about like no other gods before me, like this, the interbehavioral ones that stuff pretty much comes from the Code of Hammurabi, which predates that story by a good amount of years. So
Sir, you do realize there is a AD and a BC.
right, there's a before Common Era and after Common Era.
Why is it? Why? He's
There's
running
a
everything.
BC and sorry, there's a BC and a CE. There is a Common Era and a before Common Era. The BC and the AD before Christ and Domine, or Anno Domini, I think it was, were used in a theological sense, but in a scientific sense, it is CE for Common Era and BCE for before Common Era.
All right. Well, I guess I'll just leave, bro.
Nothing else to present, or
You've won. You know it all.
well, I know a
everything.
bit, but what I'm looking for is like the reason behind why people believe, and if they can recognize that they believe something for irrational reasons.
Why did Albert Einstein believe in Spinoza when he literally knows Genesis 1:3 exists?
Because Genesis 1:3 is a story and does not comport to reality, but Einstein himself, so Einstein himself wasn't a straight up pantheist like Spinoza was. Because Spinoza believed that the universe and God were interchangeable, that they were one and the same. So that's not what Einstein held to, but a kind of common idea that kind of like God being like the ultimate underlying function upon which all reality operates, but not in a theological sense, but more in a scientific sense, in a physics sense. So, what his direct personal beliefs were exactly, I would hesitate to speak towards, but I think he was a deist in that respect, if I remember correctly. No, he was a deist, not a theist.
He lived in a deity. He believed in a deity.
Yeah, I believe he was a deist. I could be wrong on that, but like in classical deism, it's a creating entity or a creating force that doesn't interact directly with the world with the universe that's created, and potentially doesn't have any like agency in that respect. So classical deism can take a lot of different like forms, but it's certainly not pantheism or panentheism. And he certainly wasn't a theist, where he believed that there was a creating entity that you could call God that interacts and interferes directly with the world itself. He didn't hold that position. I know that.
Yeah, Einstein was basically a straight Spinozan pantheist.
That was crazy.
I don't remember him holding to pantheism.
He's smart though.
I remember him agreeing. I remember him agreeing to certain aspects of what Spinoza was articulating, but not the full-on pantheism thing.
Yeah, well, it comes down to the same key aspect, though, of not believing in necessarily a creation at all.
Yeah.
No entity. So not necessarily a creation and no entity is not even deism.
So he's the Lion of Judah, right?
No,
He was called the Lion of Judah, right?
Was Einstein called the Lion of Judah? I don't know.
What, nigga?
Hey, you can't use the N-word on stream, dude.
Oh, sorry. Lion of Judah, Jesus. Right.
Oh, so that's irrelevant. I mean,
no, I'm about to add to that.
Okay.
Lions are the only cats that work together.
That work in groups?
To hunt, yes.
Okay, so?
I'm leaving, bye.
I just don't know where you go. Oh, well. Okay. Yeah, he said he was a troll, but I don't think he got to troll. Thank you, Flathead Axe. Is like, I don't think he. I think he was a troll, but I don't think he got to troll the way he wanted to troll. I think he wanted to troll a certain way, and he didn't get to troll. I think I messed it up. I messed up his trolling, and I wouldn't even call that maybe a rage slither away would be the best. Let me see. It's got to be. Oh, I don't want to sneeze. Okay, good to go. I would put out some feelers to some other rooms. See, well, I guess that was one conversation. I don't even know if I could potentially use that for anything, but at least there was one. He came up. I'll give him that. He came up on the stage. I'll give him some. I'll give him some credit for doing that. But I guess when you've got nothing and nobody's going to buy into, no one's going to give into the trollingness. I'm not going to lose my shit over somebody. I was just trying to understand what the hell he was talking about. Spielkopf, good to see you. Spielkopf on Sparta, good to see you. Says hello, fellow carbon-based life forms and all the others out there. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate that. Juggernaut Jared Reed says Albert Einstein was not a traditional deist. While he rejected a personal God who intervenes in human affairs, his views are most accurately described as a mix of pantheism and cosmic religion. Okay, yeah. I just don't remember ever reading that he ever took on the full-on pantheistic position. So, Cord Lizard Mage, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Unite and Create says, what can be worse, being something or nothing? Well, you wouldn't experience nothing or being nothing. You wouldn't experience non-existence. So how could you classify it as being worse? Because worse is an experience. So think about the statement that you're making there. Being something, like existing, is one thing, and it can be up or down. But not existing is neither one of those. You don't have an existence. You don't experience non-existence. So therefore, there is no up or down in that. So, because you wouldn't be aware of the lack of good, you would be aware of the lack of bad. So, because there's no awareness. So.
Worse for who?
Yeah, it's like I get the people you leave behind. Maybe I don't know. United Great says if God is nothing, if God doesn't exist, then everything we complain about is our doing. Now you're getting it. Yes, we create the problems that we have here on this planet. There's no demons or devils or whatever, or Satan or whatever, or great adversary to challenge all this. That's not what this is. This doesn't exist at all. The problems here on this planet are our doing. You are correct. You've nailed it. That's it right there. Oh, no, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Is that right there. Then everything we complain about is our doing. 100% fully. Base, good to see you. Feel free to join the stage if you're a believer and want to talk about what you believe and why. If you have some evidence or argument to present for the God you believe in. Light dawns on Marblehead. I agree with you, Javers. Religion is used so people can say it's not my problem. I don't need to fix anything. Religion is for lazy people, for people who don't want to commit to being a human within a society. I would agree with this entirely. Robin Hood is in the back. Fantastic. We're getting people on stage. It's great. Robin Hood, just to double check my audio. Can you hear me coming through? You can let me know in the private chat. Just let me know my audio's coming through. Make sure that StreamYard's not bugged. Fan-friggin-tastic. And if real quick, you do not have to be on camera if you don't want to, but if you can flip it on to let me know there's a person there, just to protect the integrity of the stream, make sure we don't get P-bombed. And then once I see that, you can turn it right back off if you don't want to be on camera. I'm on PC. So if you don't, okay, so if you don't have one, that's fine. Okay, that's good to go. Robin Hood.
Yeah, you can do what you like. You can put banners up or whatever. I'm not gonna spam you with anything.
No, it's okay. I've seen it happen before to my friends. They'll
Yeah,
like
I
bring
know.
somebody up.
I know
Yeah.
what you mean.
So it's
So
great.
what's
But the audio's good. We're solid, and we can hear you great.
Yep.
So thanks so much for being up on the stage.
yeah, it's amazing. What's the current topic so I can sort of like melt into?
So the topic I have for the stream is that Christianity
Yeah.
is immoral and dangerous.
Well, I mean, I agree with you, but I mean, what's more immoral, the Old Testament or the New? Where are we going from here? It's like the Old Testament is absolutely revolting, but the New Testament, it kind of pens everybody into a certain way of thinking. And I'm not against the fact that the New Testament doesn't shape a new sort of way of thinking and may have potentially boosted the Western world into the way it's thinking, but it also created Protestantism as well, didn't it? So, you know,
Well, I think
what did
that,
that cause? So,
I think that, well, if we look at the history of it, as
Yep.
far as the New Testament goes, just to address the kind of multiple points there as quickly as I can. As far as the New Testament goes, I think that it has its smattering of atrocities that may be less than the OT, but there
Yep.
is still some atrocious things in the New Testament. It's just maybe less. Plus, not to mention, this is I think a lot of problems with Jesus, but I mean that's another conversation. I would say as
Yep.
far as history goes and the way the world shaped to the West is a result of really more the result of the Roman Empire's understanding of Christianity and where they took it and
Yep.
used it as both a political weapon and a weapon of warfare, turning people like at the tip of a sword and spreading at the tip of a sword. I would say that as far as Protestantism goes, the split off, the schism, or not when Protestantism broke when that group broke
The
off
second
of that,
schism.
the second schism when Protestantism broke off,
Mhm.
that didn't cause a war in and of itself. The conflicts were begun by disagreements between the two because Catholics would not allow Protestants to live in the same space as them or were intolerant of them. So the intolerance between the Catholics and Protestants is what resulted in things like the French Wars for Religion, and the Jacobite uprising and shit like that. So
Well,
the issue being, I would say, it's not so much because they were Protestant, it's because there was intolerance. And simply, if the Catholics had simply been like, you know what, you can have your interpretation, we're both still kind of on the same side. But even though your interpretation is different, we can live and let live, because you're still followers of Jesus. So there's really no reason for us to fight. But yet they did. So
they were burning people with the translated version of the Bible around their neck in my country.
you look at what happened with the gunpowder revolt. I mean, the dude tried to blow up Parliament. So
Well,
it's
yeah,
like,
that's one.
yeah,
Yes,
there was
that was
chaos
Thank
because there was straight up intolerance between the two. And my hypothesis, even though there's probably a lot of nuance to it, my hypothesis is that the conflict existed between them because it was a battle for minds. It was a battle for minds, which made it a battle for asses and seats, which made it a battle for
Yep.
money. That the Protestants, by existing and drawing people away from the Roman Catholic Church or from the Catholic Church, were taking money out of the Catholic Church's coffers. And at that time when it happened, that was egregious because money was everything. Money was power, especially in a country where the church heavily influences the crown, right?
Yeah, at the period of time, you got to understand, like the Catholic Church was at a very weak point during the Reformation, or the Protestant Reformation, as they call it, because France had literally almost dominated the Catholic Church at the time. So you had the French literally by the sword, basically taking the Catholics' money. So you had this issue as well with the French. The Avignon Papacy, if you've ever heard of that. You had the Avignon papacy. You had also
Mhm.
had the uprising of the Swiss Mas- well, the Masons, aren't they? What were they called back then? The first bankers.
Oh, son of a bitch. My dad would likely know that because my dad was a Mason. Son of a bitch. The name
Yeah,
escapes me at this point.
I know what you mean. Yeah, but yeah, those people. So you had so many people fighting because of the Christian religion over. It was money. That's what it was all about.
Right.
That's what it came down to at the end: influence and money. Christianity never really came into it at that point. The belief of God never came into it. The belief of God only really came into it if you were the person who was restricted from knowledge, if you're the person who was restricted from understanding or anything like that. If
Yeah.
your job every day was to get up every day and farm, or or do whatever it is you needed to do, farm smith. That's where our names came from, our surnames came from, because that's what we did. That's what we did by family name consistently.
So would you say?
Christianity.
Oh,
Go on, sorry.
I was going to say. So as far as it goes, I can explain that Christianity is immoral and dangerous because of the essential tenets of it, and that I would say now when I say it's immoral, I'm speaking obviously I'm a moral anti-realist. I'm not saying this. I'm saying that in relation to further explain because that's to elicit a conversation in relation to particular goals that we have as society. Christianity, in relation to those, to accomplishing those, would be immoral because of what it does with people, because of how it teaches people to believe, how it teaches people to act irrationally and to believe irrational things and to work against the goals of the society. One example of this is what we were just talking about earlier, was how the U.S. the administration here in the U.S. right now is trying to push forward Christian nationalist ideology that upends or basically violates the First Amendment to the Constitution. It's not a direct law they're trying to pass, but they're trying to set up the framework to pass a law that would do that, which would see Christianity be adopted as the state religion, here in America, which is antithetical to what the founding fathers wanted. They wanted a secular state, which is obvious in the text. And we have people up there lying and misrepresenting the history and doing that stuff. So that's immoral. Like that. They're flagrantly flying in the face of what the country is designed to be, and it's going to cause irreparable harm if it actually goes through. So I would say that's immoral, and it's dangerous because it leads to stuff like this. Immoral, irrational beliefs tend to lead to irrational behaviors, and those behaviors can become dangerous, especially when they're being defended. So,
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but wasn't it John Adams that had somebody around him when he died to make sure that nobody would say for certain that he was a Christian and that he believed in the Christian faith before he died? Oh, I believe it was John Adams. I may be wrong. It was one of the founding fathers. It was a pure atheist, and he said that, but I might be wrong. But I'm sure I'm pretty sure it was John Adams. I might be wrong, but
I would have, from my memory, it was John Adams was the founding father who was constantly trying to put God references and Christianity references into the Constitution or into the Declaration of
right.
Independence and the Constitution. They kept having to stop him. They'd be like, "No, stop doing
It
that!"
wasn't
It's
then, was it?
because it was
You're right.
it was the church controlling the crown, the church's influence on the crown, and pushing this. It was causing all these issues. So the freedom from religion, the freedom of religion was one of the big hallmarks of
Yeah.
America. And so that was John Adams trying to insert Christianity and everything, and then constantly having to shut him down. But it was David Hume who
Right.
at his deathbed, and people were coming to visit him, and because he had many friends, and he was a really good
Right.
dude. And there was this is one of my favorite things. It was a reporter who knew Hume They'd had a working relationship, and the reporter was a believer. And so the reporter showed up to kind of like document what might have been Hume's last words, or maybe some like last engagement. And he wanted to see if like Hume was going to like, at the last minute.
The last minute. Yeah.
And Hume didn't. It was
Right.
perfectly happy going to his grave as a non-believer. And so the reporter left out, like when he left, he was shaken, because he had never encountered someone directly in his face. He never had the experience of a person who was so happy in their non-belief, who had no concerns about what was coming after. And he was worried about the reaction that the public reaction to reading it, to like if the paper read about someone who went to their grave completely happy and non-believing, like could that shake the faith of other people? And it shook his own faith. He was like, maybe just like it starts bringing those questions, like how could he possibly be happy? How could he like that's opposite what the church teaches? What's going on? And so there was, when that story, when that information got back to the church, they immediately launched into a smear campaign to try and brand him as someone who converted at the end, or was someone who was terrified of devil, whatever like that. It was just insane. So, but yeah,
isn't that? I mean, today that doesn't seem so crazy, does it? But you got to understand, this was back in the 17th, 16th, 17th century, which was absolutely crazy back then. It would have been considered insane back then.
I like to think that no matter how much time, like no matter how much changes, things are no matter how many things change, how much remains the same. And I go back to I go back to the second century, second century, like Rome. Okay.
Oh yeah.
You had two major guys who were running around at the time. You had Origen of Alexandria, which is a huge name that apologists typically tend to bring up, and then you had Celsus, who was a staunchly anti-Christian, anti-Jewish, like Jewish faith. He was big time against those faiths, but like that hardcore skeptic and a brilliant philosopher. Eclectic in his understanding or in his takeaway of philosophy, and he did this monster critique of Christianity and Judaism. He understood them implicitly. He studied with like like leaders in the faith, and so
I'm sorry to stop you, but what was that name again?
Celsus, Celsus.
I've got it.
Okay, yeah, and so Celsus,
I just wanted to write it down for myself.
Celsus wrote this scathing rebuke of Christianity and Judaism and a number of other things. It was his one surviving work called "The True Word," and so that was his one.
True Word. Sorry.
Yeah,
The True Word. Okay.
And when when that was released, when that made it out, and people like this, Origen of Alexandria got his hands on it. Now the kicker is the True Word didn't survive in its original form. So how do we know that it exists? Because Origen of Alexandria was so incensed by what Celsus wrote that he had to copy it down verbatim so that he could respond to it in his own work. So there was literally in second century Rome a flame war going on between two philosophers.
It happened a lot, yeah.
And I'm imagining Origen of Alexandria like at his little desk with his however he's scribing stuff, looking at Origen's work and going and then copying Origen's own words verbatim. And it's like, all right, I'm gonna respond to this asshole right now. This is like, and I'm thinking everything was handwritten. Obviously, the painstaking effort to like let it sit down at a desk and copy another dude's words over just so you can write a response to him. It's the only reason we know that Celsus's work survived is because a dude was angry enough to copy it and then respond to it. Thank you, Origen of Alexandria. So to think that flame wars were existing in ancient Rome is hilarious to me.
It's whether it exists or not. But because remember, like, I didn't understand this until I took philosophy, but there is no original work by Aristotle. It's all copied.
Yeah.
So how do you know what he wrote? And there's a lot of people a lot of professors that I listen to that would say, imagine if we had the real works of Aristotle, just how amazing that would be. Just how amazing it would be to listen to this man and what he really had to say. And it would really piss me off. It was like, oh, okay. So we don't really have the original works of Aristotle, just somebody who was a fan of Aristotle writing stuff down about what he said. But we're supposed to believe that that is what he wrote verbatim. But yeah, I understand what you mean. And look, it doesn't take a genius to realize that there are people like today. Human beings are born, and we're born without knowledge, and we learn as we grow.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody who is naturally skeptical will always be skeptical. Therefore, there's got to be some skeptics out there, even in the upper society at the time, that would have questions about what people have written about somebody in which they have trouble believing in. So it makes sense that somebody would write something like that.
Yeah.
But the fact that it was able to be copied and we get it today, that's something that's quite incredible. Like from the Isles which I come from, England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, etc. That Christianity was introduced by the sword where I live. Our I don't even know what our original religion was. A lot of people say it was Gaelic, but Gaelic, if you look back at the term, kind of refers back to places like France, Brittany, places like that. It doesn't really go towards the islands which I live in. But people will say, well, we believed in Christianity at the time, so. But our initial religion is considered barbaric. We were
Like the pagan, heathen,
exactly
whatever,
the pagans,
right? Yeah,
the druids, etc.
Back in the day when we were, I don't know if you can see my ink when we were writing in Ogham. So
everything was passed down by song, or was passed down by word, etc. And we slaughtered people on a regular basis and stuff like that. There's no actual, I mean, other than a couple of people they found in peat bogs, there's no real actual evidence that we slaughtered anybody during these May Day festivals, etc. and so on. In fact, the only thing we really have on those rituals, etc., was written by monks in monasteries. I mean, how do you believe what a monk in a monastery has to say about our religions originally? It's, I mean, how did we flourish if we constantly kept killing each other?
Right.
It doesn't really make any sense. So I don't know. That's just the way I see it. But yeah, when it comes to Christianity, I understand what they mean, but how there's a church near me that is 3,000 years old. That was before the times the Romans came and conquered us. So what was it before it was a church? What was it before it was a church? I don't get it, but that's what I'm told.
Well, I mean, I said, you yourself, for the sake of the conversation on there, are you a believer or a theist, or?
I'm not a believer in the Christian God, because I've read the Bible from the Old Testament to the New Testament. No, I mean, why? How?
It's a tragedy in 66 acts is what it is.
It's absolutely awful. How would you want to believe in that? Why would you want to believe in that? And if that's the way in which you're, if you are to be resurrected during the end times to fight a war against people that fell down from heaven at the end times, and you are to help Christ, who is wading in a sea of blood up to his knees, is it? Or something like that? Why would I want to be involved in anything like that? Why would I want to be involved in worshipping a God every day for eternity?
It's the first septillion years. You got to get through those before
really?
Before you really find a groove in your worship.
I'd rather believe in reincarnation.
I would. I myself, if any of this nonsense were true, I would hold to annihilationism. I would say that if free will is accepted and is held to be a virtue and a standard that even a creating entity must honor, then I would choose non-existence, because my view is that an eternal conscious state after death, if it's eternal, like forever, like septillions of septillions of years is literally zero compared to the timeline itself. I would rather not exist, because that kind of existence would invalidate, and it would completely reduce the value of my like some 70, 80 years on this planet. It would reduce it to zero. An infinite timeline, everything reduces to zero. So I would rather not exist and have my 80 years be my 80 years, and that'll be it. And I'll be remembered by the people that knew me, and my name will be lost to history. I'll be one more voice that vanishes in the din, and until the sun swallows the earth. Which I, whatever. But I would much rather annihilationism, the choice to not exist.
It's completely understandable, and often I've thought about it. Would I really want to come back in the future?
Given the state of the planet.
I mean, look, a lot of people say to me, we have it better now than we did, say, back in the late 18th century. Where at least you're not digging coal until you're 30 years old, then dying of some horrible lung disease.
We have indoor plumbing, and people aren't throwing their waste out into the street, and we don't have.
And it's warm in winter, and so on, and things like that.
And the black plague.
Yeah, at least you're not dying of that. But I'm thinking to myself, is it really much better? But apparently it is, so I should be happy. I don't know. I don't know if I want to come back. But the thing is, I get this. I don't know if you get it as well, but
so
I'm probably kind of insane.
If you were to die,
yeah,
and then you found yourself in like this liminal space,
mm-hmm.
and then all of a sudden floating above you were two buttons: respawn or game over. Which one would you choose?
I'd pick game over. So I don't know why my previous life picked game on. You know what I mean? It must have been really bad back then. That's what I'm thinking, or it must have been really unfair. Maybe I got hit by a car, whatever, a horse. I don't know. I got stampeded or something, or I got an arrow through the eye or something. I don't know. It's kind of insane, but I wouldn't want to come back.
Well, we do have someone, real quick. I have someone in the back. Tourist, I see you back there in the back. Let me know if my audio is coming through. Make sure that StreamYard isn't bugged. I want to make sure you can hear me okay? Just you can use the private chat on the side to let me know if my audio is coming through. All right, and as soon as we get like there, so yeah, if you don't hold to a particular, if you don't hold to a particular belief system in any kind of like in deity, like a god or anything, because the way I pretty much look at it is just intellectual honesty, recognizing why one believes a particular thing, what they're convinced of, stuff like that. And it seems like you're in a good position. If you hold to like a pantheistic or panentheistic or maybe classical deism, is that kind of what where you're at, Robin Hood?
It's really hard to say, because I grew up in England. You know what I mean? We were the first Protestants, if you don't count the Germans, but we were the first Protestants. We were the first people that were allowed to believe what we wanted to believe, and we were allowed to think what we wanted to think, and we invented what would a lot of people say, you're racist if you say this, but I think we were the first people to actually believe in science, and the creation of modern day methods in science. And a lot of that had to do with the fact that we believed in alchemy, which was a very old religion.
Just to challenge a bit, wouldn't the Chinese have been ahead of that?
Possibly. Maybe that's where they got it from.
When they were making paper and gunpowder and doing all the stuff that they were running with.
There's a lot of the stuff that I'm thinking of, though, when it comes to light and the way that light works, because that seems to be where it came. a lot of the work that came from England during that period of time was to do with the way in which light works, X-rays, radiation, things like that. Those were the kind of things that they were interested in: splitting lights, recreating colors, etc. You know,
Well, for the stream,
I
so
suppose it would be the ether.
just to keep us on track on that. So, would you say that
Sorry.
you're more aligned with the kind of like an agnostic?
It's hard to say. I mean, I'd like to believe that we were created. I really would. You know, I don't think we were an accident, if that's what you're saying, because it just doesn't
Well,
make
I
any
don't.
sense.
I definitely don't hold that we're an accident, because an accident is an unintended outcome, and that there was
Yes.
a desired outcome, and that we are an unintended outcome. If there's no
Yeah.
intention whatsoever, then we are simply the result of natural process.
Okay, right. So this is my belief that I've had since I was very young. But the thing is, I've also looked at it at different ways, and I've thought I'm not quite sure. But if I would like to actually if I was to have to, if you put a gun to my head and ask me what I believed in, I would say that we are consciousness experiencing itself, which is said by a very popular comedian at the time, but it made sense to me that we are consciousness experiencing itself, because consciousness cannot exist on its own. It has to be able to split itself in order to experience different things that happen at each time. And then what happens is they all come together, and then you have a being which is almighty and able to experience everything that's happened. But that sounds like the Kabbalah, but I don't believe in that either. So,
Well, I hold
when,
consciousness. I hold that consciousness in and of itself is an emergent property of brains. That all of the experimental evidence and everything we can confirm shows a one-to-one causative relationship and a one-to-one correlative relationship between
yeah,
consciousness and brains. That the complexity of the brain, or the surface area of the brain, and the depths of the sulci and gyri really, are kind of like, they correlate, and they correlate with the extent or the depth of one's capacity for consciousness, which is, pretty much covers all like mental phenomena. So that these things are naturalistic in that respect. But for the sake of it, I could say it seems like you're undecided on it. You're still looking. You're still like examining it. But I do have a believer in the back that I need to get up on stage. So I appreciate you coming up, Robin. I do. And you're more than welcome to come up in the future. The stage is always welcome to you. I just want to, maximize the opportunity to talk to new people. So I appreciate you, dude.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely. I'm going to set you down in the back. Good to go there. And Tourist can hear me. Tourist, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Yes, I am a believer.
Do you believe in any, do you have a hold to a particular faith or particular denomination, or?
Look, I like using the framework of Christianity, but that doesn't necessarily mean I believe in that. I like using the framework, because that's my framework, I guess, right? But I don't believe in the Bible literally. I'm not a creationist. I like looking at it the way Jung would look at the Bible, where you can see Jesus as more of an archetype, which he is, which he completely is. But it's not really one I wanted to talk about. If I was going to kind of posit arguments for God, I wouldn't cite people.
What do you have in your mind?
I've got these two arguments in my head, right? One's a little bit more religious, one's a bit more scientific. But I'll start with the first one. So I'm assuming a lot of people bring up the double slit experiment.
But 1 second, bud, before you go on, it's a little bit quiet for me. And I had some people in the live chat. I can hear you, but can you get a little bit closer to your mic? Because you sound a little far away.
Hold on, is that better?
That is so much better. Bingo.
Okay.
Before you dive into it, I want to make sure everybody can hear it. So,
yeah, I'd say, right. So are you familiar with the double slit experiment? Can we just sort of level out on what we think about that real quick?
I am aware of it. And what we understand from it, that light both acts as a particle and a wave.
Yeah, basically. And that what collapses the wave function from our perspective isn't necessarily an observer, it's just like a measurement device or any physical piece of matter it comes into contact with.
Right. Observers don't have to be like a conscious agent. It's anything it interacts with. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So with that in account, waves behave like fractals, right? This has been observed. As in there's like, you know, we see the same patterns repeating on a micro as well as a macro scale.
Okay.
Okay. And a second ago, when you were talking about what generates consciousness, how it's the brain, I might be a little like out of date on my knowledge because I'm basing this a lot of like articles I read in New Scientist and like their consciousness compilation from 2022. But the kind of general consensus was that we haven't quite figured it out, but that the theory is that it's that the brain kind of amounts to becoming something more than the sum of its parts, that it's like the systems in between the space of the neurons that actually generate what we see as conscious, if that makes sense.
I would say I'm familiar with positions like that. My analogy would be if you were to wrap a coil around a magnet and then run electricity through it, is the electromagnetic field that it generates more than the magnet and the electricity itself, or is it a property of those two things interacting with one another?
Well, you can measure, you can say like the brain gives off X amount voltage, right? So that's, you know, I'm not talking about the actual electrical voltage of the neurons. I'm talking about the byproduct, which is sentient thought, you know, which animals are capable of as well. So it's not just the human brain, it's like the collection of neurons that allow, you know,
to
like
a degree, depending upon the brain structures themselves, like the
clearly,
depth
yeah,
of the surface area of the brain, the depth, the wrinkles, the depths of the sulci and the gyri. So
yeah, but even then you have creatures like ants, you know, whereas like the individual ant isn't actually the sentient thing. It's the ant colony, the ant hive that uses ants as almost pseudo neurons, right? It's like the pheromone space in between the ants. There is actually a conscious thought behind that. It's and whereas the individual ant, like an individual neuron, is not really sentient per se.
yeah,
know?
they're like ant brains are more geared, the way they've evolved are more geared towards pheromone, towards chemical interactions. So they need chemical stimuli in order to like trigger certain responses, and then they react to those responses. But as far as like the capacity for like conscious thought, that was that you separate one ant away, then without those chemical signatures from the rest of the ants, they pretty much lose all kind of like serious functionality,
Yeah.
other than what they know, other than what they know their jobs are. So an ant all by itself will still try to do its job. It will just kind of like be lost along the way. So like a leafcutter ant will leafcutter ant separated from the colony and unable to make its way back will still try to find leaves to bring back. It just doesn't know where to bring them to. So
yeah,
but that's a very rudimentary brain.
If it loses the pheromone trail, it just death spirals. But like the point I'm trying to make there, right, is that we see like fractals of consciousness ourselves just in animals. You know, some animals develop, like, you know, a dolphin's more sentient than an ant, right? And we see the fractal consciousness there, like some on the micro, some on the more macro, like humans. And then with the double slit experiment, right, taken in, we know that all these particles we're seeing are also waves. They're also fractal waves at this, like simultaneously, like we're perceiving them in physical space as a particle, but they are actually a fractal wave, you know, in a true sense. We can see that these pockets of consciousness, you know, once you separate it and like look at it a bit scientifically, you know, when you think like this isn't actually empty space, this is air, you know, this is just as full of stuff, I just can't perceive it.
But wait, isn't that just okay? So the issue that I have is with your use of the word fractal, because a fractal is just a mathematic representation of something. And so you can do a mathematical, you can develop a fractal based upon any kind of phenomena, whether it be gravity, electromagnetism, an EEG that's coming off of a brain, ripples in a pond when you throw a stone in. You can, based upon the math, you can develop a visual fractal of all of these things, but it's just a mathematical representation of a physical phenomena that's going on.
Yeah, okay.
It doesn't
well, what I
actually
mean-
go anywhere in that respect. It would
What
just
I
be
mean
like
in
it would
the
just be
sense of-
all the different fractals only indicate that there is different variables that are going into the math to develop the fractal. That's all it really indicates.
What I'm going off is the principle in fractal geometry that what you see on the micro is the same on the macro, and that it's infinite, right? So Mandelbrot, the guy who discovered the fractal with his really basic mathematical equation, has created an infinite loop there because the front end of the equation becomes the back end, right? So it's fractal because it's micro and macro, as above, so below, ad infinite.
Well, yeah,
So
because that's because the
that's
math repeated. That's because the math repeats. But this doesn't get you to a God entity because it's a misapplication of mathematics. Because mathematics is an abstract language. It's a logic-based language of quantification. So it's a subjectively derived language. These languages are subjectively derived, but its rules are designed by the humans that invented it to quantify observed reality. And so, but we can take those rules and apply them. We like in rudimentary days when we were just counting bushels of corn, and say like I have 10 bushels of corn, you have 12. Now we can take those rules of mathematics and we can apply them to anything. Developing fractals, just a mathematic kind of visualizer of anything that can be quantified. I mean, you could do that with anything. It doesn't mean, but it doesn't imply any grander meaning. It's just a mathematical visualization of a physical or of a phenomenon. It's all it is. And you would get different fractals off of anything that you were looking at. Yeah, I don't even think that so the Mandelbrot set doesn't do what I think a lot of apologists think it does, not to the extent. And the reason it repeats is because the math repeats, because you're working within a set amount, within a set. And so that's a Mandelbrot set. And so it's just going to keep repeating upon itself over and over and over again. But that's just math. It's an abstract. It's just a language.
Well, what's happening on the mathematical level is that the equation each number is going through either shoots it up to some ridiculously high number or to zero. So you see the binary there between matter and antimatter, something and nothing, void and non-void. I forget the word, void and matter. So that binary is what it's showing you there. Like a caveman could have discovered the Mandelbrot set. You just required a computer to put the animation together. And there have been ancient cultures that have drawn the Mandelbrot set somehow, but that's besides the point I'm trying to make, right?
But how does that get you to like a God entity? I mean, because that's like, how do you jump that gap?
Yeah. So think it through, right? So because I haven't got to the end of it. What we see on the micro, we also measure on the macro, right? Like you see this in like basic things like the pattern on a snail's shell. Is the same as a tornado, is the same as the Milky Way galaxy, and we see these repeating fractal shapes.
They're spirals, but they're not identical, though.
Well, no,
and they don't correlate to the Fibonacci sequence.
Hold on, even within the Mandelbrot set, no fractal is identical to the other. They are always different. You'll never find an exact copy of the Mandelbrot set, even within fractal geometry. That's baked into the geometry. It's always slightly different. It's the general pattern that repeats. It's not it's never an exact clone of itself. So you do see this pattern repeat in a hurricane.
But you don't see it. No, but you don't see it one for one.
Yeah, exactly.
We see spirals. We see spirals that occur in nature. Yes, because the laws of physics often result in them, but they are not one to one with the golden ratio.
Yeah, hold on.
A nautilus shell, a galaxy.
Never what I'm saying, and even Mandelbrot himself doesn't say that.
It's okay. So, but we understand this. We understand this because this is simply a physical result of physics working, a physics in play.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's what fractal geometry is explaining. Is that these
the sacred aspect is the issue that I have with it. How are you bridging the gap to the sacred thing? Because that seems very, very woo to me.
Well, I haven't got to the end of it, so that's why it seems a little woo-woo. I think you're kind of imagining the point I'm going to make. I'm sure other people have brought up fractals, but I haven't made my point yet. But we can agree that these patterns repeat, right?
Okay.
That we see on the macro and micro, the similar shapes, the similar fractal geometry. You know, this has been measured. We see this in our day-to-day lives. You see this. You see, like, you know, the human vein system is the same as lightning, right? And that's because there's a chemical and biological truth there as to like how it's the fastest, most effective way.
How is this
But
not just pattern
also-
recognition? Because this is not evidence of any intentionality.
Yeah, well, let me like make the final point because I keep teasing it. But it's that like the constituent matter that makes up you, the basic elements, they're not exactly that rare. You know, you're made up of like mostly carbon, a little bit of zinc, some hydrogen, some oxygen. You're not made out of anything crazy rare, right? And those elements are abundant everywhere
Well,
you go.
all
you see
life, yeah, all life is right.
Yeah, exactly. We're all on base level matter made up of that.
It's carbon,
So-
hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen, and phosphorus.
And a bit of zinc, yeah.
Now
And then-
there's other minerals that are involved, but the base elements of DNA, like the base elements of DNA, is carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and phosphorus.
Yeah, and it's also like those are some of the most common elements, full stop, as well, right? Like across the universe that we've measured.
The hydrogen and helium, and then the other ones are produced by stellar nucleosynthesis.
Yeah,
And phosphorus is found in natural environments. So that's geochemistry.
Yeah, and we're now in like, you know, several different stellar phases. So, you know, our sun was like a second star, you know, as part of the second generation. So we have those elements, right? When you zoom far enough out and you look at galactic systems, you know, like when you see those pictures where each little star is actually a galaxy, you see this form the exact same shape as a neuron structure in the human brain or in an animal's brain. It forms the exact same shape, and the stellar flow.
That doesn't tell us anything. That's just pattern recognition. They're not identical. They're not identical. No. These are people looking at images and seeing patterns in things, but they're not common and they're not identical to any one particular thing. This is like looking at a connect the dots thing and arranging it however you like to match something else because you recognize a pattern. But this how is this not just pattern recognition, which is what our brains are evolved to do as a survival mechanism, to recognize patterns in nature? This is what we call apophenia and pareidolia. How is it not just apophenia and pareidolia and like type 1 and type 2 errors?
I would cite these sources now in response to that, of how scientists have measured that waves behave as fractals do in macro and micro scales, right? So we know that for a fact that waves behave as fractals. And then I brought up the double slit to explain that all particles are actually in wave form, and that small pockets of these waves generate the same collection of neurons with the same amount of atoms that we say generates consciousness. And we don't know what generates consciousness yet. So making any definitive claim as to like, no, that
No,
couldn't create
hold on. I gotta push back on that.
base.
All of the experimental data we have that consciousness indicates that consciousness is an emergent property of brains. Unless someone is able to demonstrate that a consciousness exists outside of a brain, or can exist without a brain, or can come about without a brain to correlate to it. Like all of the experimental data that we have, including the like not so ethical experimental data of the past, that there's a one-to-one correlative and one-to-one causative relationship between the capacity for the depth of consciousness, like all mental phenomena, the extent of mental phenomena, and what mental phenomena you're capable of, depending upon like the structures of your brain. So, because we know that if an organism doesn't have a limbic system, then it cannot engage in the things that organisms with the limbs, it can't engage in those connective bonding phenomena that human, like mammals, engage with because they have a limbic system. So I'm just kind of like, I see pattern. There are patterns. People in the past have recognized patterns, but the existence of patterns does not logically entail that there is telos, or that there is an agent that has telos. So how are we bridging that gap beyond personal incredulity?
Yeah, I wouldn't say this is pattern recognition, like at all, because I think you get a lot of people probably making that argument. I think it's poisoned you a little bit to this like line of thinking.
Well, hang on a sec. If someone if an astronomer views a galaxy from far away, and then they look at it and they manage to get like an image of it, and however they imagine it was, and then someone looks at a brain and they kind of conceptualize what the neurons are looking like within the brain, because we can look, because I can tell you this: an actual electron microscope image of neurons. Okay, an actual electron microscope image of neurons, scanning electron microscope images of neurons looks like this. And I want to share this because I think this is important. Stupid ResearchGate. Okay, so I want to share this. Now, these are images. These are scanning electron microscope images of neurons grown on a matrix. Okay? That looks nothing like a galaxy. This is what these things look like. That's what and that's one's grown in a culture. Okay? The brain is like insanely it looks more like a rat's nest is what it looks like. Is because the brain, through neural plasticity, reacts to stimuli and develops neural pathways as a result of the stimuli that it gets.
Yeah, I see the argument, bro. I see it. You gotta let me.
So you can look at like conceptualizations of what they look like and conceptualizations of these things.
Yeah, I would love to respond.
Yeah. So how is it not just pattern recognition?
Yeah. Okay. Look. I'll reel back a little bit and I'll try to make it a bit more concise. So I'm trying to read the chats I'm getting from this guy as well.
Well, I know 100 Bunky is pointing out, this is kind of like the same analogy when people say that DNA is a code when it's not, like DNA is substrate dependent, code is not substrate dependent. So, I mean, there's fundamental differentiation. Like the analogy, it should never been used as an analogy in the first place because it's opened the door to this nonsense. But it seems to be that this is nothing more than just people recognizing patterns and applying value to it. It's apophenia. It's pareidolia.
Look, the thing is, right, if I can get it, dude, do you really think, in good faith that let's say the entity I'm describing does exist? It's not even a god. It's just something that thinks with the combined, energy and elements of whole universes as neurons, right? Let's say hypothetically for a moment, in good faith, that this does exist. Do you really think it's gonna have the exact same biochemical strand, or is the electromagnetic link that goes between different galaxies that we can view and take pictures of, that there are stellar connections, of energy and matter and light that do connect these things? Maybe not on the physical base level in the form of biological matter, but there are connectors of electricity, which is what powers neurons, right? So in good faith,
between galaxies?
Yes, that's why there are stellar.
There's gravity. There's gravity.
No, not
gravity.
So
where do we get electricity in there?
Stellar wave connections between different galaxies. There's funnels. This has been observed, and they've taken photos of it.
Well,
so they're all connected, right?
Wait. You said stellar wave connections?
Look, I'm getting a bit. I might not be so exact with the term, but there are connectors between the galaxies that are essentially light vibrating at different frequencies.
No, so I just looking into it, just there's gravitational wave connections. So what do you know what the nearest galaxy to us is, right? To the Milky Way is,
we're
right?
obviously all bound and bouncing off each other's gravity. We're all affected by, gravity out there, but there's actual, channels there that connect them. And they're not you can't see them with the naked eye. You can't touch it.
Right. It's our respective black holes. It's the respective black hole in Andromeda's nucleus and the respective black hole in the Milky Way's nucleus that are attracted to one another. And those two objects are carrying everything else with them.
Yeah, I see how you use the term nucleus as well.
That's what you call the center of the thing. That's what it's referred to. It doesn't mean it's not meant to reflect an analogy to a cell. It's not intended. It's not. It's context dependent terminology. If I use nucleus in a biological sense, I'm talking about something very, very specific. But if I use nucleus in a cosmological sense or an astronomical sense, I'm talking about the center of a galaxy, the thing that's holding that thing together, the physical object, like a supermassive black hole. Two completely different things.
No, I understand what you're saying, bro. I just
Right.
think it's a little bit of a miscommunication there. Like there are magnetic fields that connect between galaxies. That's why when you see some of these like photos that measure just hard light, you see that they're like connected to each other, and there's void between the connections. I don't know why I'm getting like this guy in the side chat telling me this is like fucking fake. Like this is
okay. So from my understanding, going to the literature on this, you've got gravitational wave connections, which can be demonstrated. This is the gravity operating between the mass of Andromeda and the mass of the Milky Way. So that's understood. We've measured gravitational waves. We know they exist.
Field. Yeah, I'm
but
talking
those are simply objects with mass. But then you've got but from this, there are no continuous physical waves or bridges stretching across the 2.5 million light years between Andromeda and us. The only way the two of our galaxies are interacting with each other is gravity. That's the only way that we interact with one another. That's it. That's the only way you could effectively say that we are connected, because our gravity affects one another. But that's the only way that our two galaxies interact is gravity.
Yeah, well, all of these things are made of plasma, right, which is electrically conductive. They all generate electromagnetism. Yeah, like even our sun does it, even the Earth does it.
Yeah, like an electromagnetic field. Like so what? There's no there's no effect there. Made of
plasma, though, right? Like it's the inherent. It's a reaction taking place. Like the sun is a giant reaction taking place.
A fusion reactor, yeah.
Yeah.
Hydrogen. Okay, so, but we still haven't gotten to where, like the connective tissue here, because from what I'm seeing, as far as recognizing spirals and recognizing the sacred geometry stuff like that, this is applying values to common concepts that don't actually represent anything in reality. Like, for example, for any of the God stuff, like any of the stuff that's hinged upon the God existing to be true, the God must first exist. So unless, of course, and correct me if I'm wrong, unless you're arguing for some sort of like panentheistic view. Is that what you're arguing for, Tourist? Is like a panentheistic view?
No, I'm talking about like scientists measuring like weak magnetic fields stretching millions of light years across the void. Like, real science here, like,
Yeah, we can measure various things. That doesn't tell it other than these fields are generated and they stretch long distances. So what? Technically, but technically the moon is in our atmosphere. Technically, the moon is in our atmosphere because particles have been found on the far side of the moon. Just the distance between those particles is quite vast. So, but technically, by that definition, if you're talking about where there are particles that are part of the atmosphere that bleed out, kind of encompasses the moon. So you could technically say, by definition, our moon is within our atmosphere. But is it really? No, not really. No, it's not. There, so in that respect, I'm kind of going. We're pointing at things in the natural world, which is fine. But there's no connective tissue to get us to any kind of like a spiritual sense or a mystical sense or even the existence of a God. Because we're arguing as though those things have these specific values inherently. And therefore, that's evidence of the God existing, but they don't. I can simply say that they're apophenia or pareidolia. And there's no justification to believe that there's a God. You have to defeat the apophenia and pareidolia response. You have to logically defeat that rebuttal, and it can't be with an argument from personal incredulity. That's as far as I know. Right?
Give me a sec, dude. It's such a wall of words that I need to just compute it for a second.
I can see if I can sum it up real easy. You've
No, no,
identified
hold
a number of
Dude,
phenomena.
I know what you're saying, dude. I
Yeah,
really
okay.
know.
So do you have a logical defeater for apophenia and pareidolia?
What is apophenia? Bro?
Apophenia and pareidolia are common problems in human cognition. It's the tendency to apply values to patterns that are recognized in nature. That
Okay, so pattern recognition.
It's a part of pattern recognition. It's type 1 and type 2 errors, false positives and false negatives. These are things our brains do, as it's kind of like our brains are evolved to be pattern recognition, pattern recognition organs. That's how we survive. But it's a double-edged sword, because you could recognize a pattern that occurs naturally in nature and it doesn't mean anything, but you will ascribe meaning to it because you saw a pattern, because other patterns you recognize in nature do have values. The wind moving through the grass in a certain way, well, the grass is moving a certain way. Is it the wind blowing it that way, or is there a lion in the grass hiding and I can't see it? If I go into the grass, will I die? I don't know. So I err on the side of caution. That could be a false positive or a false negative. So we operate off the information we have. We recognize patterns, but oftentimes we recognize, it's kind of like when you're looking at the texture paint on a wall and you see faces in the texture paint. Those faces aren't there, but your brain is putting together patterns in the light and shadow and the raised areas and the lowered areas.
All right, dude,
and envisioning faces. So
you're waxing poetic about pattern recognition. When I said it's pattern recognition, you could have said yes, and you like this has
to give you examples so you can internalize what I'm talking about.
Dude.
But you didn't understand what apophenia was.
People,
you didn't understand what pareidolia was and apophenia was. I'm describing these things.
I was like, okay, so it's like pattern recognition, and then you described to me pattern recognition.
Yeah. So you have an idea, so you can conceptualize what I'm talking about.
I know.
Okay, great. So we have pattern recognition, which I have no problem with. We see patterns everywhere. Dude, I have texture paint on the walls of my office. I can see faces in them if I stare long enough.
You're saying this thing again now. Like, I would love to.
Yeah. So what's your logical defeater for pareidolia and apophenia?
Yeah. Well, look, my argument for that was that, let's say your example there, you're looking at a piece of wood and it looks like a face. You can say, okay, well, it's not made of the same shit, right? Like at an atomic level, that's not what's going on there. You know, it's not a human brain. It's not made of skin. It's not got a nose. You can say that, right? I'm trying to make this like larger argument here, which you never quite answered what I asked. In good faith, do you really think like some entity that was capable of thought by using galaxies as neurons, do you think that it would have to be one-to-one exactly what a human brain does? Just in good faith, hypothetically, a little bit sci-fi, just, you know, would it just have to be a complete one-to-one copy of the human brain? Like,
to logically justify concluding that it is, yes.
Wait. No, I'm not saying it's a human brain. I'm saying something that's just capable of thought. Right?
Yeah, it would have to correlate. We'd have to say we could take different structures and we could simply say that they're performing the same functions as like human neural, like the neural build of a human brain. We could look at them, but we have to be able to identify all the things. Like, what exactly in the universe are you identifying as performing as literally facilitating the charged ions across the charged sodium ions across the channels in order to facilitate thought?
Yeah.
Like, what are you looking at in the universe and saying
magnetic channels like that we've observed in science?
But that's not how magnetism works. Not in that sense.
Dude,
what I'm talking about is chemistry, electrochemical interactions, which require the existence of these particular things like sodium and potassium in order to charge a sodium ion and pass it over the gap. So what in nature is doing that? Because the things that you're pointing at don't have the capacity to do those things unless you're just going pure sci-fi.
Hold on. Look, I've tried to be really polite. Your guy in the side chat is like just actively insulting.
Just ignore the side chat. The side chat is not. They're just commenting.
Hold on. The thing is that this side chat is like just us. It's like just you and me. I'm not looking at the YouTube side chat. I don't know what that's.
Wait, what are you talking about? Private chat? The private chat?
in this little like 4-person chat we're in.
Robin Hood isn't on stage. Robin Hood's not on stage.
He's calling me dumb. He's saying like,
okay,
I'm
hold on a sec. Okay, but hang on a sec, tourist. Robin Hood is not in the private chat. Robin Hood, if you can go,
how is
refrain.
this good faith? Where there's just this little guy in the side chat that no one on YouTube can see. He's just endlessly digging.
It's someone in the private chat. He can leave the stage at any time. So he can leave the stage at any time. He's not up here on stage talking with us. I'm not looking at the private chat.
Yeah,
I looked over there and there was like 40 notifications. I'm ignoring
just so people know, like, there's like
but it doesn't matter
in my little side chat, just endlessly attacking me, bro. And I'm trying to just kind of talk.
Why are you reading it instead of engaging with the conversation here?
Why am I reading it?
I'm not reading it. I was like, tourist. I'm getting the
Yeah.
same notifications that you are.
Yeah, they're directed at me though. They're not directed at you.
Who cares? But you have to have the private chat open to read them. Why don't you just go to the comment section and just leave the comment section up?
What? I'm on StreamYard. Like, what? I'm not on YouTube. If I go over to YouTube,
Yes, if you're on StreamYard, you can still look at the comment. You can look at the private chat or the comment stream. You can't comment in the comment stream, but you could put the comment stream up instead of the private chat. You don't have to look at the private chat.
This is crazy. All I'm trying to point out is that, like, this is clearly bad faith. If I'm getting,
it's not bad faith because he's not the one. He's not the one talking to you. I am.
Yeah, but it's
tell you
just
what.
no
if this makes it better, Robin Hood, I apologize. I'm gonna have to put you down. So I'm just gonna boot you from the studio, and so that way we don't have any more distractions, so that we're not distracting him anymore. So I appreciate your input, bud, and we'll just go there. Cool. He can come back later, but you're not gonna get. There's not gonna be any more messages.
I mean,
from
yeah,
there.
dude, just like common courtesy, dude. What the fuck, right? Like, I'm the guest in the stream. You're already steamrolling, so like, I don't need this other guy just like yackling. It's kind of, it puts a sour vibe on it. If I'm trying to have a conversation, I'm just getting yackled, bro. Listen, you want to call me dumb and retarded, it's like, fair enough, but
I'm not, but it's okay. It's okay, Cal. Don't even sweat it. It's all good. Okay, so there's no one in the private chat yammering. So what's the defeater that you have for apophenia and pareidolia?
So how do we go from wave to particle? The wave function is collapsed, right? By anything, by matter, by a contraption designed to observe it, or by an observer. So when you trace it back, what caused the original wave collapse?
Oh, whatever observer it interacted with.
So hold on, you believe in the original observer?
No, I believe that. No, not the original observer. It's just that observer is.
You just kind of use God as an argument.
No, no. Whatever observer it interacts with first, because it's not necessarily guaranteed to happen at the exact same time. Whatever particle it interacts with first. It's not just a conscious observer that it's interacting with. It's whatever particle it happens to interact with first.
Yeah, but do you understand the question? I said, so hold on. What caused the original wave collapse, right? So that a particle is caused by a wave collapse. You can't say that a particle caused the original wave collapse. Yeah, gotta head to Google for this one.
No, I gotta respond to Discord. I'm running Discord at the same time, dude. So last I checked, if the information I've gotten from the physicists that are in the live chat is that there's no set agreed upon like answer for that. Last I checked. So I wouldn't have one to propose. But then again, that would just get us to an I don't know.
You said an observer. Well, so we know scientifically it's an observer, right? In the scientific sense, an observer could be, a particle or a machine, right? So this is when the fractal geometry piece comes in. And you can actually sort of escape this loophole, this kind of thought paradox. And you can say, well, if we see the universe behave in a fractal way, which we do, like we see waves behave in fractal, micro, macro, you can see there wasn't necessarily unoriginal. It was just an extension. It was just like the zenith point of simplicity.
What about quantum decoherence?
Before it encountered another particle that collapsed the wave function once again.
Yeah, it's fine. What about quantum decoherence? That there was no actual collapse?
Do you subscribe to that?
No, I don't subscribe to any of them because we don't know. We don't know specifically what happened. And I honestly don't care because we may never find an answer that's logically possible. Or even better, we may never find an answer in my lifetime. What I'm concerned about, and what my focus of the discussions is why does someone believe in a God entity? Are they rationally justified in doing so? And are they willing to examine that they are not? Because there is no rational belief for a God entity. It's not rational.
You just said that, like, beyond the pale, you know, originally you were like, it's an observer, of course, and then it's like, I point out to you, no, it can't be that, right? Like,
right, you could have quantum decoherence.
Yeah, which you know, this is why I said we got to run to Google to get ourselves like quantum decoherence, you know, but like, because you didn't pull that off the top of your head, you had to type.
I don't care. I don't care. So I'm not. Honest, guess what, tourist? Guess what, tourist? Guess what? I'm not a physicist. It's not my field. If you have an issue with this, go talk to a physicist. I want to hear your rational justification for believing in a God entity, because so far you have given none. What you've appealed to is things in physics and in quantum mechanics where we have question marks, and you're inserting a God as being the thing that does the thing you think it does. But that's not rational.
Not at all. I'm saying either you can evade this paradox by saying the universe is infinite.
I'm not evading a paradox. I'm not making a paradox.
Hold on, you, the royal you, the plural you, not you directly, right? But like, you can evade this paradox by saying the universe is infinite and that behaves like a fractal. You can avert that power and make it make sense in that way, right? Or, which is what you originally said, is that there was an original thought haver, but that doesn't even quite work because it's a paradox, you know? So you argue against the infinite fractal universe, but then it's the only thing that actually saves you from that kind of paradox, which otherwise you have to kind of, I know it veers very closely to the God of the gaps, but you almost do have to infer at least complete agnosticism. You have to at least fall upon, I don't know.
Okay, I can be an agnostic atheist.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can, because agnosticism pertains to pertains to knowledge, and atheism pertains to atheism. I'm not finished. Atheism pertains to belief. I do not believe that any gods exist. I am not convinced that any gods exist, because beliefs are not things that you can actively choose. You can't choose to actively believe a proposition is true. You are convinced of them.
Yeah, I know what atheism is, buddy.
Right. So I am not convinced it is true. Therefore, I do not hold the belief.
You're an agnostic atheist.
Yes. So it was actually you got to give me a second. When it comes to gods we know don't exist, logically contradictory gods, I am a technically, by definition, a Gnostic atheist. I do not hold the belief in it. But that's kind of superfluous, given that I know that they don't exist. But by definition, just to cover the spread, I'm a Gnostic atheist. But when it comes to unfalsifiable concepts, like classical deism is completely unfalsifiable, I'm forced to be an agnostic atheist. I don't know that it exists. We can't currently determine whether it does or doesn't. It's possible that it doesn't. It's possible that it does, but I don't believe that it does, and there's no warrant to believe that the proposition is true. Therefore, I'm an agnostic atheist. This is pretty basic.
Hold on. Let me say this. Let me get this out. You can't say, no, I'm an agnostic atheist because, you know, I don't believe in Thor. I don't believe in like something some people call a god. Like, to say you're agnostic means you admit ignorance. You admit you don't know.
No, I'm saying I don't know because it's unfalsifiable.
And to say, hold on.
So no, tourist.
Okay, fine.
Tourist, is it possible? Is it rationally justified to believe that an unfalsifiable proposition is true or false?
It's irrational.
Right. So if the concept itself is logically...
What you do when you say you believe...
No, so if the concept itself is logically possible, but it is unfalsifiable, then a determination of true or false can't be made. So therefore, we can't know whether which one is true. We can't know if it's true or false because we can't determine it. Therefore, you don't know. Therefore, you are agnostic.
Yeah. Hold on.
That's all agnosticism is.
Is that agnosticism is I don't know. It's like the grand humility, the grand humbleness. It's like that I'm humble pilled. You know, I'm agnostic. Whereas
so I don't know if an unfalsifiable God concept is true, and I don't believe that it is.
Dude, please let me speak.
No. Listen, I do not know if an unfalsifiable God entity does or does not exist. Therefore, I do not believe that one does, because there's no warrant to believe that one does.
Just for the viewers in the chat, notice how when he starts speaking, I stop speaking. And then when I'm speaking, he just starts talking over me whenever, like, you know, his brain tells him to, because I've said something wrong. Whenever
Is that what I'm doing now?
He just did it right there.
No,
Like,
I'm asking you. You finished a thought, and it is my stream. So when I'm finishing a thought, I'm going to finish my thought. You have yet to bridge the gap between your woo-woo mystical nonsense pattern recognition and a rational belief that a God exists.
Okay, so now it's woo-woo nonsense. Now I'm.
It is. I've always held the sacred geometry bullshit to be woo-woo nonsense. I just wanted to see how far you were going to take it.
Sacred geometry. I never said sacred geometry. I said
all of your language bullshit is in there. It's all sacred geometry. So it's woo-woo nonsense, and it does not get you to a rational belief in a God entity.
This is what I mean about how you might have been poisoned by other people who bring up fractal geometry. You know, I've read the books of Mandelbrot. I've watched the documentary he made with Arthur C. Clarke. You know, there's real science behind fractal geometry. I think,
but it does not lead to the conclusions that you are getting to. No, it doesn't lead to the mystical conclusions that you are coming to.
Yeah, but it's not woo-woo nonsense. Like it's
no. The underlying math is not. What you are doing with it is woo-woo nonsense.
Once again, I feel like, you know, I'm not even inferring. I want to go back to what we kind of just evaded there, but. You said you're an agnostic atheist, but then you said you're a Gnostic.
When it comes to God concepts, that we know don't exist.
Comes to God concepts. So
right.
What does that mean, Gnostic? Are you talking about the demiurge when you say that?
No, that I know it. As opposed to agnostic, Gnostic.
Well, no, because Gnostic is a form of Christianity.
Only in a different context. These are context-dependent terms. In the terms of knowledge, it is Gnostic or agnostic. You know it or you don't. You possess knowledge or you do not possess knowledge.
Okay, so you don't mean the Christian not.
No, I don't. Obviously,
you're getting fancy with it. You're getting fancy, and
it's not fancy. It's context dependent. It's like if I were to say, theory in a colloquial sense or theory in a scientific sense. Completely different things.
Yeah, but you cannot be an
agnostic in a philosophical sense is different from agnostic in a theological sense. That's the context.
I'm just saying, you brought up, you said, you know, if something is unfalsifiable, either way, you're wrong to kind of choose a true or false statement. And that's what you're doing with atheism.
I didn't say wrong. I didn't say wrong.
Choosing the false statement.
I didn't say wrong. You would be unjustified.
Okay, you know, then you're unjustified in choosing the false statement.
Right. You have no rational justification for doing that. No, you have no rational justification for taking either position as being the case.
Exactly, which is what you do if you say, I'm an atheist, I believe that there is no God.
No, that's belief, not knowledge. Atheism pertains to belief, whether or not I'm convinced of a thing.
Yeah, exactly. But once again, in a situation where there's an unfalsifiable answer, to choose either on is
that belief. Would be knowledge.
It would
not
be,
belief.
It's not knowledge.
It is. I know it is unfalsifiable. I know that a true or false value cannot be determined.
Yeah, so then to decide whether or not it's true or false is belief.
Which I don't, which I'm not doing.
Which you are doing, yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm just not believing in it. I'm not taking it is false or it is true proposition. That would either one of those would be unjust.
You just said you believe that there is no God.
No, I believe, not a knowledge thing.
Yeah, exactly.
You understand that belief and knowledge are they're interconnected, but they're two different things, right?
Yeah, exactly. So how does knowledge apply?
So the agnostic portion refers to my knowledge state, and the atheism part refers to my belief state.
Yeah, so how when you get to this fundamental question of what collapsed the original wave particle, and you can't falsify its God, what makes you then, based on apparently knowledge?
So I just say if we don't have enough data to come to a conclusion, I don't care.
Well, no, because you say you make a statement. You say it wasn't God.
No, I can say I don't believe it is a God.
Exactly. You make
right. I'm not convinced that it is.
Yeah, but you said it's based on knowledge. You said it.
I didn't. If we're talking about whether or not it is like some sort of unfalsifiable entity, sure, it could be, but there's no reason to believe that it is.
Yeah, hold on. So once again, the thing that collapsed the original wave particle is an unfalsifiable entity, whatever it is.
If there was even a collapse.
Yeah, in some, in a very
okay,
fringe...
demonstrate that there was a collapse, please.
Once again, that's like
no, tourist. Demonstrate that there was a collapse. Demonstrate that there was an initial collapse.
Theory.
Tourist, demonstrate there was an initial collapse. Please do that now.
Sure, we observe matter, and we can observe it on a neutrino level.
Please defeat quantum decoherence, which you can't because nobody has yet.
Quantum decoherence is a theory, like string theory. It's not like a proven theory. It's not.
Well, I mean, that's not true. Quantum systems decohere to their environment.
They do, yeah, but we know that the wave function collapses.
We actually don't know that. Most physicists and a good amount of philosophers of physics don't even think wave functions are physically real. In which case, wave function collapse isn't a physical part of the world.
Yeah, hold on, dude. Within those theories, those scientists you're talking about, they then go on to say the many worlds hypothesis, right?
No, there are many that think other views other than that, like myself and Carlo Rovelli, who hold to something called relational quantum mechanics. So there are more views than just the Everett view when it comes to those kind of views. And another thing, in many worlds, because I actually study physics and philosophy of physics, in many worlds, the wave function is ontically real. There's a universal wave function, and it is a physically real thing in the many worlds interpretation. They just don't think that it collapses. They think that it branches.
Yeah, so hold on. What did you say your branch of quantum physics you believe in?
Relational quantum mechanics. It was developed in, I believe, 1996 by Carlo Rovelli.
Oh, damn. You got that hip fired, dude. So what is it in a nutshell?
It's the idea that rather than wave functions collapsing, what the reason why we don't observe superpositions is because superpositions aren't like anything in the world. Reality is just fundamentally indeterministic, and what you measure for various quantum states it just depends on how you relate to the system. And so two different observers could observe the same system, get two completely different measurements, and both will be equally valid because what they're measuring is dependent on how they're relating to the system that they're measuring.
So is the key there the indeterminism?
That's part of it, yeah.
Okay, so within that framework, what is a wave function collapse as we observe it? What's actually
That's
happening?
just some feature of the mathematics when you're dealing with isolated quantum systems, which you do not observe in the world.
That seems to be exactly what I was bringing up at the very, very beginning, that these are abstract concepts that are literally applied to reality in order to visualize them or conceptualize them in a certain language.
Well, no, hold on. This guy's breaking it down for me.
Wait, no. But is it not true that, at the very beginning of this, I pointed out that fractals are mathematical representations of phenomena in the real world, that they are just a visualization of an abstract language. We are imposing them upon these things. They don't exist in reality.
That's not what a fractal is. Not a representation at all. It's literally just an equation that has had color assigned to it, and the pattern.
It's a visual representation of math. I said this at the very beginning of our conversation. You're taking an abstract concept and you are applying it to reality. You're imposing it upon it. It doesn't exist in reality. It's abstract. It doesn't stand in causal relation to anything.
The thing is that, I'm talking specifically there about fractal geometry, which is a branch of geometry that goes into.
I understand that. I get that.
Hold on, there is genuine science behind why fractals tend to resemble physical things, right? And scientists have.
What are some examples of physical things that represent fractals?
I don't know, like waves on a beach. You see those in fractals.
I don't think
those can be expressed as a fractal.
The thing is, fractals look. This is a bit simplistic, but it still sort of gets it accurate at least. Fractals sort of quote unquote look the same at arbitrary scales. Like you can zoom in infinitely, and it's just going to keep looking the same. Waves on the beach don't look like that because if I zoom in far enough, I stop seeing waves and start seeing atoms.
Yeah, hold on. So that's it. Yeah, what you're saying there, because you weren't here at the start of the conversation, that's called.
I was listening though. I've been listening for about 35 minutes.
He's been in the live chat, dude.
That's the macro and micro interacting, right? That you see there, how it repeats itself slightly, not the same, but slightly. You see that. So instead of saying, "Oh, I zoom into a wave," and it's I don't see the wave. Fractal geometry isn't about answering that. It's about saying, why does that shape of the wave also resemble the shape in a snail's shell, the shape of a tornado, the shape of the Milky Way, and we see the pattern itself repeating. We don't see like the physical, tiny wave within a wave. Fractal geometry is about the pattern itself, right? Like you must get that. If you're into, like,
So reality has patterns. What's the point? What turns on that fact?
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that like that's what fractal geometry is about, dude.
Sure,
It's about why do these
understand what
patterns
fractal
repeat?
geometry is.
Why do they repeat on macro and micro scales? You know.
Well,
That's what
fractals are
fractal
mathematical
geometry is
concepts, and they repeat because that's just
once
the
again,
structure.
yes,
That's the structure of the
yes,
geometry.
fractal and fractal geometry, two very different things. You know.
Well,
Yeah.
fractals would be used in fractal geometry. That's like saying that there's a difference between vectors and vector analysis. Well, I mean, as like methods, of course, a vector is an object, and vector analysis is more of a mathematical method. But you talk about vectors in vector analysis, which is why that first word is there in the name of the mathematics.
Exactly. So wouldn't it slightly irk you if you were trying to talk about vector analysis and someone kept coming in and going, but it's like, it's the meeting point between two angles, and you're like, yeah, I know what a vector is, but I'm talking about.
Well, that's not what a vector is. A vector is just a mathematical
Yeah.
object that is characterized by magnitude and direction. I should point out, vectors don't exist in the physical world. So
Direction,
even though
and
we can use them to represent things in the world, vectors themselves are not physical. I can grant that maybe we can use fractals to represent things, but the fractals themselves are not physical. There's some sort of mathematical representation that corresponds to something physical, perhaps.
Okay, so how do you think perhaps? Because you're probably about to say what I'm going to say.
Well, I'm not really sure what instances fractals are like really used in physical science.
Well, you just said it. You just said.
Yeah, I said they could be. I didn't say that I thought that they were. Yeah, I just said that they could be, and I don't know what would turn on that fact. Why would that matter?
What are you basing that off?
What am I basing what off?
Saying like, yeah, they could be. You know, sometimes they're.
They could be in the sense that there's nothing strictly logically impossible about it. It could be the case that there's an alien species on the other side of the Milky Way galaxy. And I can say that because it's not strictly impossible that there is. But it's not a statement that there is, or a statement that it's even probable that there is. Just a statement that it's possible.
So hold on. When I say that you see the same patterns and repeat on micro and macro, that's actually like I'm talking straight out of my ass. Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying I don't think anything turns on that fact.
Not seeing the same value that you're applying to them.
Do you not see that that's what fractal geometry describes?
I'm not really sure that it is, but again, I just don't see. I can grant you that perhaps it does. What turns on that fact?
Well, so I said this earlier, but it's that fractal geometry at its core, like the mathematical equation is that what goes through any specific number, depending on like what prime it is, it either goes all the way up to like infinity, some ridiculously high number, or it drops to zero.
Huh?
Which is a key fundamental fact about life that we all know. You know, you can't have day without night. So
yeah, you can. If you didn't have a star, the planet would just be night. Yeah. Or if the planet was, say, tidally locked to its star, one side would always have day and would never have night, and one side would always be night and never be day.
Yes.
One side would also be cooking, and the other would be freezing.
But hold on, you still need day for there to be night. Otherwise, there's
no. You don't. You just need sunlight for there to be day, and you need no sunlight for there to be night.
Exactly.
That's what those words mean.
Exactly.
They just refer to whether or not we're being showered in the sun's electromagnetic radiation or not.
It's the same way that you can't have life without death.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can.
No, you can't.
In principle, lobsters are immortal.
You're not understanding. I think you're kind of looking at this in a very literal way. You're not actually hearing what I'm saying here. Is that like?
Yeah, I think that you're like speaking in some sort of like polemic way, but that it doesn't really capture the way the world actually works.
If nothing died, hold on, dude. If nothing died, there wouldn't be death. Like there wouldn't be a concept, and so there wouldn't be life.
Sure.
Like, people
yeah, there would. There would just be living things that don't die.
But people wouldn't call it life. There wouldn't be a word.
Yeah, we would, because life has a strict biological definition. If those biological things never died, there would be life that never dies.
No, but if there was no death, no one would ever say, like, no one would bring it up. Like, you know, death wouldn't be a thing. It would just be the
constant. Sure, yeah, you're right. Well, if the concept didn't exist, people wouldn't talk about the concept that doesn't exist.
But if it didn't exist, but we would talk about, like, what would it be like to not exist? We would still, if we existed eternally, we wouldn't talk about death. If we existed eternally, we wouldn't talk about death. We would talk about what it would be like to not exist. we do talk about the opposites. So we can still conceptualize about these things.
No,
I would very much like to get the conversation back to on topic.
One thing requires the other, though. Like these
No.
are like Reddit answers. We're like,
No,
This is
no,
just
no,
like the yin and yang philosophy.
Yeah, these are
you
these
can't
are
have
features
one
of-
without two, without
Tourists,
three, without
tourists,
four.
These are features without. These are features of language. Tourists, these are features of language which are subjectively derived and used to quantify and describe perceived reality. Okay, that's all that they are. They're binary terms.
You like,
up and down, left and right, forward and back.
Wouldn't have life without death. Like it's not a language thing. It's
We
like
wouldn't have life without the biochemical interactions that facilitate its existence, and the fact that biological systems.
Like a Redditor.
No, I'm not.
Like
we would not have life.
You gotta try to hear me on another level.
So we wouldn't have life. Life wouldn't exist without the biochemical interactions needed to facilitate its existence. And then the fact that biological systems break down over time and objects cease to function, that is what we call death, the cessation of life. So I want to get back to the fact that you have no rational justification to believe in a God. Can you at least acknowledge that?
No, I'd say it's agnosticism is the humble, the true path to admit one's own ignorance, and I think it's kind of hubris, which is what you're doing to proclaim atheism.
Why?
I'm both. When it comes, I've already explained this. When it comes to unfalsifiable God concepts, as far as knowledge goes, I can't know whether or not they are true or false currently. Okay, but currently there is no mechanism by which I could derivate that. So I am agnostic. I don't know.
Huh.
Nobody knows. But when it comes to belief, which is different as to whether or not they exist, I am not convinced that they do. So when it comes to unfalsifiable God concepts, I'm an agnostic atheist. When it comes to the entities that we know can't exist, like square circle gods, I would technically be Gnostic in that respect. I know they don't exist, but I'm also not convinced that they do. I don't believe that they do. So I'm technically a Gnostic atheist, just like you can have a Gnostic theist and an agnostic theist. An agnostic who does not know if a God exists or doesn't, but believes and is convinced that one does, even though they can't confirm that to anyone else. Belief and knowledge.
I think I have some issues with that, but that's ultimately neither here nor there. I am an atheist. I am convinced that there are no gods. And I would even say that with certain conceptions of God, I know that those gods don't exist.
That's the split between your strong atheism and weak atheism.
I don't distinguish between strong and weak. You're either an atheist or you're not. You either believe that gods don't exist or you don't. And if you don't, you're not an atheist.
I don't.
Just like you either believe God exists or you don't. And if you don't, you're not a theist.
I don't believe that they exist. So
Yeah,
I'm. Go ahead.
This is just, you cannot say, I'm a non-rapist rapist,
What does that
you're
even
using
mean?
this weird
What?
paradox. You're saying I'm an agnostic atheist. One thing implies that you're not the other.
No, it doesn't.
I mean, I think I agree with that to some extent, but I think that it's neither here nor there. Honestly, I don't think that really. I just think that that's not really the point that's being made. It's sort of tangential.
It is. You have to.
Because
say,
I mean, yes, I agree. Agnosticism is itself a
Yeah,
doxastic attitude, like atheism is, and you can't hold two doxastic attitudes on the same proposition simultaneously. I get where you're coming from, but I think that's a technicality that's not relevant to the broader point that's being made.
No, I'm making a point directly against the term agnostic atheist, which you agree with. It sounds like.
Yeah, but I'm more interested in what the actual point that's being made is, rather than
you do agree
certain
with me.
linguistic technicalities.
Hold on, because you do agree with me there that you can't be saying that those two things just contradict each other.
Well, I don't know if I would use the word contradiction. I would say that maybe I'm not sure what that's supposed to capture, but I mean, trivially, I agree with you.
5 seconds ago, you were making a very strong case against it. So just make that case again.
Well, yeah, I said that I at least don't understand what it would mean for somebody to hold the two doxastic states or two doxastic attitudes simultaneously.
So, if I were to bring this up, okay, the best way it could be described, okay, knowledge and belief. An agnostic atheist lacks belief in
I think
gods.
this is a really bad chart. But knowledge and belief wouldn't be two different axes because knowledge is a subset of belief.
subset in that respect, but speaking to things that we can demonstrate to be the case and speaking to things that we are convinced of, the fundamental underlying properties of how we derive each. So in that respect,
Well, what does it mean to be convinced of something? To think it's true with 100% certainty, or just to think that it's true?
To be
like,
convinced that
nominally?
to be convinced that it's true.
Okay, so to believe it.
Yeah, to believe it, to be convinced that a proposition is true, either via evidence or argumentation or a combination of the two.
Okay, so hold on. You say you have evidence when you say you believe there is no God, based on what
Yes.
you just said.
I would make that claim. Absolutely, yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So what's the evidence?
The number
What
one
kind of God are we talking about? Are we talking about like some classically theistic notion of God
No,
that's
this is what I mean, dude.
omnipotent, omnibenevolent?
Hang on, hang on a
that's
second,
morally
Leo,
perfect?
Leo,
Go
hold
ahead.
up. Hang on. The best evidence that I would point out if asking me this question is that the universe looks exactly how we would expect it to look if there was no telos behind it.
As in, wait, you know the answer to the theory of everything? You like because
No, I'm saying the universe as we observe it right now, biological systems, the systems
has
of
a giant
whatever, like this,
question
all of
mark
this.
in it.
Exactly. It is. If there were no intentionality behind if there was no telos behind anything, this is what it would like. Nothing was intended. That things are a result of natural processes and nothing else.
Okay.
This is exactly what it would look like if that were the case.
But once again, you fall back on what caused the Big Bang, what caused the original wave.
Inflation caused the Big Bang. So what's your point?
You're not addressing what I'm bringing
Inflation.
up.
Hold
My
on,
best,
inflation.
Yes.
the number one evidence that I would bring up is that if it were the case that there was no mind behind it, that the universe and everything within it is a result of naturally occurring, unguided natural processes. That's it. This universe, the way it looks, the way with what we observe, is exactly what we would expect
sure.
to see.
So if I'm asking you, I'm saying, fine, within that framework, let's roll back the clock.
Okay, I don't need to.
What collapsed the original? Or what,
I don't need to because it's a question mark.
So you don't know.
Of course I don't know.
Well, but there is an answer to his
hold on,
question.
but
That's
you
the
said-
thing.
you
Like,
said
we know
you
what
began
caused
by
the Big
saying-
Bang. That was inflation. If you want to ask, well, what caused inflation? It's a stochastic process. It doesn't need a cause in any strict sense of the term. So that just puts to rest that whole argument.
Hold on.
What now? Like,
Inflation
I'm
implies.
kind of curious, tourist.
What's up,
the
dude?
point? What's the point about asking about the Big Bang?
Well, no, hold on. I'll say why. But hold
No,
on.
I'm trying to find out why.
You got to let me speak, though. Yeah.
I have to let you speak. This is interesting.
Yeah. If you want me to answer,
How many words have I uttered so far?
you asked me a question.
Yes.
Yeah.
So your speaking is gonna be
Yeah, I'm
answering
gonna
my
answer
question.
it. Yeah.
Oh,
exactly.
okay. Go for it.
Well done, buddy. Yeah. So what I was saying to JL was that you brought that up under the guise of this is evidence that I know God doesn't exist, and then when I say, okay, so if you roll that back, what's going on there, and you just say I don't know, and that's supposed to be my evidence is I don't know. Like, come on, we being fucking for real.
So the entire point you're going on is. and
Why don't you let JL speak for himself, buddy? Like,
I'm asking you what you're doing. See,
like
I've
I just
explained
said,
myself sufficiently.
you brought it up. You
I
said
don't
this was
need to go to
evidence.
the no, tourist.
You said it was
No,
evidence.
tourist, be quiet. I'm muting you right now because you need to understand this. I don't need to make a statement about areas of cosmology or physics, whatever, that we don't have direct answers for, which is where you're driving this conversation into.
atheism
That
doesn't
is-
commit you to those
Okay.
kinds of the answers to those
Yeah,
questions.
exactly. Atheism itself, the position of being an atheist, does not logically entail me holding to any particular scientific or philosophical position. Okay,
Well, no,
so
you said there was
so-
evidence.
no,
That's all
so
all-
all I have for evidence is what I have access to, correct?
yes,
And we have access to the universe, correct?
not all of it, but like
Yeah,
the
but to a degree of the universe. So
Enough of it.
enough of it. So given on my understanding of the universe and what we have access to, I can logically infer from there that if it were the case that no such entity existed with any intentionality behind anything, these are a result of natural forces, natural unguided processes, then what would the universe look like? The universe would look exactly like we're in right now. I don't need to go to areas that don't have answers in order to like justify my position.
Yeah, but once again, you're saying there that this natural process took place. This resembles something that could have taken place without a god. So then when I ask, okay, so what did take place at a fundamental original level? And you say, I don't know.
I don't
That's
know,
what
but
you-
it was most likely naturalistic. It's logically possible that it was naturalistic, isn't it?
Based on
Of course,
what?
it's possible.
Is it logically possible that it was entirely naturalistic? Let me ask you this: is it logically possible that no God exists? That there are no gods? These are mental constructs. Humans made them up. Is that possible?
Yeah, we don't know.
No. Is it logically possible?
It's outside. Like once again, it's outside of logic. Like
No, it's not. It's not outside of logic. I'm asking you: is there a contradiction in these entities not existing?
I'm not talking about Thor. I'm talking about the prime mover.
He didn't ask you about Thor. Is there a logical contradiction in the phrase "God does not exist"? Does that statement entail any sort of logical contradiction?
It does, yeah.
What's the contradiction?
Well, you're naming something and saying it doesn't exist,
So we can do that all the time. I can say unicorns don't exist. Are you saying that because I can name what a unicorn is, that how they exist?
I mean, I could technically rephrase what he said. I could technically rephrase what he said. I could say, God does not exist as a concrete entity.
Yeah.
How about that? Is there any logical contradiction there?
Who's saying that, though? Who's saying God's like a physical
I am.
dude?
I'm saying God does not
Well,
exist
concrete doesn't mean physical in the I mean, I think it does, but broadly in metaphysics, concrete does not entail that something is physical.
So God does not exist as a concrete entity. I can say that. Is there any logical contradiction there?
Hold on.
Is there any contradiction in that statement?
Hold on.
By concrete, he just means stands in causal relations. God causes things to happen, even if he's not physical. God causes things to happen. He's concrete.
It wouldn't be a he, though,
Whatever.
I didn't even
frequently
denote.
use the word he in the English world to denote God. We're just speaking within the confines of our language.
I'm pretty sure that Tourist knows where we're going with this. There is no logical contradiction in the statement. God does not exist as a concrete entity. There's no logical contradiction there or entailed by that statement. It is logically possible that no God or gods exist. That these are all entirely abstract concepts that human beings made up to explain shit we didn't understand at the time.
You don't know that.
But it is logically possible.
It's not logically possible.
Okay, so where is the contradiction in this? What contradiction is entailed by the statement, God does not exist as a concrete entity?
Well, you'd have to say, what are you basing that off?
No. That's
All right.
not how this works.
So I'm sorry. Tourist, I'm sorry. The chat's getting fed up with it. I'm getting fed up with it. I am done with this Jordan Peterson bullshit. We're not doing it anymore. We're not doing well, what do you mean by that?
Well, JL, what does it mean for something to be logically impossible?
Okay, so here we go. Well, you have somebody else who's in the back. Chrono is in the back. I want to make sure that they can hear me okay, that my audio is coming through. There was a lot of back chatter in the private chat. Let's try to keep the back chatter to a minimum so they're not so distracting. But Chrono, if you're here, you can come up on stage. You don't have to be on camera. So, but if you have an argument or some evidence you'd like to present, we'd like to hear it. If you're here to defend the position that a God exists or something of that nature. So, yeah, we're doing it one at a time so that people don't get steamrolled. Chrono.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You're coming in good.
All right. Well, I put it in the chat a little bit above, and so I don't want to. Hold on, let me mute Discord real fast.
I'm sorry, it's totally off topic. I'm not going to let myself get frustrated by the Jordan Peterson nonsense. He knew exactly where we're going with that. There's no logical contradiction. We're good to go. So, going back to it, let's get a fresh person up.
Yes. So tell me, I apologize. I only found you on Discord, and tell me quickly if this type of argument I'm going to make is something that you don't want to, or you think it's totally false, etc. About whatever. I'm not going to make the argument directly for a God. I'm actually kind of on your side of that, right? I come from this side of evolutionary theory describes most of everything that we see. But in the side, I say, I still make an argument, even as a non-believer. I was raised religious, but as a non-believer, I defend religion for a couple reasons. So first, I'll make like the survivor argument, right? Is that every single society that we've seen survive, right? A survivorship bias, right? Everyone that has survived and has given us written records that we can look at has had some type of a religion or spirituality to them. Mostly it's actually a religion, right? And so when I say spirituality, I'm like extending to the extremes of societies that we have written records for. But almost every single one of them has some kind of religion or spiritual driving factor to them. So I would say that's point number one. There's a survivorship bias here. Only religious societies seem to survive. We don't have any non-religious, non-God believing societies in any of our written record anyway.
Sure we do.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
The Paraha people of the Amazon do not have any concept of a god within their lexicon. They were introduced to the concept by white explorers.
Okay, the Praha people
The Paraha
of the Amazon.
And they're not the only ones.
Okay, can you give me a bigger example?
They're going to be.
Or is it going to be that in smaller?
No, it doesn't matter. They're cultures that still exist today. That
But
have long been around. So,
Okay.
Are you talking about Are you talking about like civilization to a particular degree? But these concepts are not
Yes.
universal. They're passed on from generation to generation.
Yes, because for example, the written record of people in the Amazon, how long is that? What is the history of that?
We don't need to. We just need access to
history.
their people.
The history of people coming out of the Amazon is maybe 400, 500 years, right? I'm talking about the history of civilization.
They are a
10,000,
civilization.
Okay, but do you understand what I'm saying? I'm sorry, I don't want to be too. I want to just have a conversation. I don't want me to have too much of an argument necessarily, but I'm talking about the history of civilization. 10,000 years, Egypt, Mesopotamia, everything in China, in Europe, everything there, right? All of it, all of what we call civilization, all of society.
Going back to Mesoamerica, I get it. Yeah.
I'm talking.
Going back to Mesopotamia.
Because this would be your thinking of the
calm down.
Apology.
Going back to Mesopotamia, I got it. This traces back to like primal animism, like 100,000 years ago. So what?
Well, what I'm saying is that as much as I assume you would use evolution as a general description of reality, I'm using evolution as well to say this is for some reason within evolution, all of the societies that actually maintained themselves and then grew to what we call civilization now, they all of them had some kind of a god figure, some kind of religion to them. I told you at the outset, I'm not necessarily a God believer, but if we're going to say God has no meaning, and then the only thing you can cite to me is a little tribe in the Amazons, I think you're a little fucked on the evidence side.
No, I think the claim is that God has no meaning. I think it's, well, at least for me, it's that gods don't exist. But
yeah,
I could grant that throughout most of human history, civilizations have had religious institutions and beliefs in gods. I'm not sure what turns on that fact. That doesn't somehow make theism true. And I would argue it doesn't even raise, or at least even remotely significantly raise, the probability of the truth of theism.
Yeah, that's what we're going after, is like why people, like the justification behind why people believe these concepts to be the case. Now, I understand, and I will be the first to agree, and I have talked about it at length on streams like this, that I recognize the survival mechanism of uniting people underneath the banner of a common belief. I've acknowledged that many times on my streams, that bringing people together and convincing them of a common idea or a common belief can motivate them. It can encourage them. It can tribal cohesion, bonding. It makes them more efficient in completing tasks. It makes them more vigorous when defending their resources. it has survival utility. Okay, but that survival utility is relegated to a time when survival was a weekly, if not daily, struggle. Okay, when making sure that children didn't die in childbirth was a common thing, was like an extreme worry, that because 30% of children died in childbirth naturally. So I understand the mechanism it serves for a society, or it has in the past. It doesn't serve that purpose anymore. All it serves now is reinforcing tribalistic delusions as to why one group is better than the other.
I definitely don't agree that that's only what it serves now. In fact, if I was to say the main, it's hard to say all the main purposes because it's so influenced in all of our lives, in even in our non-believers' lives. If if most of us are from the West or things like, even the morals that we believe, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm sure you've heard that argument 1,000 times. But even now, actually, sorry, 1 second. I need to. I lost my point when I was saying that. It'll come back to me in 1 second. I apologize.
Well, you mentioned the moral thing, and that just comes down to evolutionary game theory. These are things that we figured out in our earliest tribalistic days, and eventually developed the ability to write them down and codify them into what we call laws, and then reinforce those laws as if they came from some sort of super entity that was going to paddle you if you broke them. That's all they were.
But now I think we're kind of seeing what is actually the strength of religion in certain ways, which is what I would say it binds a moral code over time, which is something that there's no other system that you could really justify a way to do that.
Secular humanism.
What is the binding? What binds that?
Oh, actually, I would just say
what
humanism.
binds that morality over time?
Hang on. I would just say humanism. What binds it? The fact that we are all human.
I don't, but there's no bind. The only binding thing between all humans, as far as I can see, is that we're selfish. Like,
no, is that we're all the same species.
We have nature.
That we're all the. Hang on a sec, Chrono. That we're all the same species, and as a result of that, are entitled to the exact same rights, respects, protections, and privileges as afforded to everyone else in society. We are all one human society.
Just a quick aside on that point. It's also not true that humans are like intrinsically selfish, or that things like greed or racism or bigotry or xenophobia, that these things are intrinsic to humans. This has been studied extensively. None of those things are intrinsic to human. All of them are learned behaviors.
Yep.
Chrono, quick thought for you. See,
sure.
It looks like you're looking for some kind of stability that you can depend on there, right? Now, I can understand you'd think this might be a virtue, but take a look at what various religions in proposing such groundings have put on the table, and you would be stuck with, right? So let's just take Christianity, for instance, and all its underlying baggage, going back to the Pentateuch, where the institution of slavery is perfectly fine. Now, you see, you would be stuck with that. You see, that's the thing. So you want something that's solid. But what happens when the thing that you have that's solid has a giant turd in it?
Well, that's a great thing to say, because religion has managed to some religions finagle their way around this, right, and like change their ways. But we're not gonna. Are we gonna criticize all religions equally? Because I'm not here to make the argument that the Christian God is true. I'm here to make the argument that religion in general is a positive factor, a positive force in society. And so I can understand where I can look around the world and say, well, that's what my own statement is false if I apply it in the country of Iran or Afghanistan, right? Something like this. Like, if the religion itself is very poison, in some way, but I'm judging, right? Even if you guys from a atheist type perspective must understand, right, that all of these perspectives are subjective, right? They're right. How can I in the West? And this is not my main argument. I'm just making a side point. How can I in the West make a criticism on why it's bad to throw gay people off of roofs if that is if that is happening, right? If that is a thing in a certain religion.
Because you value humans. You could say that because you value gay humans. You might think that being gay doesn't somehow make you less deserving of rights, freedoms,
Right.
or the ability to live and survive in a society comfortably and meaningfully in ways that allow you to openly express yourself like everybody else gets to do. And so targeting people for something as trivial as being gay is therefore something that shouldn't be a part of our societies. And from that, you derive your opposition to it.
So, if I may ask you, Chrono, in Christianity, who is the out group?
Non-believers, I would
Right.
guess.
And in Islam, who is the out group?
Non-believers.
Right. In humanism, who is the out group?
That I'm not as educated on. I'm not.
There isn't one. There isn't one. Because we're all human. We're all members of the same species. And as such, and as members of the same species, capable of reason and thought and compassion and experience and empathy and emotion, we are all deserving equally of the same rights and protections as everyone else. That's the foundational idea, humanism. So, if there's no out group, and there's out groups in the religious one that result that you talk about the positive things that religions do, they do the positive things for their in groups, while rejecting those positive things for their out groups. Like the woman in, I believe, in Texas recently, or I can't remember what state she was in, and this just happened recently, who is currently suing her local hospital because she was in the middle of an ectopic pregnancy, which had become life-threatening, and they would not help her in an emergency situation because they're Catholic.
I think that was Texas.
And so she lost, I believe she lost her fertility. She can no longer have kids as a result of that. So it saved her life barely. Her life managed to be saved, but they denied her care when she needed it.
Well, let's be specific about what they did. They denied her an abortion that was requisite to saving her life, which they were able to manage to do without doing it because of the draconian anti-abortion laws in states like Texas. So, and again, it's just another aside, but I find it funny that the people, and I'm not associating any of this to you specifically, Chrono. This is just me kind of just talking.
Sure.
There's a lot of people out there that claim to be pro-life and that this motivates them wanting anti-abortion laws. The same ones that then make it so a woman can't have children again, something else those people want more women to do. How pro-life are you when you want to make women infertile because of your laws, while at the same time wanting more women to have more children?
Right.
Well, I think there's a lot of biasing and poisoning of the narrative here. I think
there's no poisoning of the narrative. I can literally bring it up.
Or maybe that was me misspeaking, but I think that the pro-abortion. I'm not here to make a big stance on either side of the abortion argument, but I think to frame it as if one side of this argument is clearly in the right is wrong.
Well, one side of the argument is clearly in the right.
No, I don't.
One side of the argument wants to restrict what it is governments can do with respect to telling people how to live their lives, and the other wants to use the government to dictate to women that anytime they become pregnant, they are now legislatively obligated. They are legally forced to give birth to the child. Well, I think that's an egregious overreach of centralized state power, something conservatives always complained that they don't like, but have no problem using when people live their lives in ways they don't agree with.
Okay. And I know this was not originally about a fucking abortion thing, but can you even steelman the position of your opponent here on the abortion? What is the pro-life as they
that abortion is murder and therefore should be made illegal?
But what is their real thinking about it? Why do they
That
think
abortion
that?
is murder and therefore it
Yeah.
should be illegal.
That abortion is literally murder, and that it should, and as murder, it should be made illegal.
What? But why
That's
do they
their
think
position.
that? Why do they think
Because
that?
they think
It's a human being and you're killing
Yeah.
a human being, which is what murder is. At
They
least
think-
in the sense
they
that it's
think they
unjustified.
equate they draw an equivalence between a zygote and a fully formed human being like myself. That there is no difference between a zygote, an embryo, and like me sitting here in this chair talking to you right now.
Okay, then we're here doing like a little bit of thinking, deeper thinking, a little philosophy.
Not
So,
really, because it's actually really
yeah.
simple. Okay, hold on a sec.
Yeah,
Can I
well,
hang on a sec? No, hang on, Chrono. Can I freeze a baby for 20 years and then thaw it out and have it be viable? Can I do that?
no, as far as I know, you cannot.
Can I do that with an embryo?
20 years, as far
Yes.
as I know, no, you
Yes,
cannot.
yes, you can. The actual the oldest known viable frozen embryo, and I believe is 27. I think so, but I'm gonna double check. I'm double checking it.
Mhm. I'd
Um,
be willing to believe you.
It was born on Thaddeus Daniel Pierce was born in Ohio in July 2025 after the embryo had been in storage for over 11,100 days.
Okay.
Held in
Jesus Christ.
Held in storage, and then you have the embryo. Yeah, held in storage. Oh, the previous known record was
That's
held
the
by
embryo. It's not seeded, right?
I said embryo. I said
Right.
so, but the Catholic Church is going to say that an embryo is equivalent to a fully formed human being. The embryo is equal to a baby.
Well,
I
don't know if they would
I'm
say
not
that
here
it's
to
like
argue for the Catholic
equal
Church.
to a human being,
Can't
just
we-
that it represents a unique human life.
Can
And
we-
in virtue of that, it's murder.
I'm even willing to accept your guys' argument because I understand. Believe me, I'm not
Right.
coming from a religious side necessarily, but I'm pushing back because I think some of your guys' things you're saying are way the hell out there. So let me push back with the simple question, right? So we understand. We could all agree. Okay, 3. It's a zygote. It's just a thing. It's just cells. Once the baby is born, if the mother cannot care for it, should it still be allowed to be killed?
No,
No, because
Why not? And why not? Why?
because it's a baby.
because
it's out of the womb.
now it has a life. Now
no. Hold up. There's a differentiation. We have a marked differentiation between an autonomous agent. Yes, a baby still
a zero
requires-
baby is not an autonomous agent.
Chrono, hang on a sec. A
Sorry.
baby is a separate agent from its mother. Okay,
It can't
And at
live
a
on
certain-
its own.
and it's no, but they don't need the mother to survive.
They
they're not
need the
dependent-
mother to survive.
No, they're not dependent upon the mother. They're dependent upon another agent taking care of it. Yes, but it's
Okay.
not like when the feed. It's not like when the zygote or the embryo are biologically connected to the mother.
Mhm.
Okay,
Mhm.
so it's not like that. They're fundamental differentiation, which is why third trimester abortions are performed only up to a certain point and only in the event of extreme threat to the mother's life, and typically when the fetus is completely inviable, like a stillbirth, or something has gone wrong, or extreme genetic defect. Women who carry their babies up to the 9th month, those women are not intending on aborting their children.
Exactly.
It's
If a woman, and I wanted to say, if I may, that if a woman can't take care of a child, she should be allowed to not have one, such that if she ends up pregnant, she can terminate the pregnancy, so she doesn't end up giving birth to a whole human being she can't take care of.
and just dumping it in a trash can. Okay, because she's so terrified to tell her parents or go to the doctor, or her religion will shame her for it. No, we have a protected space that can medically induce an abortion in the earliest stages within, I would say we need longer than 6 weeks, but nonetheless, therefore there's no threat to her body. It's minimally invasive, and it protects her life and her fertility for when she can take care of children, when she does want them, when she wants to establish her life. Okay. Just because someone has sex, and all of this, and I will say that all this is a result of like religions completely weirded out, fucked up, patriarchal, puritanical views on sex. Because sex is so ooey. It's not. It's just fucking sex. This weird relationship that a lot of believers have with sex, like it's this sacred thing. It's not. Animals be doing all that right now, as you and I are speaking. Trillions of organisms out there are fucking, as we speak. Like likely right now, there's likely a couple, two human beings within like 500 feet of you that are fucking as we speak. It's not the sacred thing that people are thinking about. Okay.
Okay, I'm not. Obviously, I don't have that view of sacred sex being sacred or anything like that. But so then, would both of you on the other side here agree with me that, let's say, at 20 weeks, if you're after 20 weeks, if it is not a health emergency to your life, aborting that baby would be bad. Like no.
I do not agree. I think there should be absolutely no limits on when a woman can get an abortion
until it's born.
And the reason why I say that, JL has already stated, because any woman who carries a baby for 8 months is planning on having the baby. Right. A woman who carries a baby for 4 months is probably planning on having a baby, barring some sort of medical emergency. If a women are not just going to, I'm going to get an abortion, but I'm going to wait 6 months. Nobody does that. So if a woman's going to get an abortion, it's going to be in the first 20 weeks, and it is in 98% of instances. So there's just no reason for putting any sort of hard limits, because nobody's getting abortions past wherever anybody would put those limits anyway.
You're not making any sense. You're not making any sense.
Yes, buddy. I am making
sense. Chrono, hang on a sec, guys. Chrono, he's going off of the statistics. A woman who carries a child to 8 months, okay, or you said 20 weeks, so was that 5 months? That woman, statistically speaking, when interviewed across all women who are 5 months pregnant, they are like 98% of the time are intending on bringing that child to term.
Exactly.
And they will only give that child up in the event of a health emergency that threatens their own life.
Which I put that right into the example.
But guess what?
Yeah, you did.
Can't say, but you're making this weird ass argument like, well, what if a woman carries a fetus for like 6 months or 7 months and just like, oh, you know what? I've carried it for 7 months. I'm done. I don't want it anymore. And just abortion. Humans
that just doesn't happen.
That doesn't happen.
Well, that's why I'm confused on what are you guys arguing against? Because
there should be no limits on when a woman can get an abortion. That's what I'm arguing.
No, you guys put your statements forward, and both of you just made them clear, which should make this argument very easy, right? All that I said to you was that if after 20 weeks if it's a health emergency, that's fine. We'll give them an exception. But if after 20 weeks there is no health emergency, should we consider that a bad thing? That was the question that I asked you.
Nope, and I said no, and then I explained why my answer was no.
No.
So even after, then what is the point you're making? Because you're saying even after 20 weeks, they can abort for no reason at all.
They can, and they should be allowed, allowed to. But the chances of that,
after 5 months, they can abort for no reason at all.
The chances, I just said that's cool. They can do that, but the chances of any woman actually doing that are just extraordinarily small. I just don't care.
But even then,
there should be no limits on when a woman's
women, right? Even then, it's really important to point out, as Hose of the Demon points out in my side chat, in my live chat, that's not for you to decide. That's for her to decide. So you don't get a say in that. That's her body.
Okay. I can understand that.
I've got kind of an overarching question here.
Or their body, I should say their body.
We've come to a number of different topic changes along the way, and while you're saying you're not necessarily holding to a particular position on a number of things, the topic arc sure seems to follow. How did we come from whether or not religion is good as far as trying to give a supposed grounding to our interactions to this?
Well, I forget exactly how
it kind of shifted from that into morality, and then
how we found ourselves down that slide. I did call it out. I said we're getting far away from the discussion, but I just wanted to follow the discussion where it was fun. I'm happy to get right back on topic. Apologize.
Okay, but I do want to point something out. So Robin Hood is in my side is in the private chat talking. He's not up on stage. pointed out that third trimester abortions are common and disgusting in, I guess, the UK and Germany. Abortion statistics: England and Wales, late-term elective abortion susceptibility. Let me see. So no. Third trimester abortions, 24 weeks gestation or later, are extremely rare in the UK. They account for significantly less than 0.1% of all abortions performed. Over 90% of abortions take place in the first trimester, under 12 weeks. There are laws, like that, but just going to the statistics alone,
right, because it's sorry to interrupt.
going
Do you
to the
mind
statistics alone,
Roger.
it's not uncommon. It's like I said, it's 0.1%, and that's going off of the UK UK government's own statistics. So not worrying about that one, just addressing that. It's not a part of this conversation. Chrono, just relax. So, and Better Than Ever, good to see you. Doombase as well, good to see you as well. A bunch of new people that popped in. Spam Goes Here, good to see you as well. And Kalyana, good to see you as well. Appreciate y'all being in. Ryan Murphy, good to see you. Just want to say hi to the people in the live chat. Now, to the discussion, going back to where we started on this. Chrono. And Josiel, I see you in the back there. Give me one sec, because I want to make sure we don't overstack the stage. I recognize the survival utility in religious concepts, the survival utility that they once held. I have no problem with that. People believe a bunch of stuff that helped them to get through a day. And I killed Earl, good to see you as well. Sorry, and so that's pretty much that. What I argue against religion is on the scope that the in-group, out-group distinctions that they come with fundamentally, the believer versus non-believer. I'm judging you differently because you are not convinced of a proposition like I am. Is number one, ridiculous. Is completely emotionally based. There's no rationalism to that at all. And that they do more harm than good, even though they can be used for good. It's a limited good because the good is limited to only those that they accept. So therefore, it's not as good as it could be, like a humanist group that allows equal opportunity for everybody, or equal access to everybody. So they are harmful. And there are systems in place that are non-religious, that are non-spiritual based, that are far more beneficial to society. That's where we can go with this, because a humanist position is far better than any kind of theological or theist position. So, from that point on, since you're not really a believer, you don't really hold to the existence of any kind of a god or gods. God, I got the hiccups all of a sudden. So, beyond the utility that you see, which I don't think exists anymore, where are we going from here?
I think the utility does exist, even still. And I guess I would say, if you don't mind me asking, I'm sorry to ask a basic, but just so I fully understand, what is the humanist perspective? I'm not trying to derail.
I'd like to actually address since you're wondering about the humanist, I'm just going to point out the other side before you're worried about what humanism supposedly offers. The other side offers honor killings. How many places support honor killings? How many of those do we see where acid attacks are perfectly justifiable?
Do Christians support honor killings?
Oh, no. So you're talking about religion in general here. Now, see, if I can go down religion, I could start picking apart the Westboro Baptist Church. I could start really picking enemies. Don't worry, but I'm going to pick a few star items for you. Because as soon as you green light one, you're green lighting all. And if you want to try,
I don't think that's true.
I know. Then you're going down the Ian Hersey Ali route, and that just becomes a different level of toxic. So we've got honor killings. We've got LGBTQ being thrown off of rooftops, disowned by their family. Let's assume we're not even restricting ourselves to what is what looks like a straight case of murder. How about just the people who are ostracized by their families, completely outcast and left on their own? How about those who are so abandoned that they end up committing suicide because of it? What
about the psychological? What about the physiological and psychological torture that comes with things like conversion camps?
Yeah, let's just say I'm just highlighting this now. I'm not looking to have you address them all. I'm putting it on the table to show there's a litany of this, and you greenlight one, and before you know it, the next one's going to creep up on you.
There could be there's no honor killings that could ever happen. Oh, is that because we're using language in the word of honor to say that if you had no religion, you could not do the same devious acts?
Huh?
I don't think that's
Wait, devious by whose metric?
Well, by I guess anyone who can claim that honor killings are devious by those acts, by those people's standards.
Wait, what?
Do you understand what I'm saying? You're remove the word honor killing. I'm saying because I know that's where you're going to have problems with me. But are you saying that people who had no religion never did as similar acts? I have a wide
What is a similar?
study.
What is a similar
I
act? Give me a sample.
well. Like, do you know the skinning of heads that was happening in when we encountered the natives of America, when we came and colonized the West, as they would say,
So we're talking.
that
We're talking.
they were not skinning each other's heads and shit, like with no religion that you could cite.
So we're talking about what one particular group is doing to an invading group.
No, what I'm saying is that evil happens regardless of religion.
Well,
Sure.
no, hold up. Actions that you call evil do occur. There are actions that that humans subjectively say, oh, I find that to be evil. I find that to be good. This is entirely relative, entirely subjective to each individual. So what?
Well, you're trying as far as, and correct me if I'm wrong here. I'm not trying to make a straw man or anything like that, but it sounds to me like you're trying to portray as though we can indict all of religion. We can equate the Christians with the Muslims, with every other. We can equate them all and indict the entire system as long as we can pick out evil acts that it has done in some way. And
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all.
That's what I thought the other guy was saying.
I'm pointing out, and we are pointing out that there are in-group, out-group distinctions.
That's your point. I don't think that's what
there
he was
are
saying.
because the in-group, out-group is foundational to the belief system. There are believers and there are non-believers.
Mhm.
The non-believers do not get access like the believers do, and the believing group can cast judgment and deny resources to the non-believers simply because they are non-believers.
But that
that
work
is
either way.
fundamentally that is harmful. And yes,
That's just
non-believers.
groups.
No, hold up. Exactly right. Humanism doesn't do that.
No, but it would by its nature.
It doesn't.
Would.
It doesn't because it recognizes that we're all human. That's it.
Then what is what? If you sorry, this was a thing I asked before because I did want to clarify. I don't want to fight straw men. I apologize. I don't want to.
Okay.
If you don't mind, if you could tell me what exactly is your description? What is humanism?
Okay.
We're all humans. Everyone is equal. What is the thinking?
All right.
I apologize. I don't want to.
No, not a problem. Humanism in and of itself is a philosophical and ethical stance that emphasizes the value, agency, and potential of human beings. Okay, word for word, it focuses on relying on reason, science, and human experience to understand the world and solve problems, rather than adhering to religious dogma or supernatural beliefs. The underlying principle of humanism is that we are all people, and we are capable of reason and empathy and logic, and we have experiences, and we have subjective experiences, and we're capable of all these things. Okay.
Okay.
And as such, we are all equal. This is the thing that unites every single member of our genus on this planet. We're human. We're the same species. We all have experiences. We have emotions. We can logic. We can reason. We can believe. We have imagination. We have interpersonal, all that stuff. It all unites us. And as such, united under that banner, we are all deserving of the same rights, privileges, and protections by the law as everyone else. That's the underlying feature. Okay. What do we all have in common? And what does that commonality, what can we justify with that commonality? Great. Equal representation and protection under the law, because we are all human, regardless of your orientation or your gender or your belief or whatever. All those things that are like secondary and tertiary to simply being a human.
You seem like someone who is a study of history. Are you?
A bit, yeah. I mean,
so I'm curious. it's a fine. Believe me, I have no problems with the outset of the ideology. I just feel like it has no interaction with reality, and so history shows us that violence is a part of everything, and the only thing that you can own or even claim is true is what you can defend with violence. And maybe science in our recent years could give us a little off throw of that. Be like, no, even no, even though they killed him here and there, what he said was true. But that that matters maybe in the future somewhere. But it certainly doesn't matter for what society is. And violence always win these things. Violence. Would you at least agree with me?
Okay.
Right at that
Yeah.
level before I go
well,
on to my.
Yeah,
further analysis?
I'm ready to interact because see, this is my wheelhouse. If we want to go to violence, it's my wheelhouse. So we're talking about basically the monopoly on violence. So rather than having an in-group, out-group, this is the ultimate Mexican standoff. So rather than just trying to create little tribes, we're here making sure no one creates the tribes to take advantage of the other. So now we've got the overarching body to protect the collective of all. So violence is basically your right to extend your fist ends at my face. So humanism, by that same token, allows people to live their own lives, period. It's not a question about imposing anything else. See, when you talk about like violence, what do you need violence for? If everyone's living their lives, the only thing you need to do is stop people from imposing on other people. That's what is being gotten rid of in that picture.
Okay.
Remember, Chrono, I'm adding to this. Remember, in a system where we all recognize that we are all equally represented and we're all equally protected by the law, that there are no limitations on this, then there are no groups that can dictate that one group can have something over another group because of some arbitrary distinction. Okay? We can literally say like we have equal protection. That means that people in the legal system have equal rights to go after what they have or protect themselves, whatever. Okay, the laws would still be in place to protect people from like interpersonal conflicts. You're going to have disagreements on various things, but the legal system, the society itself, the foundation of it is not going to be based on favoring one group over another or
Hey,
acknowledging.
JL, point of moderation real quick. Can we get
Yeah.
rid of the casual racism in the private chat?
Yeah, that's not going to work, Robin Hood. We kind of can't have that crap. So, just like not.
Like, even if he was just like trolling and being douchey, it's still like that was
So,
just straightforward casual racism.
So I'm trying to get this back on point because I understand that there's utility. I never said that religious systems have zero utility. They have utility for the people that adhere to them. And the problem is when those groups and the massive conflicts that we have is a result of one group telling another group that they are invalid or taking away resources that people need. If it's recognized that everybody requires equal access to resources in order to survive, and we can back that up with the government behind it, then we won't have groups taking resources from other groups, or we won't have people taking resources from the people that they don't need.
More specific.
I'm trying to get to the point. I understand, like the whole point of the conversation. I understand what you were trying to say, that these things do have some utility. I'm pointing out that they only have real utility for the people that adhere to them. I want utility for all, equal across the board. Okay, so how does the Catholic Church, does the Catholic Church-backed hospital help a woman who needs an abortion?
I'm not gonna use your example. I would say that you yourself are the benefit of Christian society, even though you don't believe in it. To a non-believer, you are the benefit.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not a benefit. No, I'm not.
Yes.
No, because they couldn't. No, it's not.
Can I give an example?
No, hang on, Leo. Chrono. This country that we live in. The United States is not a Christian nation. It is a It is a nation that favors Christianity because that's the bulk of the population. But the foundation of this nation is not Christian. Is not Christianity.
How do you
back up the? I'm not done.
Sure.
The laws that the moral, like proclamations of Christianity, were taken from Judaism. They in turn took them from Zoroastrianism. They in turn took them from prior systems before that, all the way back to the Code of Hammurabi. So no, this is not Christianity cornering the market on what is moral. It just happens to be what's most prevalent in the West.
Well, and
So,
we can
no.
see how the morality of Christianity evolved over the last 1,000 years. But I mean, I do think that there was, I mean, I'm not going to say that it's necessarily happening today, but I do think that particularly throughout the 17 and 1800s, there were broad social benefits that the Catholic Church was contributing to in more of like a trivial sense, in virtue of like research that because I mean, the Catholic Church has funded actually a lot of like really cool stuff. They have contributed to that. Some people might say, yeah, it's kind of trivial, you know, or something like that. But I think it is true that religions have served a utility in society. I think there was a point where something like religious institutions was necessary in society for the cultural cohesion, the social cohesion. I also think they served, and this would be like probably 800 plus years ago. I think a lot of religions also served the role of like modern day nation states. So like they might lay and collect taxes, or you know, be involved in governance and things of that nature. So religions have clearly had a substantial utility throughout human history. No anthropologist would deny that. I personally, and I think that probably most anthropologists would agree with this, I think that the broader social utility of religious institutions has been declining over the last probably 200 or 300 years. I think most of that is a result of technological advancement and primarily a lot of social and political advancement where we are developing what are straightforwardly secular nation states, at least in most of the Western world, that are fulfilling a lot of the roles that religions have traditionally fulfilled in terms of broader governance, communal organization, laying and collecting taxes, passing and enforcing laws, providing for the funding for various forms of research and development and technological advancement and all that stuff. And I think that we can see clearly throughout human history that the role that religion plays as some sort of utility in society has been declining as that role has been replaced with a variety of secular institutions in both politics and economics.
Okay. Can I ask you this question? If there's no Christian foundation to what the West is in comparison to the East or anything that I'm about to bring up to you, if that is not true, so is there any moral difference in your mind from what Iran is doing versus the United States or Canada?
Yeah, I think that what the United States has done historically and continues to do to this day is significantly worse than what Iran does, because I think the United States is a significantly larger nation with significantly more hegemonic control,
I'm not talking about foreign...
with significantly more hegemonic control over the world, and in virtue of that has imposed a variety of what's the word I want to use here? Has imposed its will and its interests on a variety of nations in ways that have appended those nations. We've seen this in South America. We've seen this in the Middle East. Iran hasn't done that, or Iran has not done that.
Okay,
so I don't agree with the Iranian regimes. I don't agree with the Iranian regimes and what they do, but the United States has objectively done a lot worse.
Chrono, it's really simple. The U.S. is larger, has more military power, and a greater geopolitical reach.
You're doing politics.
But that's important.
We have used that to affect more harm in the world than Iran ever has.
Okay. Can I respond? Okay. I'm not talking about the geopolitics of nations. I'm talking about the moral foundation of nations. I don't hold that either. Because we're talking about religion. We're not talking about...
Okay, Chrono, chill. I don't hold that either one is like objectively more moral than the other one. I have a system that I prefer and one that I would not prefer. Okay, determination of which one is more moral than the other one, that's entirely subjective to the individual.
Exactly.
So like I want to live in a society that matches my moral inclinations. If the society shifts and turns, like if all of a sudden, like the United States became Gilead, I would leave.
Why do you have those preferences? Would you? And let me ask you, because you're smart enough to think about this. Would those be different if you were born in a different part of the world? If you were
Yeah,
born over there,
most likely yes. Most likely
so
yes.
it is just right. We're describing evolution, right?
More like
Not
how
strictly.
people, more like culture, because my parents raised me to be questioning, and that it was always important because my parents prioritized for me in my childhood protecting myself and not being victimized. Okay, my parents didn't want me to walk into the world like blah 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 and being taken advantage of by charlatans, conmen, and grifters. They wanted me to have knowledge. They wanted me to have understanding. They wanted me to have the ability to defend myself both mentally and physically in that respect. So I was raised to have to value a questioning nature. If I don't understand it, to go and find the answer. To value education over simply accepting things because people tell me the truth. That's the way I was raised. I was also raised to value people, not specific groups, but people based upon their actions and their thoughts and who they are and what they bring to the table and the fact that they are people. That's the way I was raised.
That's
There
the
are
way
people out
your
there that are
parents
not.
raised.
There are people out there that are not raised that way.
Can I
Chud the
Perhaps-
Builder was not raised that way. Let's go.
can I perhaps more directly answer, not that you weren't answering, but just maybe more directly answer Chrono's question. So in terms of like the morality of culture, I think the United States is clearly better than Iran. I mean, you can't get gay married in Iran. You can in the United States, at least for now. But there's still this point of, when we look at these two countries, which one has affected a broader amount of change in the world, and has that change largely been positive or negative? And I think that's what the point that me and JL were making is that clearly the United States has much more influence on the world and has utilized that influence to do an immense amount of harm on the world, including to members of its own societies or its own society. So, again, that's just because of the size and nature of the United States compared to a country like Iran. I would argue the same is true for China versus Iran, or Russia versus Iran, or God forbid, the United Kingdom versus Iran. Like, all those countries have done way more harm because they're bigger and can affect more change on the world.
Yeah. So, okay, I hear you. I hear you.
But in terms of cultural morality, most of those countries, at least the United States and the United Kingdom, are better. China's probably better than Iran. Russia's maybe marginally better. Marginally.
Okay. The point wasn't always. It was always about morality. Only you, I think, brought up to try to make this about, like, let's talk about the big. Well, let's diverge entirely and talk about actually the morality of the nation and their foreign policy. Like, that was never anything I was ever talking about. You brought that up and you finished your own conversation with that. Okay, so
Well,
fine.
sure, but
That's fine.
To
That's
be
fine. We don't
fair
need to
here,
talk about it because it's not relevant.
To be fair here, the way that you initially worded your question, I think a lot of people would have given the answer that I gave.
Of course, because you have a huge bias on your fucking shoulder, bro.
I don't know what bias that is, but sure.
Okay.
I mean, I'm from the United States, and I'm criticizing it as in terms of like
I know.
its geopolitical influence on the world.
Yeah,
probably one
I
of the
know,
worst
you're very
countries in
standard.
history.
But Chrono, you do understand
So
that
what bias?
Iran is an Islamic theocracy, right?
Even better for my point, right? Because we're talking about morality of the people.
Yeah,
And
okay.
that was the whole. I've never been able to make my full point because either one of the two of you jump in the middle of my point every fucking time, right? And then you get mad and mute. You server mute me when I jump in, and sometimes I jump in the middle. Which
I'm trying to understand what point you're getting to.
Well, I'm trying to talk about if you would let me, really quickly. I'll make it as quick as I can. Right? Is that I understand none of you guys believe in God, neither do I, right? But I'm making the point that there's a morality of Christianity. There's a different morality of religions, right? You guys are grouping religions all together and being like, religion is bad, all religion is bad. Okay, because they're making objective claims that they cannot defend. Okay, I can follow you on that. Okay, but I'm here to say religion absolutely a part of human nature that you will never ever get rid of, never
Sure.
ever get rid of.
I was
right?
gonna say, sure
And
we could, yeah.
I don't think you ever can.
I
And no
don't
matter
agree
how
with
much
that.
technology that we invent, I don't think you'll
I
ever
think
get
current
rid of it.
trends are showing that that's clearly false. That
Yeah.
we're trending toward that now. So
No, trends are going the other way. That if you're
No,
looking
they're
at
not.
trends,
no, they're not. They're not. Like literally, like of the growing groups currently right now, the fastest growing group among around the world are agnostics, atheists, and nuns, and unaffiliated. That's the largest group because they're typically all lumped together. The fastest growing religion is Islam,
Islam.
and the fastest declining religion is Christianity.
I think it depends on how you would look at those numbers, and maybe you could show me, and I could be. I'm not going to hold fast to say that I'm right on the data there. I've heard a lot of different information but it's more recent, and I could be wrong. Okay?
Regardless of number, now that you've managed to make your larger point there, you're giving all the credit to Christianity. Christianity supported slavery straight up. We had down to 3/5 of a vote for a particular group of people, even after slavery itself was abolished. It's allowed for all sorts of really unfortunate things by a lot of people's opinions. American society didn't grow because of Christianity. It grew in spite of Christianity. It dragged Christianity into a more modern age, kicking and screaming and fighting every inch of the way. You're here, I'm going to use some very unfortunate terms, literally sucking them off in a sense of nostalgia, as if they were not forced to
I'm
change.
sucking off Christians. Dude,
Yes.
what the fuck are you talking about?
Because-
Can you
but-
be less?
no,
Can you
you're-
be more accurate and less
Look at Iran.
hyperbolic?
Look at Iran. Christianity fine. You're totally not on their side. Out of here, no. Christianity was dragged, kicking and screaming into the modern era.
Mm-hmm.
What a pile of crap.
And let me ask you this: I think we can put.
Wow, I was hoping there was a point on the end of that.
Yeah,
talk.
there was.
There was.
Whatever that
There
was.
was. I mean,
All the
but
crap.
Chrono, let me just posit this: if I have one system that only benefits some people, that if I have one system that, whether it doesn't matter if it's moral or whatever like that, but the benefits of the utility of that system only applies to a select group, and I have one system in which the benefits apply to everyone equally, which one should I be using by your metric?
Well, are you part of the in group that will get the
I'm
outsized return?
obviously I'm a human, so I it doesn't matter. I'd be, if I was a believer, I'd enjoy that. If I was not, I'd still.
We're dealing.
No, I
Understand
have
my
two
question.
systems-
My question is not retarded, right?
Chrono. I
I'm
have
not
two
trying to be
systems
hard.
that I can implement. One of them benefits one group, as opposed to everyone who is not a part of that
understand.
group. The other one benefits everyone equally.
Mhm.
Which one should I employ?
Understand my answer. I'll make it very clear. If you're part of the in group, you should choose the in group. If you're not part of the in group, you should choose the other.
That doesn't.
You know, John Rawls really had.
Does that? Hold on. You think,
I'm asking. Okay, no,
you think that's a
Chrono.
retarded
No,
answer?
no, Chrono.
I didn't say that.
I'm asking you a question. By your metric alone, if I'm sitting here and I said, well, I've got two systems that I can implement. This one's going to favor a special group. It's not going to favor everybody equally. It's going to favor a special group within the total collective. But then I've got this other group that benefits everyone, a part of the collective, equally. So rights and privileges for a small section, or rights and privileges for everybody. Hey, Chrono, which one of these should I use?
Sure. Of course, the obvious answer: you want to benefit everybody.
So you think I should use the one that benefits everybody?
But I don't know. I don't know what else you're saying.
Well,
and
but
attaching
notice
to
what he
that,
did
but
there.
sure.
He just acknowledged that that's the quote unquote sort of correct answer to give. He never said anything about whether that's what he wants. See, this is what a lot of them do. They'll acknowledge that an answer is clearly the one that's, again, quote unquote correct, but they won't say whether or not they agree with it, and it's usually because they don't. They usually favor structuring society in a way that creates in-group, out-group distinctions and then favors the in-group over the out-groups. Oftentimes to the outright detriment of the out-groups.
But if you don't mind, my answer there actually I think was the correct answer the first time, and you just wanted to do it over and over.
Is it what you want? Do you want a society where rights and privileges are afforded to everybody equally within reason? Or do you want a society that creates in-group, out-group distinctions and then favors the in-group, oftentimes to the direct detriment of the out-groups? If you, speaking as yourself, how to pick which one of those ways to structure a society, which one do you personally think would be a better way to go about doing it?
And I know you guys don't like my answer apparently, but I'm giving you the realistic answer, and for you guys to deny it,
we're looking for the answer.
Can I finish?
No, because you're sitting there poisoning the well. It's not about us not liking your answer. It's about you not addressing the question as it pertains to you. We're looking for your empathetic response.
I told you my actual answer. I told it.
Is that the system should be applied to everyone?
No,
equally.
No. My actual answer is it depends on if are you in that in group or are you on the out group?
That's irrelevant.
I'm being a human. That's a real
right.
So your real way that humans would evaluate that question.
So based upon simply being a human, you'd want the system that applies to everybody.
If I'm in the out group, of course I want it applied equally.
I'm not asking you that. I simply asked you which one should I do.
I think I heard the answer in there.
The answer is
no. It's called. He wants the in-group, out-group distinction as long as he's on the in-group.
As long as that is
correct.
Wow.
He's saying that, look, if I'm a part of the in-group, then I want a society that benefits me to the detriment of others. You're saying that you should be benefited to the detriment of others if you're one of the people that's benefiting rather than...
I was really hoping he wasn't... I'm sorry. I was really hoping he wasn't, as Tony points out, I was hoping he wasn't like an antisocial scumbag, but...
Yes. He is.
Okay, so Chrono, I think we've driven this to a point. PhD Tony came in. He's a friend of the channel. He has some direct questions for you. I'm going to pass it over to him. I'm going to hand it over to Tony.
Is there really anything left? This was
yes, there is, because I feel like Chrono has been manipulating some myths. Is it your position that any religion has a uniquely defined and universally accepted morality associated with it? Or is it the case that individual members of religions consistently have vastly different moral positions?
I would think it's closer to number 2.
Right. So your myth that Christianity is of benefit because it implies a universal morality, that's just wrong, isn't it?
Well, I didn't. That's not what I said at all.
Well, you said that religion was utilitarian because there was an accepted moral standard that everybody could apply. But in fact, religions don't involve universal moral standards. In fact, in order for a religion to be successful, its main teachings have to be ambiguous and diverse enough that everybody can come in and cherry pick the bits of the religious text that fit with their worldview and then say, yeah, this religion works for me. Sure, I'll take this bit and this bit and this bit, and it'll buttress my worldview and I can use this religion. But it is very rare, but it is not any religion that doesn't offer sufficient ambiguity that everybody can come in and just support what they already believed regardless. Those religions die out. So the religions that have survived and become popular have done so precisely because they aren't morally didactic. They aren't morally unambiguous. Everybody can come in and say, look, I'm a Christian, but I also think slavery is a good idea. I'm a Christian, but I think that gays should burn in hell. And in fact, we should have the death penalty for being queer. I'm a Christian, But I think that universal love is a great thing. I'm a Christian, but we should certainly have internment camps for Muslim immigrants. Being a Christian does not actually give any insight into somebody's moral framework, because they are free within the Bible to use the vastly divergent and contradictory elements of the Bible to support whatever moral position they want.
Okay. Would you say, is it only Christians? This
No.
This applies to every religion,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
I generally agree. I think there are some good points you made there for sure. I agree that, like, okay, there's no strict moral standards, and in fact, a religion must be pliable in certain ways to accept and bring on and certainly evolve over time. What I said, I think you made a couple statements. You said that I claimed things that I definitely never said. But the one thing that I did say is that the general benefit to religion is that it holds a moral standard together over time. It binds it together over time. And I already know you're right. You're gonna say, well, it's not. How can you say it binds a standard together when it's changing?
That's not the point. It's not that it's changing. It's that there are Christians still alive today who think that slavery is a good system, right? There are Christians alive today.
There's Muslims today who have slaves right now.
Yes, there are women. There are Christians alive today who think that women should not be able to vote. So if as you claim, Christianity carries a didactic moral standard that everybody who claims to be a Christian must follow, then these people shouldn't exist. But they do. So we see by counterexample, by direct observational counterexample, that your claim that Christianity drags people towards a moral standard, that's absolutely not true. There are vast moral differences between Christians.
So then how can we understand the certain alignment? I totally agree with you that where they're on different lines, so they're not going to have full agreement. But there's would you disagree maybe then that there's a moral difference somewhere in the East and the West, or rather the Middle East and the West? Is there a moral difference in what's going on here, or everyone is dragged into small differences? All the faith of the Muslims and Islam, it's the exact same thing as Christianity, because it's just religion. It's just religion, right? And so
it's the same thing.
It's the same thing.
And this is why I wanted to interrupt you, because the Middle East is a cultural bloc, not a religious bloc. So
I'm not asking about the Middle East. I'm asking about the religious bloc in the Middle East.
But how would you like to separate them? Right? So you are considering
the same way you're separating Americans in the West and Christians.
You are conceding, for instance, that Indonesian Muslims are very different from Middle Eastern Muslims.
Sorry, say that one more time. I apologize.
You are conceding that Middle Eastern Muslims are very different culturally and morally from Indonesian Muslims.
I know. I don't know that to be true.
It is.
You just don't know what you're talking about.
Or you're saying I should know for sure they are very different.
You should. If you're presuming
in what way? In what way? I'm going to continue.
I'm going to continue what I'm saying.
What way are they different?
If you're here in a public forum expressing your opinion about Islam, then it is incumbent upon you to have undertaken the basics of research in order to be able to identify the cultural and ethnographic divisions amongst them.
Okay, in what way are they different? You can educate me right here, right now.
Well, they're very culturally distinct. They have there are some They have, for instance, different art styles. They have different moral styles. You will not find honor killings
Be specific
in
with
Indonesia to
anything.
the same. You will. So, you know how I know that you're a dishonest piece of shit?
Uh-oh.
Because you're talking when you're receiving an answer to a question. When you have already demonstrated your ignorance on a topic and you ask somebody, well, maybe explain the difference to me, and then you start talking while they're still talking, that indicates that you actually don't have any interest in learning. And it's actually not my job to tutor you on the difference between these two cultures.
It's not your
You
job.
can now fuck off and go do it yourself.
All right, buddy. I
apologize. I wanted to address a point that you made earlier about how voting for the in-group is only a human thing to do. I've just been reading an 800-page history of the resistance during World War II, which is replete with examples of Christian groups and atheist groups and communist groups who all made life harder for themselves by helping Jews to escape from Nazi persecution, who all, and even members of the SS, who helped Jews escape, who helped Jews hide. So your argument that it's only human to support, the persecution and disenfranchisement of others, as long as it benefits your in-group, that's just antisocial, immoral bullshit. That's just moral cowardice, sir.
Tony, when you're in a discussion with people, it's really common. I've never tried to stop you in your flow, but sometimes people do a little interjection, and I promise you, everyone can run this shit back. Anytime I interrupt you, it was less than 2 seconds. It's a clarifying thing, right? That's all I'm doing. Okay, I understand. You win with the ad homs. You already lost the argument. There's nothing to discuss.
That is called the ad hominem fallacy. The ad hominem fallacy
You employed it.
Because I used an insult, therefore everything I said was wrong. That is actually the ad hominem fallacy. What I said is true. The logical validity and the historical factuality of what I said is true regardless of whether or not I called you a cretinous imbecile or not. I can call you a cretinous imbecile. That is an insult. It is not an ad hom. An ad hom is short for ad hominem fallacy. Now, if I had said everything you say is wrong because you're a Christian, that would be an ad hominem fallacy. Your ad hominem fallacy is you're rude, therefore you lost the argument. That is not logically valid, nor does it logically follow. Your ignorance of basic logic is equivalent to your ignorance of ethnography, theology, and history. And I'll point out, by the way, my PhD isn't in any of these topics, and I know more about them.
What did you pay for that PhD? Like, Jesus Christ.
Did I indeed? What did I pay?
That was a question.
Nothing.
It sounds like the value you got out of it.
I was on a scholarship. They paid me to do the PhD. So you'll have to talk to them about the value they got out of it. But I'll bet you that I've published more papers in peer-reviewed scientific journals than you have.
You would be correct.
Yes.
So to try and get to, Tony, do you have any further questions beyond what you wanted to ask her?
No.
Okay. So trying to we've been all over the place the entire discussion. And ultimately I have to fall down on this, that the stream is about predominantly for believers to talk about what they believe and why, and whether they believe in a God or the existence of gods or whatever, and to try and defend their position. Ultimately, what you've cited on is that while you don't believe in a God yourself, that you haven't called yourself an atheist or an agnostic, but you don't believe that these things are true, which is fine. You argue for their utility. And I think everybody else here, Andrew, Leo, Josiel, if he was speaking, Tony, we do agree that at a point in human history, these concepts did have survival utility. You mentioned it, survivability bias. Okay, which is fine. We're saying that those same things don't apply today because the problems they solved back then don't exist today. Like for the vast majority of human society, the human species, struggling to find food on a daily basis or a weekly basis is not amazing. It's still an issue for some people, yes, but it's not a universal thing that it's been solved, but it's not the problem it was for tribes 100,000 years ago, where trying to get your protein meant taking down an animal with a piece of wood. It's a different, like a whole different world. So in that respect, I recognize their utility in the past. They don't have that utility today. But even then, back then, 100,000 years ago, despite their survivability bias, they also created conflict. Do you believe what I believe? No, I do not believe what you believe. I do not accept your beliefs because I have my own beliefs, and therefore you have conflict. Because your beliefs,
sorry to interrupt you, JL, but that's actually part of the point of religions. Right. Religions provide a mechanism by which you can form larger, more coherent social units and then outcompete rival social units because you can use the religious distinctions to justify conflict with these other units.
Taking their resources but those things don't really exist today. I mean, they do in some places, but they're not the problems that they were then. We pretty much have those sewn up to a degree. There's a big question about who has access to what. We have like food deserts and certain countries having access to certain things, but nonetheless, those problems don't exist like today, like they existed then. Nowadays, what we see consistently are constant conflicts between varying groups, even groups who are ostensibly on the same side, simply because they believe differently than another group. Now we have here in the U.S., I don't know if you're in the U.S., Chrono, but now here in the U.S., we have a government that is literally trying to set the foundation for undoing the First Amendment, at least the Establishment and Free Exercise Clause in the First Amendment. They literally went on television and said that's what they were trying to do. That is one group trying to pass law, to set the foundation to pass laws that favor one group over another. Christianity over every other belief system or non-belief system. That's deeply problematic because we could wind up like I don't know if you've ever read Margaret Atwood's book, The Handmaid's Tale. But then you wind up with a system that values one specific ideology to the bloody detriment of everyone who doesn't fall in line, because they feel that their belief system gives them justification to do harm to others, no matter how that harm takes place, whether it's denying them food, denying them housing, denying them recognition, providing them legal protections, the same civil rights as everybody else, or simply kicking them out to the wind and saying you don't get access to any of it. That's harmful. Humanism doesn't do that. Religions do. From an antisocial perspective, you may want to be a part of the in-group so that you benefit from it. But from a social standpoint, you would want the system to benefit all so that everyone benefits equally and conflict is reduced.
If we look at the meta, you should want to be in as large and as coherent a social group as possible. So in fact, policies that target and other subgroups are actually harmful because those subgroups are going to have sympathies for your rivals. They're not going to have sympathies for you. So you are weakening your social unit by supporting these discriminatory policies. What you want is as large and cohesive a group as possible. Now, you can't be all inclusive because obviously you can't include people who act in an aggressively antisocial fashion, who weaken social cohesion and who undermine social fabric by killing people or harming other people or aggressively damaging resources or whatever. So you can't include those people. you have to take steps to curb their actions and to minimize the harm that they can do. And sometimes you have to use violence to do that. But in general, if you've just got a group that's harmless, that is not doing something, then in implementing any policy that targets them is undermining your society's well-being. You may, in the short term, enjoy benefits. Again, during the Holocaust, when resources were taken off the Jews, businesses, their money, their wealth, whatever, were taken off them. Other people benefited from that. That doesn't make it a good policy, nor does it make it a moral policy. And you were here lecturing us about morals a little while ago and how morality was important to you. And then you go ahead and you say, well, of course, I'd support any policy that benefited my in-group.
Yeah, it's hard to talk with people who are so dishonest. You have a PhD in dishonesty, right? I don't know if you were actually listening to anything I said or what, because you've misrepresented everything I say whenever you try to apply to me. Because I've been pretty general about what I'm saying here in the argument that I'm making, right? I'm not advocating for any religion or anything like that. I'm simply making arguments about how religion has utility, and also why other solutions to this same problem, this same human problem that religion solves, are worse answers. Okay.
Well, you failed. You failed in every single circumstance to establish.
Why don't you make?
But how about you defend yourself? Did you or did you not claim and assert that you would, of course, support policies that benefited your in-group and persecuted an out-group?
I did say that. Yeah, I did say that. Because
and is that an immoral position to adopt?
I don't think it is immoral. No. Right? Because listen. Can I?
JL,
let me explain my answer. You don't walk away from your computer
at this point.
No, why don't you listen to the answer?
Because I'm not interested in talking to Nazi apologists.
Opinion.
I'm not interested in talking to Nazi apologists. I'm not interested in talking to Nazi Nazis. You are a Nazi apologist. If you were in Nazi Germany, you would support a policy that aggressively persecuted an out-group, provided it benefited your in-group. You just said it, and you just said it wasn't immoral. That makes you a Nazi sympathizer.
Can you calm down for a second? It's not I promise it's not a big problem. This is not about politics. It's nothing to do with Israel.
Yes, it very much is. It is to do with politics. I just gave you the example of Nazi Germany, and you instantly went back and said, well, sure, I'd vote for persecution of a minority. Why the fuck wouldn't I, as long as it benefits my group?
That's not what I said.
It is exactly what you said. You said you would support a policy that benefits your in-group.
Wait for a second and let me tell you my opinion, and you can criticize my actual opinion instead of whatever the fuck is fever dreams are coming up in your head. Okay, why don't you just listen to my opinion?
Well, I'll tell you what, mate. You might want to work on your communication skills, because everybody in the chat understands you to have said exactly what I've accused you of saying.
No. Okay. Well, if they do, okay, fine. But are you curious to what my opinion is?
No, I'm not, because you seem like you seem like an immoral proud and Nazi sympathizer.
You don't even care what the opinion is. You're just angry.
I'm angry that you're that you are getting a public platform to air your immoral stance. Yes.
It's just wild to me. Like I can't tell.
Chrono, I think we can put the period in this.
All right.
The analogy that Tony's bringing up, the fact that you would advocate for an in-group because it benefits you and to the detriment of others simply because it benefits you, that is the same type of crap that went down during the Third Reich.
But why can't I explain?
There were Germans who sided with the Nazi Party simply because it benefited them. Like, it didn't put them under any threat. So they sided with that. They did not fight against it. They did not leave the country. And they their silent advocation for the persecution of groups because it benefited them, it kept them out of harm's way, is the reason they did it. That is grossly like antisocial. Now, you advocated for that in the question that I asked you prior. You confirmed that multiple times. That is why Tony is bringing up that were it the case that you were in Germany at the time in the 30s and the 40s, you would advocate for that. That is Nazi apologism. We could also change it to other things. We could say that is.
I never said that.
No, we could say that we could equate that to the Klan's arguments against civil rights. Okay, that you would be lynching apologists or whatever. Okay, you'd be like antebellum South slavery laws apologist. So it doesn't matter the group, but the point is you advocated for an antisocial position, which is ultimately harmful, and Tony gave you the evidence for that. Now, I don't think the conversation can go any further because we've already come to that position. We've acknowledged, I was listening to you, let's list them off. We've acknowledged that there was prior utility in the past. We acknowledge that. We acknowledge that there may be some utility today, but the problems that it solves don't exist like they existed today, like they did in the past. The utility that provides is for a select group and not for everybody. There are systems that are better that we could implement, that we can in some places, and we should, just to be in regard to certain goals. We want everybody to benefit equally. So there are better systems that do less harm, and there's a way to employ them. And we don't need religion to do these things. So we just need to be empathetic, which you have shown yourself not to be to a degree. So I will simply leave it at that. Since you're not a believer, that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and I think we're good with the conversation. I think if you want to come back on the next stream, we're more than happy to have you if you have another thing that you want to bring up. Typically, I like to try and, keep it to believers that are up on stage about, the gods that they believe in and the justifications that they have. But as far as society goes, I think we're at a terminus on that one. So I appreciate you coming up, Chrono. And if you come up on the next stream, I will see you then. If not, you're always welcome in the side chat. But we got to move on to the next one. Sound good?
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't think the only final thing I don't think I got to make most of my arguments here. Normally, like in a 4v, 3v1, you give this person, Chrono, a little bit more time to make their arguments because I'm getting pushed on a couple of different directions. But I understand. Thank you for having me.
Not a problem. Take care. All right.
So, JL.
First and foremost, before we jump to anything, thank you so much, Primordial Puggles, for the 100 Australian super chat. I do appreciate that. The very, very generous Puggles. You're always amazing. Thank you so much for that. What can I say? You helped to make the show happen. So I appreciate that support. You rock. I wanted to give a thank you. And so, Tony, go ahead.
Well, again, I feel like I owe you an apology, but that guy really, first of all, I feel like you guys bought a little into the mythology that religions present an unambiguous moral framework. They don't. And that's a myth on which his arguments seem to be based. But just the statement that obviously it's rational and it's human to support something that benefits your in-group at the cost of an out-group. But I just don't understand it. Like, I don't understand how you can say such a thing while having any pretensions to have any moral framework whatsoever.
He definitely would press the red button as opposed to the blue button.
I believe I can actually offer a potential explanation for that.
Okay.
Yeah, you won't be happy. I promise.
Okay.
You know me. I deliver.
Yes.
So, first, the number of people who in the side chat are of the position where, do we buy this person's not a believer? There's a good vote going the other way on that. That aside, why would somebody promote this? The question is who are they comfortable being bigoted against? Because that's the thing. Clearly, this is a person who thinks there's people who need to be kept out. So we got some kind of bigotry going on there. And as long as they're willing to benefit from it, Yeah. That's why I wanted to put up John Rawls' Veil of Ignorance. I wanted to put up a graphic for that, showing how a society normally is best served where the laws are created where if you're not sure what side of the fence you're going to be on, blind, yeah. But as for why it's there, it's called it benefits him, and it's down to that bigotry.
Yeah.
I don't care who is on the receiving end of that. And Pete and Tony, as much as you think that would be something to apologize for on your side for giving a bit of a tongue lashing there, I so wanted to terminate that entire interaction so many times.
Right.
And it's only out of respect to JL, like going, I haven't actually tested those waters yet of going, is this going to rub raw? It's like, no, the kill switch was on for me.
Right. Okay.
It cost me not to eject him.
Right.
The moment I exposed him for that, I'm like,
Yeah.
this conversation should be over.
Yeah.
I don't care who's on the receiving end.
Yes, that's the and I tried to present it in a rationalist sense. The idea of building a larger, more coherent society being of benefit to the members of that society. That's not a moral argument. That's a utilitarian argument. The idea that you just shouldn't persecute people.
But how does that benefit him extra, though? How does he get the extra? He needs to be special in this.
Yes.
This is the person who's holding on to special, probably because on any other metric, they suck.
Yeah.
You're only holding on to some sense of identity as a way to lord over someone else because you suck.
Yeah, but and further, he was going to carve out some special exception where he was okay with some forms of discrimination, but Nazism he wouldn't be okay with. Well, but that doesn't make discrimination not immoral.
It's
and antisocial. It doesn't make it not antisocial.
I only hit the Arabs, not the Jews. It's totally not Nazism if it's a different group.
That's right.
Fuck off.
That's right.
Please, if you're still listening, understand that from the very bottom of my heart, okay, right from the very cockles of my heart, maybe the subcockle area, fuck off.
And I do like there was an implicit assumption in Andrew's statement
and yes,
that I was willing to tell that guy to fuck off because I don't respect JL, and I just wanted to. And I just wanted to.
JL, do you understand the collective restraint Tony and I have shown? This is beyond commendable. There's got to be a humanitarian prize we've had just for sitting here as composed as we have been. This is costing years off of our lives, I'm sure.
Your charitability is disturbing my calm.
I have a very dark version of the Serenity Prayer, is all I'm saying.
Yes, like she is beginning to...
And help me to hide the bodies of the people I had to kill today because they pissed me off. Yes.
And if you look at the back chat, you can see that Chrono very much is still listening. So.
Oh yes, and don't worry.
She is starting
to go. You can come back another day when I'm not here.
Understand. This is nothing.
That's from Serenity the movie. Like she's beginning to damage my calm, and so as she was forgetting, I was like, your charitability is beginning to damage my calm. So say
right.
that. I know I try to be, and I don't want to be for usability to try because I'm trying to get some content because I would like to get to a point where I could take some of these conversations as a total thing and without like doing a clip off of them to be like, look at this guy looks so stupid, ha ha ha. Instead of doing that, I could take one conversation and I could put it at the end, like at the end of the week. I could drop it on Saturday, and say, here's a conversation that happened on the live. And then that algorithm boost could boost for the Sunday stream. And then the Tuesday drop for created content boost the algorithm for the Wednesday stream. So that was kind of the idea that I had in mind. Whether, and it's really, I understand that the way I try to have a conversation on here to not be like farming clips or setting people up or making people feel stupid. I agree it has not been conducive to me finding content that I can put up on Saturday. As such, I only have 2 videos. And only one of them is actually, I think, decent. It's when the Christian disappears in a puff of logic. I have that one, but I'm hoping I can get there. I know that it goes on, but that's why I have y'all. So that y'all can explode and I don't have to. So that I don't have to blow up, because I'm not good at the trolling like Planet Peterson or some others where I can go, and make funny things, say pee is stored in the balls and shit like that. I just don't have that gift. So
maybe I'm happy to be your anger translator.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you. My anger translators.
I think to some extent where his calmness beards, right? Where so he can pretend to be calm. Right. I don't know. I feel like where his beards in a very real sense.
Yeah, I guess you can say that. Yeah, my anger beards. Yeah. Chris, good to see you. Says, but pee is stored in the balls. It is. No, it's not, but nonetheless. Gretchen, I didn't get to say hi. Good to see you, Gretchen. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate you hanging out. And Clive Wells says, JL wants to bridge the divide while Tony is beneath the bridge smiling while setting the charges. Let me see here. Jay, good to see you, says, I'm guessing no one came in being able to prove their God. No one has yet. And so far, but we've had back-to-back conversations, which is good. They just, they haven't really gone anywhere. I'll say this. We have not tonight had a legit theist come in or a believer come in to defend the existence of their God. We started off with mystical woo-woo, sacred geometry, all interconnected, whatever. I mean, that was one. Then we have so we've had some interesting conversations, but none with like a believer, because I haven't gotten a stone cold Westboro Baptist up on this stage yet. I really would like that. Someone hardcore. But at least on July 17th, Friday, July 17th, I do have a debate coming up with Robert Bola from over at Atheism Defeated. And it's going to be moral realism versus moral anti-realism. So I believe it's going to be hosted by Skeptic Haven. So if you haven't been over to the channel Skeptic Haven, be sure to pop over there, give them a look, check out their content. I've moderated some debates over there. We have yet to get Tony over there, which should be fun. Because we need to give him a better space than that fucking cesspool of modern day debate. I think we can agree to that.
Well, so maybe Pangburn. Shit looks very good when compared to crap. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Yes. And I apologize, Spam, if I didn't get to you soon. I try to say hi to everybody. Gretchen Stub JL. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Gretchen. I'm just trying to make sure I say hi to people. We get involved. I don't want to break it up. FM Soul Reaper, good to see you. And people popping in. I just want to make sure. Not to mention, I'm trying to sort through a lot of the. There's apparently someone very angry in there. Probably the dude that wound up getting booted for racism. Because he was making a racist comment. He made a racist comment about Mexicans, which was not acceptable in the private chat. So we went ahead and deuced him. It's just for the sake of JL more technically. I'm just sorry you're typing in the private chat.
Yeah, that's the extent of the civility I have left. It gets so much worse.
Let's see. Shinju, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Want to make sure that I just caught everybody and scroll back down to the Antonio Regime. Good to see you if I didn't say hi to you. So that's all I'm trying to do is say hi to people. But I do have a debate coming up. It's going to be over at Skeptic Haven. Be sure to check them out. And we need to get a debate for Tony over there because he would be awesome over there. It's well moderated. I would like to moderate a debate with Tony.
Okay.
I'll moderate your debate. That would be awesome.
What sorts of topics do you have?
Oh, it's pretty much on anything. It's what the Skeptic Haven wants people to bring them topics to debate. They want debaters to come to them and bring them a topic to debate. And then, I can moderate or somebody else can. So I think it'll be fun. But yeah, I've got one coming up on the 17th, moral realism versus moral anti-realism. I think you know which one I am. And I'm pretty much prepared to take this guy's lunch money because it's going to be super, super easy.
So, I do have a debate coming up on the Raging Tomato, actually.
Oh, okay. When's yours?
Does the rise of AI require that we move to a socialist economy, or require that we adopt socialism? Something like that.
Excellent topic.
Wow, that is a solid topic.
I've had a lot of feelings about that.
Yeah. So my argument is yes. Yes, I think it. Yes, I think it very much does.
James, take a note. He's never going to see this, but take a note, dude. That's a fucking debate topic. Okay? That's a debate topic. Round versus flat, that's not a debate topic. That's platforming mental illness. Okay?
On the other hand, my opponent for this debate recently debated MC Toon, who JL will be familiar with, on the topic of should we use AI as computers? And the guy basically wanted to sack all teachers because he'd had some bad experiences in the school system, and he thought that all teachers were useless and should be sacked and replaced with large language models. And he wanted that started pretty much immediately, and didn't see any economic problems with sacking, firing a lot of people and putting them on social welfare, because in his own words, the government can just print more money.
Okay, so the fall of Western civilization as we know it. Okay, gotcha. Understood. Yeah. I mean, if that's his position, so.
Yes.
Let me see here. I do appear to have another believer in the chat, in the live chat, Brittany Stanberry. If Brittany Stanberry would like to come up and defend their position, that would be great. If they're a believer, as I'm understanding. Any believers who are in the live chat right now, you're more than welcome to come up on stage and provide a defense for the hope that exists within you. You don't have to do it gently. I'm not even going to hold you to that part of it. 1 Peter 3:15, but provide some evidence, provide some argumentation. This is what we're here for. Okay, we'll do our best. I mean, do our best to have a civil conversation, but we definitely want to hear why you believe what you believe. What's your justification? Bring it to us. Convince us. I can guarantee you, every believer in the chat right now, every person on this stream, if you provided sufficient evidence, we would believe, because we'd have no ability to deny. So come on and convince us. Convince us that a God exists. Provide evidence. Provide argumentation. We want to hear it. Oof, that's rough, Hosa. I can't put that up, but that's rough. Skeptic Haven hosted R and Raw and Professor Dave 2 hours ago. Gasp. That's awesome. They're doing good work. I like working with them. I have fun modding over there. It's kind of a blast. So, but I'm looking forward to that debate because I haven't done a full-on debate in a while, and I want to make sure it's solid. I just had to decide whether to crush him in my intro or crush him in my cross. What do you think? Tell me your opinion. Do I crush him in my intro or crush him in my cross?
I think it depends on the. I think it depends on your opponent and their debating style. Have you seen them debate before?
A little bit. He's more attuned to the MDD style. He wants that open discussion, so he can get kind of like this. That's why I kind of like Skeptic Haven. It's much more structured.
Right. Okay. But if he's a disruptive type who likes to sort of try and continually shunt the conversation into side issues, then I'd do it in your opening. It's when you get to present sort of a long, formally structured position. So, yeah, that's when I would do it.
Okay. I actually, that was where my gut was going as well. Figure I get Jose, sorry, I have no chill tonight. It's okay. It's all good. That's why we love you, Jose. That was, my gut was saying do it in the intro. I was seeing some possible benefits to doing it, but in the intro, I can also say I can also refer back in the open discussion, and I established this in my intro. If you had heard, were you listening to my intro? It's like I established this in my intro. I guess you're like, as I spelled out in my, when I was debating agnostic one, that was my favorite thing because he kept saying things like, as I addressed in my intro, that's and so, which is always really nice. Okay, let's see.
Already.
Do what now?
Thought the message was clear.
If he dies, he dies. If he
Intro.
dies, he dies.
JL. Intro.
Drop the bomb.
Do me a solid. Remember, first you disarm them, then you disleg them.
I'll just come in like Slim Pickens. Woo-hoo! coming in on the warhead. We'll do that. All right. And Lindsay Bo says, we are always disappointed, but we are still here waiting for evidence. We are. We absolutely are. So, let's see. We're coming up about 4.5 hours in. And don't have any today. We have a bunch of people coming into the Discord, which is really, really good. And apparently that guy who apparently was racist is blowing up my Discord. Yeah, he better not be racist in my Discord, and the mods will handle him there. At ya, boys. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I don't know. But if is at ya boys a... Well, they're server muted, so I don't know who server muted them. Oh, auto-muted channel because they're listening to music. Okay, that's good. I don't need to hear that crap. All right. Of all the people that are here, Josiel, are you there?
Oh, I do have the answer for the Discord one. They're still a level 1, so they don't have VC speaking privileges.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Jaws, are you in the house? Jaws came on, but I don't... I don't know what this person is doing. Now they're hanging out in a voice chat in my... Okay, they can hang out in a voice chat. I'm all good with that. I don't care. I don't think anybody's going to join them, but... No, you did. You did say something. You said a racist comment about Mexicans, and it was. And I was asked politely if we could tamp that down, and I removed you for it. So, nonetheless, kill shots referencing those. Let's see. Who's this? Okay, Chrono. No, we had the conversation, Chrono. I don't know why you're still hanging in the back chat because I got looking for the next person who's going to come up. We pretty much exhausted the conversation, so we can catch you on the next one, okay? So have a good night. We're good there. And I see we got Scott Mackey's in the house. I haven't seen Scott in a minute. Good to see you, Scott. I hope you're doing well. But still waiting for another believer to come up on the stage and tell us what they talked about, what they believe and why. Or we could jump to, okay, now here's a question. I saw that Dr. Greg had a debate with Kent Hovind. But it was over on MDD. Is that something people would be interested in taking a look at?
What's the runtime on that?
I think it's a little over an hour.
Oh,
but it was Dr. Greg, who I believe is an actual biochemist. like working biochemist. So it was an evolution debate with Hovind.
So somebody whose blood pressure is also probably severely elevated now. I feel people like him and Tony are victims in all of this, really.
Creation versus evolution, Dr. Greg versus Kent Hovind. And then, see, that one is 2 hours and 7 minutes long, but Dr. Greg put a version of it up on his channel that was, it was an hour and 49 minutes long. So there's that one. But I do have other stuff. You know what? This dude, hang on a sec. I got to handle something because I'm getting notifications like a motherfucker. And I'm kind of tired of it. So what we're going to do
regulate.
We got to regulate. So 2 seconds, because they're literally getting obnoxious. Because I am the only admin on my Discord server.
You really have no one but yourself to blame. That's right. We will adjust.
Breaking server rules because he keeps freaking spamming and it is obnoxious as shit. He was spamming up the levels.
Like just to get levels?
Yeah. Yeah, he was just spamming the shit like out of it. It was like, what are you doing? So I just went ahead and I'm done with that one.
Yeah.
And of course he's gonna probably. I'm sorry I had to deal with that. Apologize, because I was hearing the Discord notifications like badoop 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 badoop, and if he starts going off and doing crap that threatens the Discord server, I have to shut that down. Yagi-chan, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Brittany, come up on stage. Oh, Andrew Steele says, oh, okay, I thought that I heard the PhD guy advocating for rent freezes and things. My bad. So is this a far leftist stream? It's really more a stream about how, God doesn't exist and, there's no rational justification to believe that a God exists. You're more than welcome to come up on stage and provide a defense if you think one does. We're happy with that. Let's see, who the heck is... Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. There's no. I was getting a notification on that. Fantastic. So, typically we're not. It doesn't exist to do any forgiveness. Who are you talking to? Yes, I'm with Hosa. Who are you talking to?
Could you at least maybe capitalize that correctly or conjugate? Add plurals where appropriate, or punctuation.
I like the comment my husband challenged you and you're weak, a bad Christian. You're a bad Christian, JL.
Thank God. Do you know what a proper one would do?
Wait, hang on a sec. It's okay, Brittany. If you're listening, Brittany, who exactly are you speaking to? Are you speaking to me, JL? The host of the channel owner and the host? Are you speaking to Tony, or are you speaking to someone in the live chat?
Are the voices in here with us?
Are they in the room with you? Who are you talking to? My husband tried to talk to the man in control here, and he banned him.
There seems to be
Abnid.
A conversation in the chat has sprung up about rent freezes. I never said anything about rent freezes.
But would you do you want to take a stab at explaining why Mom Donnie needed to freeze rent in New York?
Yes, it's a housing affordability issue, and the simple fact is that I don't believe in capitalist markets in this way. I think that the real estate market in cities is broken. I don't think that enough housing is being provided, and there are very few. There are very few economic mechanisms for regulating it. It requires government intervention in order to normalize the market. There's no incentive for banks to make houses cheaper or housing cheaper. By having expensive housing, they're effectively turning wage earners into slaves who spend their entire adult lives earning enough money to pay for the accommodation that they live in, rather than so your accommodation becomes an investment rather than a place where you keep your shit, which is what it should be. It should basically be a large box that you can own. Instead, it's something that you invest a huge amount of money into for no good reason. You're not richer at the end of it because you are always, while you're alive, going to need somewhere to live. Making that more expensive is just turning you into a hamster on a wheel. So in trying to normalize the housing market in New York and other areas, the housing market in Australia, I would argue, is highly distorted by the same thing. Governments aren't making enough housing available, enough cheap housing available. They'll make as much expensive housing as you want, but nobody can afford to live in it. And the people who can afford to buy it are usually foreign investors who then rent it out at ludicrous rates. And if values were to fall, they're not going to sell because they're not going to eat the loss. So all of this private investment in this has actually distorted the market to the point where it's no longer functional.
The important thing is that obviously, if we live in a system where a corporation that is not dealing in real estate has a real estate portfolio as a part of its diversification, because they can afford to buy up, properties and then rent them out underneath management companies, and then they hire on a management company to handle all this shit for them. But the money ultimately goes up to some corporation that doesn't give a shit who lives in it, so long as they get paid. That becomes problematic because the corporation's job is to make the shareholders happier, which means the more expensive the property and the higher rent they can charge is better for them. So they're not incentivized to create housing and help with the housing issue or lower real estate market prices because it goes against their shareholder ethos. That's the problem, and we need to get out of that. One way we can do that is by freezing rent, which is what Mamdani did. Is it a long-term solution? No. But
in essence, the central problem is that we are privatizing capital here, and we shouldn't be. Right? The actual houses, the actual buildings, the actual large structures are, as JL says, coming into the possession of large corporations who are not encouraged to have any sort of social responsibility to provide affordable housing to anybody. So you need some form of public intervention in the public interest. You need, and public intervention comes through the form of government intervention. Now, Cindy Johnson raises some points about the mechanics of rent freezes. I'm not actually necessarily, I'm not a specialist in real estate. I particularly don't know the New York real estate market. But the simple fact is that, our housing market has been unfit for purpose for quite some time. The fact that we had a housing crash in 2008 and it didn't result in a flurry of more affordable housing tells you all you need to know about how broken the system is.
But on a positive note, PhD Tony is living rent-free in Chrono's brain.
Yeah. So, JL, I'm JL. I'm the owner of the channel. So there's a question there. Brittany, I am JL, the owner of the channel. So, and I want to point this out because Andrew Steele had something to say. Freezing rent doesn't get you out of anything. It actually does. And it is the start of where it ends. Not necessarily. I thought atheists were smarter, or they just theists. Well, just hate theists. We are sometimes, but not all. And some of us hate theists, but not all. And a position on the housing market or a position on socialism or capitalism is not logically entailed by being an atheist. These are different questions. So structure your question better.
Well,
Nonetheless,
I mean, we can agree with Andrew Steele that it doesn't necessarily solve the problem, but it can be a stopgap measure that is effective in the short term while you're implementing systematic changes, right? Can we agree that that's the case, Andrew Steele?
Yeah, which is what Mom Donnie is doing, is the whole point. So Mom Donnie by doing the rent freeze, he's preventing sudden displacements because it stops landlords from spiking rents in order and then allowing tenants to remain in their homes, which keeps them stable. It creates economic stability in the short term, which gives renters the ability to redirect funds towards necessities like food, healthcare, and childcare. It buys time for structural solutions, provides lawmakers with a buffer period to pass comprehensive zoning reforms, invest in public housing, which is what Mom Donnie is. That was a campaign promise, was in public housing and building new affordable units. This spike creates a time period in which he can do that protects people because he's working for the people and not for corporations. Okay? And not to mention it's psychologically relieving, because they don't have to worry about that or when the landlord's going to try and fuck them. So we already said it's a short term. Okay? The rent freeze won't be permanent. It's not like he's rent controlling the fucking island. It's not what's happening. Okay? It meets certain criteria, and that's a short-term solution to get to his campaign promises. That's what all it is. That's what's going on.
It can be an intermediate step. And you can disagree. You can agree on the end goal and disagree about the intermediate steps to get there. But in a highly inflationary setting, imposing cost measures on providers or who can afford it. The basic fact is that the people who own large properties and are renting them out, they can generally afford a loss of income. They're not poor people who are living paycheck to paycheck, whereas the renters very often are. So you've got to decide in terms of maximal utility, making life easier for the people who are suffering the most is a valid harm reduction strategy. But I can agree with you that again, I'm not an expert on this market, so I'm not going to say that I emphatically know in and out how this works. But it seems to me that it can be a valid way to get to a better market space by the end of the process. But you're right in that it's an intermediate; it's not a solution.
There's something interesting going on here. I'm kind of curious about this. So we know, so in California, I think he's bringing up, if the rent control happens for after 5 years, as it did in California, would it be bad or something? Obviously, long-term rent freezes are problematic, and I want to bring this up. Mom Donnie's rent freeze is going to last for a year. 1 year is how long his will last. And so, and that he's estimating this to be enough time to get his other programs up and running in order to make up for that. But there's something interesting here. So the rent freeze, one thing is brought up, and Yagi-chan brings this up. This is interesting. One major impact is the ability, desire of landlords to improve and maintain the properties. Okay, so if I'm in an apartment, okay, and I'm paying rent, and then there's a rent freeze, and then Yagi-chan is saying one major impact is the ability/desire of landlords to improve and maintain the properties. Okay, if the landlord doesn't do that, I have legal recourse. If the landlord allows the property to fall into disrepair, I can go to the city. I can go to the city and I do what? Oh, sorry. And I have legal recourse. I can go after that. But that's not what the issue is, because like slumlords, they get in trouble with the law. Okay, so but here's the kicker. You said ability and desire. Desire is one thing. A landlord who wants to provide good quality housing, they'll keep it up if they can. You bring up ability, Yagi, and that's important. So let me know in the side chat, what if the rent freeze, how does it impact the ability for the landlord to do to provide maintenance and keep it in shape. So the desire is one thing. They're not making any more money, but that's kind of just antisocialness. That's just that I'm not making as much as I could, blah. So I'm foul mood, so I'm not going to do it. That's desire. But an empathetic person that would have no problem with that. But ability. Are we talking about cost of materials? The cost of what is necessary to if the rent isn't going up, the rent stays the same. Then in order to make it cost effective to do constant repairs and maintenance, then the cost that goes out to cover those repairs and maintenance has to remain the same as well, right? And I'm guessing anybody on the panel disagree or?
Well, if you're in an inflationary setting, then the cost of repairs, etc., may go up, and the cost of materials may go up,
right?
And that will cause you will a responsible owner of these properties will have the resources set aside to afford this, at least in the short term. And again, these people and corporations are not people struggling paycheck to paycheck. It's the renters that are it's by and large the renters who are struggling paycheck to paycheck. They're in the more precarious situation. They're the ones who need the greater safety net, rather than the corporate entities that own and run these own these properties and rent them out. They will be operating at a smaller profit margin for a while. Boo hoo! I don't their profit margins are going to be lower. Great. That is not killing anybody. Nobody's dying because they can't afford heat, they can't afford food, they can't afford they can't afford medical care. But people who have to pay an excessive amount and are being economically crippled by rent, they are in those positions where they have to make choices about food, about medical care. They have to think about what they need to give up in order to be able to have somewhere that they can live without dying of exposure.
Not whether or not they're going to be able to afford season tickets to the
yes, that's right. So the profitability of corporations is, to me, a lower social and moral priority than the well-being of the poor. Andrew Steele asked if I believe in communism. So just so that we're on or whether I think communism is bad, I think communism is impractical. Communism relies on the eradication of states. Communism is about the establishment of communes in which resources are shared and the eradication of the state. I don't think that it's practical to get rid of the state while other states exist, because the other states will be in a position to dedicate military resources to taking shit off you. So I don't think you can be competitive. I don't think you can defend yourself against other states unless you have a state yourself. So I don't think that communism is particularly practical. But the central elements, the anarcho-syndicalist collectives that were set up during the Spanish Civil War, for instance, ran for years, and they were extremely effective and morally wonderful. So I don't think of communism as in, but even though they were so great, they were incapable of winning the war because they just didn't want to set up a state. So they eventually got outcompeted by competitors that did want to set up states. So if you think that Russia and China and Cuba are communist entities, they're not. They claim to be, but they're actually not communist entities. They're not even genuinely socialist, I don't think. But they're authoritarian. There's nothing in the definition of socialism that says that it has to be an authoritarian system. and I don't think that authoritarian systems are moral in any sense.
Okay, very nice. And how'd you get that, eh? By exploiting the workers, by hanging on to outdated imperialist dogma, which perpetuates the economic and social differences in our society. If there's ever going to be any problem, sorry.
If I claim to wield ultimate executive authority because some moistened bintle of a scimitar at me.
I told you, we're an anarcho-syndicalist commune. We take it in turns to act as a sort of executive officer of the week. But all decisions of that officer have to be ratified at a special bi-weekly meeting by a simple majority in the case of purely internal affairs, but by a 2/3 majority in the case of...
And I mean, it can be made to sound ridiculous, but it actually can work, and it has a lot going for it. And the fact, that I haven't given this speech for a while, so I'm going to give it now. We accept that private investment in companies and corporations is, a good thing, but I will make you. I think socialism can be stable on its own, Andrew. Yes. So I'm going to make the argument that private investment is actually a form of taxation. So what is private investment? Somebody who is quite rich, they're not surviving paycheck to paycheck. They have capital, they have resources. They invest it in a company. They go to the company and they say, you have to pay me better than market interest on this investment. Otherwise, I'm going to take this money away and stick it in another company. Okay. The company says, all right, so we need to give you better than market interest. In order to do that, we need to reduce the amount that we pay in wages. We need to increase the amount that we charge our customers, and we need to reduce our waste management and anti-pollution measures. So the rest of the population are being paid lower wages, we're paying higher prices, and we're living in a more polluted environment in order that a rich person can get better than market interest on their money. So we are earning less, we are paying more, and we're living in worse circumstances so that wealthy people can get wealthier. We need a structural redesign of our system and a reconsideration of the way that things are put together, because I would argue that this is not a morally desirable or a socially sustainable situation for us to be in. That's my speech. That essentially the private investment in private investment is a tax on the rest of us, and that what we need is actually workers and public representatives to be on the boards of corporations. And the corporations should not be run in such a way, it should not be legally constrained to maximize profit. I don't think that price signals are necessary, Chris. You can and nobody's saying no. Well, actually, let me take that back. Just because there's a communal or a public ownership of capital does not get rid of businesses. For instance, if you're so under a socialist system, you don't get to own your farm. Okay, you get to rent your farm. And you get a share of the profits from that farm, but you don't own it. But that doesn't mean that you can't farm it, and nor does it mean that you don't get proceeds from selling the goods that you grow on that farm. So you and your employees, are getting sharing the profits of your labor between you, but paying a rent in order to have access to the farm and the equipment used to run that farm. So it's not. I'm not suggesting a collectivism. You can have groups that are running farms. They just don't own the farms. You own your house. You own the stuff that's in your house, right? And if you go out and you work, you can get more money and you can buy more stuff that is your private property. But your business is not your private property, right? The capital involved in your business is not your private union. I'm not. Well, Chris X, you're not making a good point here. I don't agree with the Soviet Union's with the way the Soviet Union handled their agricultural system. Nor do I think that their agricultural system was handled in the same way through time. You make a blanket system about how the agricultural system in the Soviet Union worked. That changed over time. It depended on the plan, right? The Soviets had so much government intervention that they distorted their markets, and then their markets no longer functioned. I'm not suggesting that that's necessary. What I'm suggesting is necessary is that we remove private ownership and profit maximization from the way companies are run. Right. So we as a society, we own the capital, and that capital is rented out to people who want to run businesses, and those businesses can get income, which the workers for the company share amongst themselves while paying rent and proceeds to society. So if they work harder, society gets more money and they get more money. Yes, you can. Well, in order to get a bigger house than your neighbor, you would have to have more money than your neighbor, or you would. I mean, I don't think your question is actually meaningful, Andrew. Can I have a bigger house than my neighbor? How is that fair? Andrew, also, you're welcome to come up on panel, given that this conversation seems to be dominating the conversation at the moment. It may be easier for you to come up on panel and present these arguments verbally. But yes, you can have a bigger house than your neighbor if you worked harder and got more money, or if you need a bigger house than your neighbor and your neighbor spends the money he earned on something else. The fact that everybody gets a universal base income under socialism does not mean that people will not want to work. Some people enjoy working.
My goals.
That isn't the state ownership does not distort the markets, Chris. Like the ownership of state ownership of capital has nothing to do with market structure. You allocate resources based on who's prepared to pay the most rent for them, which depends on the success or otherwise of the business that they run, and mitigated by the harm that they do. So if somebody is prepared to say, okay, I'll outbid this person and pay more rent, but it'll kill people or it'll fuck up the environment, you don't do that. I don't see how your typing can have prevented you from hearing my. The Soviets distorted the markets in a variety of ways that I'm not suggesting. I don't claim to be able to determine how much the resources are priced at. How do I determine how much those resources are priced at? I don't claim to be able to. I'm not deconstructing the market. The market still exists. Okay, Chris. Well, fair enough. You were busy copying it, but you're going to have to repeat your question for me so that I can repeat my answer.
Well,
And-
while that's
And,
what's
and,
going on, I gotta
please,
do-
and please bear in mind, everybody in the chat, I do have a PhD. My PhD is in geophysics. It's not in economics. It's not in political theory. It's not in theology, and it's not in history. I've studied history. I've studied a little bit of the history of religion and some of the theology involved in that. And I've studied a little bit of the political theory of socialism. But to say to please do not think that anything that I say is an accurate reflection of very serious socialists. I have heard socialists explain their system, and to me, they make a very well, I have a PhD, Andrew. I don't know what you're complaining about. I do have a PhD. It's in geophysics. So why is it deceptive of me to use the PhD title?
I honestly don't know how that translates. I'm not sure. But I do want to say hi. I see Big Nick is in the chat, still not coming up on stage to defend their beliefs, which is, just is par for the course. At least they're not a racist like the other dude was. Joker's Wild is here. Good to see you, Joker's Wild. Thanks so much for being here. As well as Can't Speak. Good to see you as well. Appreciate you hanging out. And make sure I didn't miss anybody. I think I am solid. But as fascinating as titillating as this economics discussion.
Yeah, and also I'm talking over JL and Andrew haven't gotten a peek. So
ultimately, when it comes down to economics, like whatever system is in place, I think that ensuring every living person has their basic survival needs met should be a priority thing. I don't know what economic system is going to be able to get us there. I don't have a solution to this. I am not an economist, but I do know that every single human being on this planet is deserving of having their basic fucking survival needs met. Clean water, nutritious food, shelter. I mean, how hard is this? I mean, seriously. Why is homelessness a thing? Homelessness is a thing because motherfuckers are greedy, and there's no law against people being greedy. Okay, there isn't. You want it because you want it, because examine like literally examine this. What if I want a bigger house? Why do you want a bigger house? Let's examine it. Because you want more space, or because you need more space? Because you want more crap, or because you have so much crap you need more space to fit it in there? Or is it because you want to feel better than other people? You want to feel superior to them. You want to show them how successful you are with this trophy of your success. Okay?
Let me make another example.
Okay.
Lionel Messi, in the course of his career, is projected to earn $1 billion, right? From endorsements, from merchandising, and from fees. How is that moral? How is that ethical? In what world, what does it say about our society that a guy who can kick a ball gets $1 billion while other people are watching their children starve? Other people are watching their children fail out of school because they can't have lunch. They can't afford the food for lunch. How is that ethical? How can we possibly defend the structure of a society in which these two things are true? And don't get me fucking started on Elon Musk and his, perpetual fucking siphoning of public funds and his outright fraudulent IPO, which, the numbers on that are based on everybody in the civilized world paying SpaceX $30,000 for some fucking reason. Why? How are we happy with that being the case? You can accuse me of being ignorant about how socialism works and about how economics works. Fine, okay? I'm not an economist. Okay, have at it. I don't care. And this society, this social structure is not functioning if people can die while other people have more money than they and 100 generations of their descendants can spend in their cumulative lifetimes. That is not reasonable. It's not moral. It's not fair. And we should be taxing wealth, not work.
I do want to point out here, and this is something Andrew said. You know how capitalism works. He sells product for a business. But let's break that down. What is the product he's selling? Tony, what product is he selling?
My product is my
the guy, the player, the athlete you brought up. What product is he selling?
Lionel Messi.
Yeah.
He's a football player. He's a soccer player. What he sells is he gets people to watch football games during which stuff is advertised so that other people will buy it. So we are paying companies to pay commercial manufacturers or advertising companies. So we're paying the companies who pay the advertising companies who pay Messi. So so we are paying for him to be paid to sell so that we will buy more of their product. So the product he sells is Eyes on Games, which advertises value because they can use it to socially engineer more purchases from that company. I would argue that advertising shouldn't necessarily be legal.
So the way I break it down is, if you look at it ultimately, he has skill with the ball. Okay, he's a talented soccer player. He's also one on a team. It's not like he's going out there and beating entire teams by himself. So he's a talented player on a team. But if his team sucks, then he's not going to be very good at all. He'll be a good ball handler, but that'll be about all he is. Good at handling balls. But he's on a talented team. So you assemble a bunch of people. He happens to be really, really good at whatever position he plays. I don't really give a shit. But he's a talented athlete. He plays a game well. That game, people are interested in. Why do people go to sporting events? Why do people engage with them? For two primary reasons. One, social connection, because society forms people within societies form bonds. It's a thing that people can banner under. It's a common thing. It's a cultural thing. And distraction. To distract them from the things going on in their lives. This goes all the way back to the Colosseum, when there were people who made shit who actually sponsored gladiators in the ring. Okay, gladiators in the Colosseum did bear sponsorships that said that, hey, I'm using the shield that was made by this guy over here. Okay, this shit has not changed. Ultimately, it's about people making money off of them because of the awareness of what they're doing, because of their skill, and distraction. That's ultimately what's happening. That's what that person is selling. They have the thing that they have is, you could say, their charisma, their skill, their natural talent, and their ability to distract people. The guy plays with a fucking ball and makes $1 billion.
Look,
the guy over here, hang on. The guy over here who nobody knows his name, who spent 12 years in medical school, cuts cancer out of children and saves their lives. And he makes 6 figures, maybe. Depending upon if things go right for him and his position in the hospital is good and shareholders are happy with him and blah, blah, blah. He navigates all that fucking politics to carve cancer out of children and save their lives, and he will never see $1 billion in his life. Or their life. Could be a woman as well. So, you tell me what's fair. Just because Gatorade can't slap a fucking lightning bolt on the back of a neurosurgeon.
Yeah.
What is this world that we live in?
Yeah. Should Lionel Messi have tens of millions of dollars to his name? Sure. I mean, if the public support him, fine. I'm happy with tens of millions of dollars. Maybe even 100 million. But I actually don't see why anybody needs more. Anybody in the world ever should own more than, at most $200 million. I don't see why anybody who has that much money needs more. They don't need it. At which point I don't see why they should get it. And where there are people who do need the money, there are people who need money in order to keep themselves and their children alive, in order to provide their children with the opportunity to succeed. And to me, it seems immoral that our society is not set up to facilitate that, and that people are free to accumulate that wealth and hand it off to their descendants without being taxed. Now, Andrew Steele seems confused about. I made the point that I have a PhD in geophysics precisely so that I was not perceived to be arguing from authority, right? Chris X, I can determine need scientifically. I can determine whether or not somebody is malnourished or undereducated scientifically. I can measure that shit. I can measure whether or not somebody is getting adequate health care. I can measure whether or not they're getting adequate legal representation. I can measure whether or not they're getting adequate public health facilities. I can measure whether or not they're getting an adequate education. And I know for a fact, on the basis of these metrics, that the supply of these resources to the American population has been declining over time as taxation of the wealthy has declined. And you can see the wealth asymmetry, the purchasing power of the rich going up, the purchasing power of the I'm a geophysicist, so curves go that way. While the purchasing power of the middle class is staying flat, and people are, this is the source of a lot of our political problems. Is people know the system is broken, they don't know why it's broken. It's broken because we aren't effectively taxing corporations, and we aren't effectively taxing the wealthy. That's what we need.
This isn't hard, okay? This is pretty much comes down to, I think Tony Regime put it up really, really nicely. Socialism for necessities, capitalism for luxuries. I don't give a shit about your luxuries. If you want something luxurious, go and fucking build it yourself. You want something, whatever. I don't care, but what I do care about when a motherfucker can literally, when I see people rioting in the streets because of a basketball game, and nobody celebrating the lives saved because a person decided to dedicate their life to going to school and saving lives, to just because that's what they get out of it. This is literally like empathetic versus non-empathetic. This is social versus antisocial. Capitalism is great to a degree. I'll agree. Capitalism is great to a degree. Having a free market is good, but that's not the society that we live in. Okay, this is not the way it works. And I'm not distracted by the nonsense. Okay, I recognize what's happening. We have 85% of the people, 85% of the human population, which recognizes that we should be working together to solve these common problems and lift everybody up, because a rising tide lifts all boats. And the 15% who say fuck everybody else so long as I get mine. And the problem is that the 15% are the ones that are in charge. Yeah, because we let it happen.
Chris X asks. Isn't taxing the wealthy just like tariffs? No, not in any sense. Raising the tariffs raises the cost for the company. Those costs must be handed back to the consumer in order for the company to maintain profitability or viability, depending on the company's circumstances. Taxing the wealthy, just saying, okay, if you've got any money over $100 million, fuck it, we're taking it. You know, a wealthy person cannot then say, well, I need to charge more to people in order to get that wealth back. Well, you could do that. We're just going to take it off you again. No, it's not the same. It's not something they can compensate for by raising the price to consumers. And Andrew Steele resorted to the definition ad hominem fallacy. He's repeating political talking points, which is why we know we should not trust his opinions about economics. No, you don't know that based on that. You cannot tell, even if I accept the first part of your syllogism, that I'm just repeating political talking points. That doesn't mean that I'm not right. That doesn't mean that you can't trust my opinions. Those are two logically disconnected. That's just an excuse for why you don't want to investigate further the arguments that I'm making. That's just a thought killer that you impose on to not hear contrary arguments. He's saying something, it sounds like socialism, therefore he doesn't know what you're talking about. No, that doesn't follow. You're not employing logic.
So, given that this is not Wall Street Bets or the Economic Forum,
Andrew Steele, what the fuck did I lie about?
I don't know what did.
If I lie about one thing, I'm likely to lie about. Okay, what did I lie about? Demonstrate the lie. Just don't just claim that I lied.
Objective ethics. Good to see you. Objective says Objective ethics says going to send a super chat on behalf of the Big Nick. Please read with your best Monty Python voice. Uh-oh.
And Chris X, the Austrian school or the supply, from my understanding, the Austrian school and the supply side economics, aren't they the same? Are they the supply side economics? Because that's bullshit. Okay. No, I'm sure that you can defend that and they can make it sound plausible. I don't believe it for a second. Supply side economics just doesn't work. Supply side economics and trickle down economics are the two names for it. Where if you reduce taxes on the rich, that will encourage and stimulate economic activity, which will trickle down through the economy, and everybody will get richer. But just look at the purchasing power graphs of the wealthy versus the middle class for the past 40, 50 years, and you will see that that's just bullshit. Taxes have come down, and the purchasing power of these organizations is not.
I do have to address this. Objective ethics for $20. I'm being repressed. Look at the violence inherent in the system. You see the violence inherent in the system? See, look. Oh, you seem repressed. You seem repressing me. Bloody peasant.
Now,
I killed him.
In the earlier conversation where scimitars were referenced, I was actually yelling that out, not realizing my mic was muted. So you're
right.
Impression.
Be quiet. I order you to be quiet. Oh, order. Look who does he think he is? I'm your king. Well, I didn't vote for you. You don't vote for kings. Well, how'd you become king then? The Lady of the Lake, her arm clad in the purest shimmering samite, held aloft Excalibur from the bosom of the water, signifying by divine providence that I, Arthur, was to carry Excalibur. That is why I'm your king. Listen, strange women lying in ponds, distributing swords is no basis for a system of government. Supreme executive power derives from a mandate from the masses, not from some farcical aquatic ceremony. Be quiet. I mean, if I went around saying I was an emperor just because some moistened bin lobbed a scimitar at me, they'd put me away. Shut up. Will you shut up? Oh, now we see the violence inherent in the system. Oh, shut up. Oh, come see the violence inherent in the system. Help, I'm being repressed. Bloody peasant. Oh, what a giveaway. Did you hear that? Eh? That's what I'm on about. Did you see him impress me? You saw it, didn't you?
As I mentioned earlier this stream, I'm currently reading an 800-page book on the resistance during World War II, which is fairly fucking interesting because the system of reprisals and execution of violence has direct analogies. The Nazi tactics in occupied Europe have direct analogies to how Israel is conducting itself in Lebanon and the West Bank. It's scary just how identical the policies and the rhetoric is between the two systems of government. Sorry, we've gone straight from. I'm just making an excuse for why I'm not going to be reading any textbooks on Austrian economics in the next little while. But thank you for the
foreseeable future.
Yeah, I've got a backlog of books that I'm working through. But it's very. I will say, Chris and I have come to verbal blows in the past. It's very kind of him to offer ebooks for me. But at the moment, I'm really behind on my reading. There's a lot I've got to cover, and I'm afraid I can't promise to get to economics anytime soon.
He still has to get through Curious George Goes to the Mall. You got to give the man some time. Thank you, Objective Ethics, for the $20 super chat. Said that was worth the encore. Appreciate it. Thank you. You rock. In second thought, let's not go to Camelot. It is a silly place. Yeah. I love that movie. Straight up. Like, what times are these when passing ruffians can say neat at will to old ladies? What dark times these are indeed when passing ruffians can say neat at will to old ladies. I am a shrubber. My name is Roger the Shrubber.
Andrew Steele just doesn't understand what socialism is. No. Private property does exist.
And now
in socialism, the private capital doesn't exist. That's the distinction.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tony. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I suggest, Andrew, that you read up on what socialism actually is, because that comment in and of itself shows that you don't really understand.
What manner of man are you can summon up fire without flint or tinder? I am an enchanter. By what name are you known? There are those who call me
Tim.
Greetings, Tim the Enchanter. Greetings, King Arthur. It's just the way John Cleese was dropping it. There are those who call me Tim.
I need to get myself one of those holy hand grenades of Antioch. And the number of the count shall be 3. Not 4. Not 2, unless followed by 3. 5 is way out.
And Saint Attila. How's it go? If I remember correctly. And so it says, and Saint Attila raised the hand grenade up on high, saying, O Lord, bless this thy hand grenade, that with it thou mayst blow thine enemies to tiny bits in thy mercy. And the Lord did grin, and the people did feast upon the lambs and sloths and carp and anchovies and orangutans and breakfast cereals and fruit bats and lodged. And then he skip a bit, brother. What is that noise?
Hello.
Oh, it's his phone. And the Lord spake, saying, First shalt thou take out the holy pin, then shalt thou count to 3, no more, no less. 3 shall be the number thou shalt count, and the number of the counting shall be 3. 4 shalt thou not count, neither count thou 2, excepting that thou then proceed to 3. 5 is right out. Once the number 3, being the third number, be reached, then lobbest thou thy holy hand grenade of Antioch towards thy foe, who, being naughty in my sight, shall snuff it.
And a super chat from the Turtle Moves.
Oh, I see that. 'Tis but a scratch for £2. Yes.
Get back here!
Arms off,
I'll bite your kneecaps off!
I'll bite your legs off.
Good lord.
Get back here. I'll bite your legs off. I'm invincible. You're a loony. The Black Knight always triumphs. How about you? Right. I'll do you for that. You're what? Come here. What are you going to do? Bleed on me? I'm invincible. You're a loony. The Black Knight always triumphs. How about you? It's just like running into it. All right, then we'll call it a draw. Oh, come, Patsy. Oh, I see. Running away. You come back here, you yellow bastards. I'll bite your legs off.
It is a cinematic event, though. I have to say, I was not so fond of the Knights Who Say Me. I didn't find that funny. So
why?
I just didn't like it. Just didn't work. Yeah, sort of the stuff about watery, moistened bints lobbing scimitars. That was hilarious. And as you say, the Black Knight, very, very good. But the Knights Who Say Me didn't work for me. Just one of those things that sort of it's why I consider The Life of Brian a superior film.
What about the bridge sequence?
The bridge sequence I liked.
I don't know about that.
What is the capital of Assyria? I don't know that. I like the bridge sequence. Like,
what is the average airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow?
What is your name? Arthur, King of the Britons. What is your quest? I seek the Holy Grail. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? What do you mean? An African or a European swallow? I don't know that. Yeah. How do you know so much about swallows? Oh, you have to know these things when you're a king, you know?
Yes, exactly. I need to correct myself for Andrew Steele. There is no private property, but there is personal property in a socialized system. So private property is privately owned capital, but personal property does exist in. So you can own your house. You can own the stuff in your house. Your father smelled of elderberries and your mother was a hamster, or the other way around.
Your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries. It's like
pitch
no thanks.
Pitch lavash.
Pitch lavash. Like, no thanks. No thanks. He already has one. What? He says he's already got one. He's like, he already has. Oh yes, it's very nice. I told them we've already got one. Fetch a cow. Fetch a cow.
Have you ever seen the television series, the Monty Python television series?
Flying Circus?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah. The very first time in my life as an actor, when I was back in school, the very first scene I ever did on stage for anybody was the Dead Parrot sketch. And it was just solo. And it was solo. And it was some sort of like exercise. But anyway, I had to do the whole scene. So I had to turn and be each character.
Right.
And for a first timer, that was an extreme challenge, but memorizing it, but I got it down, and it was just doing the bounce off. And once you get it enough, you can bounce off each other. And it's Rise of Cut to join the choir invisible, shit like that. So, but
yes.
that one was my favorite.
But you'll take my point that some of the skits in Monty Python and the Flying Circus actually don't work. Like some of them are hilarious. And some
like
of them
the dentist, the wealth redistribution one, Dennis Dunn. That shit was hilarious. trying to figure out. Oh, but this and Dennis figures out that wealth distribution is a lot more complicated than.
Yeah.
You know? Those are good, but some of them are. There was one that. What was it in? Damn it! There was one sketch. There was one sketch that a friend of mine absolutely fucking hated. It was in Meaning of Life, and that was the Mr. Creosote or me.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, that my friend absolutely can't stand that one. Is just like completely finds just revulsive. No. Revulsion. They feel nothing but revulsion at that scene.
Not even if it is
wafer thin. Oh, I absolutely couldn't. It is only wafer thin. All right. Well, it's about 5 hours and 40 minutes in. I want to see if we have any. I don't know if we have any believers that are in the Discord. People have been popping in and popping out, digging the attraction it's getting, and we've had more conversations today. We've had some good ones. Revolting is the word I was looking for. Thank you, I Killed Earl. You think with certain people in the side chat, in the live chat here, I would have come up with that sooner, but I didn't. But yes, revolting. She finds it revolting. She feels nothing but revulsion at the thought of that one. So, given that, obviously, we were here to talk to believers about what they believe in. Why? I'm hoping to get at least one more, but if not, we don't. And I don't think we have enough time to cover an entire freaking debate with Dr. Greg and Kent Hovind. Although I hear it's pretty good because Kent Hovind gets really triggered in that debate apparently. Really upset, calling for demanding he be muted and whatever shit, But I do have this that I could share that we could take a look at, and it's not even that long. So let me go. No, I'm going to save that one. And I think did I some of this? Nope, I hadn't. Okay, so we're gonna do this one I have not written a script for yet. So, who is firing up the keyboard over there? Oh, it's Tony. Let's see. The simplest. So we're gonna go to this one because I feel like doing this review and I've wanted to talk about something. This video is titled "The Simplest Way to Prove God Exists." This is the simplest way to prove God exists. Take it easy, Gretchen. All my best. Thank you so much. And Krakatoon, good to see you as well. Thank you so much for hanging out, Krakatoon. And yeah, they're heading over to Async. I don't know who Async is. Not familiar with that channel. Is that a channel? Maybe it's a party thing. I have no idea. Async? Not sure who Async is. So I don't know. But nonetheless, I do have a video that we can take a look at. It is literally only 2 minutes and 53 seconds long. And I've kind of been wanting to talk about this one. So this is for both of you guys, for Andrew, for Tony, everybody, the simplest way to prove God exists. Hold on to your butts. Oh, Gretchen's going live. Awesome.
Proof with these dominoes that God exists. And then you tell me.
Andrew's already reacting.
I know that dim bulb.
Okay. I'm not familiar with this guy. It's the first time I've seen him. I've never responded to him, but I was curious about this one. And I will link it in the deal to let him know I have. So let's find out.
I can prove with these dominoes that God exists.
Tony, any thoughts? Okay. Let's hear what he's got to say.
And then you tell me if atheism is dead.
Okay.
But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We need just one scientific principle to prove that God exists. This little domino system is at rest. Nothing's moving. Nothing's changing. It is in equilibrium. And it will stay in equilibrium forever unless an outside being acts upon it.
Okay, so we're identifying. So to make sure I'm following this, Tony, we're identifying Newton's first law of motion. Okay, Newton's first law of motion is what we are identifying here. An object in motion will stay in motion until acted upon by an equal and opposite force. An object at rest will stay at rest until acted upon by an object in motion. So, okay. And it will react, accordingly. So, okay, so Newton's first law of motion is what we're identifying. Apparently, Newton's first law of motion proves God. Let's see how it proves God.
Now what happens if I apply a little force right here? A little force, a little nudge was applied, and the system released potential energy. And now it is back at equilibrium. And it will stay at equilibrium forever until I re-energize the system.
Nope.
That's false.
Nope. And begging the question. And more nope.
It's
Okay.
the claim that it will stay that way. No, for instance, the table that it's on will rot over time. There may be earthquakes that will move the system. You may get hit by a comet. So the claim that the system is going to stay in equilibrium forever. Also, he's failing to make a distinction between a stable and an unstable equilibrium. In the sense that if you imagine, say, a ball bearing in the bottom of a bowl, right? You can move the ball bearing a little bit. It'll fall back into the bowl, and it'll eventually end up at the bottom of the bowl again. So that's called a stable equilibrium. What he's got here is an unstable equilibrium, where the system, just diverges away as soon as you interrupt it. It just goes away and can't return. So he's trying to say that all systems are unstable equilibriums, and that's not true either.
Andrew Steele, what you're pointing out there is something that's not that the person doing the video is not taking into account. They're pigeonholing the conversation to one specific dynamic, and that's not intellectually honest, is the whole point. So, and he's also drawing a false equivalence between what he has set up on the table and the assertions he's going to be making about the universe like later on. So that's the problem. So these things need to be pointed out in order to be intellectually honest. That's what Tony is pointing out. That's why he's pointing these things out. These variables that need to be taken into account in order to show that the system that he's talking about, that he's using as an example, is not analogous to the system he's going to try and draw an analogy to.
And
cool.
Then
you with me? Good. Go ahead, Andrew. Sorry.
Then we've got the first mistake, pretending things were ever not in motion. Based on what?
Yeah. All right, and
yeah.
This is how Newton's first law describes.
I called it. I know science. What's up, Andrew?
I already lost it. It's okay.
All right.
When it's important, it'll come back.
Okay.
Describes the principle of equilibrium. Objects at rest stay at rest until acted upon by an unbalanced force.
That's a weird. I mean, Tony, that's kind of an odd. I've never seen it articulated that way. It's acted upon by an equal or opposite. Object at rest stay at rest until acted upon by an equal or opposite force. Or
it's a misstatement of Newton's first law. Objects in motion stay in motion. Objects at rest stay at rest until acted upon by an unbalanced force.
Okay.
So if the two forces are balanced, then that doesn't impact the motion.
They cancel each other out.
To say that all objects at rest stay at rest is only half of it. All objects in motion stay in motion, and it's worth pointing out that this law relies on a Newtonian perspective, a Newtonian where there is a privileged frame of reference. Because if you're in a moving frame of, whether or not something is at rest or in motion depends on which frame of reference you've chosen, right? So if I choose as my frame of reference a plane or the sun or the moon, I'm not stationary. I'm only stationary because if I choose my frame of reference to be this chair underneath me or something that's nearby me that is moving in the same general sense. But there are plenty of other reference frames that are in which I'm moving quite dramatically. So this relies on a particular choice of frame of reference. In particular, a non-accelerating frame of reference.
We're currently orbiting the sun at a speed of about 66,000 miles per hour.
And the sun itself is orbiting the center of the Milky Way, and the Milky Way is moving under the influence of the Great Attractor, and so on and so forth.
This is an incredible state of rest we're in. Apparently, the word "local" hasn't occurred to this individual.
And
what scale?
See it real quick. The simplest way to prove God exists. Sorry, I had the channel name Jeremy Kundert. That's not unfortunate. Jeremy Kundert. And where's he? Is that the right one? I want to make sure I link the right one. No, his has the 910 in it. Yeah, that is the right one. Yeah. Okay, cool. And save. Okay, just want to make sure that I had it linked in the deal so I didn't forget to do it. And here we go.
That's a little wordy, but it describes the behavior of objects in equilibrium. Imagine the entire physical universe inside this circle. All matter, energy, light, space, and even time inside this circle. Inside the physical universe. Outside, nothing. Not even empty space. In the beginning.
Okay, do you want to save a time index for this? Grab the time index. Just pin
it's a
that.
minute 29, yeah.
Okay, rewind to the very start of the video.
129. Going back to the start.
Yep.
I can prove with these dominoes that God
Is this
exists.
the
And
very
then you
start?
tell me if atheism is dead.
Freeze.
But let's.
Okay.
What do you see?
Let's say he knocked them down and two of them fell out.
Yeah, I know. Two of them left the universe. I just wanted to go back to that for a moment because, I took a mental bookmark. I see shit. Back to where we were.
Two dominoes just left the system.
The physical universe. Outside, nothing.
If he was
Not
clever,
even
he'd
empty
have
space.
rearranged those words to spell melts.
Is it? I have an issue with this statement. Outside the universe, trying to conceptualize it. Right.
It's an incoherent concept.
Okay.
As Leophilius was discussing the other day, there's not really any such thing. It's like before time. In order to be before time, you would have to have some position in time metric that put it before other points in time. It can't be. It's just logically incoherent to talk about outside the universe.
In the beginning, the physical universe was nothing, an equilibrium of nothing. And it would have stayed that way unless something outside of the physical universe.
Stop. We don't know that the assertion that the initial position of the universe was nothing is unfounded. That may be true. There are models in which nothing precedes the universe in some sense, right? But no, that's not accepted. And to claim that something has always existed requires that you define something and time in particular ways. But it's entirely possible that something has always existed. It doesn't ever need to be the case that there is nothing. But it's not impossible that there was nothing. We just don't know. We can't discriminate between these two cases on the evidence available to us.
Huh. This is intriguing. In his comment section, he said he's done a deeper dive in response to the arguments in the comments below. So he'll bring up a person will respond to something like, someone says the properties of the universe are unknown at the beginning, so we cannot apply the current laws of science to the creation of the universe. Answer: there are 3 proposals of the beginning of the universe. It came from nothing. It had no beginning. It was created. Please share if you have another option. And then he talks about those 3 things, that A and B are not possible, then C is the only option. That it came from nothing, which I philosophically agree with because it's incoherent, but it had no beginning. That's entirely plausible. And C is just unfalsifiable. So, but he discounts it had no beginning so he says that it had no beginning is impossible. So go ahead. Sorry.
That's certainly not the conclusion of the Hartle-Hawking hypothesis, right?
And he says the second law of thermodynamics disproves it.
The second law of thermodynamics is often invoked to disprove that time can have gone infinitely into the past, but I don't even agree with that. All the second law of thermodynamics says is that entropy cannot decrease. It says nothing about entropy remaining the same which it could have done for an indefinite period of time. The fact that entropy increases over time seems to be a post Big Bang thing.
I'm sorry, I was reading this. So the second law of thermodynamics disproves this one. All closed active systems decrease in useful energy and eventually enter a dead state when they cannot continue to operate because they have no more useful energy. If the universe is expanding and contracting, then space is finite. Energy in the current universe is finite, and since the physical cannot create or destroy energy, first law of thermodynamics, energy has always been finite. So to expand and contract for eternity past the physical universe would have needed infinite useful energy, enthalpy. To get that, the physical universe would have needed infinite pressure and or temperature. But if it had infinite amount in the past, it would still be trying to reduce from infinity, and so it would still have an infinite amount. But the universe around us does not have an infinite temperature, pressure, or enthalpy, so it is not part of a universe that had no beginning. Some explain this away by saying that there is all the laws of physics can be discarding with the universe passed through singularity, and maybe there was an energy reset. There might be a language barrier thing there. There is no way for a contracting universe to get to singularity without violating the laws that govern it. So this must be the last cycle of expansion and contraction before the physical universe returns to a dead state. What could have caused this cycle to be so different from all the others? An act of creation. Did any of that make sense, Tony?
You're muted.
Can't hear you. Sorry,
I got distracted by Andrew. Seems to be yes. The second law of thermodynamics is also violated by systems in which gravity is a contributing factor. That's an excellent point. But though there is an argument that gravity can be viewed as a thermodynamic effect in and of itself. The loss of usable energy is a metric, but I can imagine the energy in the universe in a state where it just doesn't decrease, or where it decreases so slowly that it just doesn't decrease. So the rate of saying that it has to be bigger than zero, I think, requires a post Big Bang framework, and in which case you can say that the Big Bang was a reset of some sort. But yeah, so far But I don't see how this bolsters his argument at all. To me, he seems scientifically illiterate.
Okay.
Entered the circle. But it did not stay this way. Something non-physical, outside of the physical universe, had to have existed
Nonsensical statement, as indicated
to bring
earlier.
the physical universe into existence. So what do we know about the being that created the physical universe? Here are 6 things that we know about that being.
No, these are 6 things that you assert about that thing, but you don't know that it exists and you can't show that it does. So ultimately, this doesn't hold water because he can't show that his God actually exists to do the thing he's thinking he's doing. He's making an assumption about the ontology of the universe and saying that the God is defined as being the thing that allows that thing to be that way to prop up his assumption. Which this is the same shit with the fucking teleological argument, transcendental argument, all that nonsense. It is essentially looking at something that is in reality, whether it be the physical structure of the universe or whether it be an abstract concept. Okay, either one, doesn't matter. They look at something that we utilize or something that is in reality to a degree, and then they make an ontological assumption about that thing. It's a metaphysical assumption about the nature of that thing, the ontology of it. And they say that if the ontology of knowledge is transcendental, if its ontology is transcendental, there must be a thing that undergirds that. And so then they define the God in a way that it can do that. But that's only if you accept the axiom that these things are transcendental. You don't have to. There's no reason to really. So
why are we accepting the very suggestion that there's let's accept the premise that there must have been some cause. Why does it have to be a being?
That just gets into telos, that we exist for a purpose, that we're intended to exist that way, yada, 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 yada. But ultimately, it's about identifying a thing, making a metaphysical assumption about the nature of that thing, about the ontology of that thing, and then looking at what undergirds that metaphysical assumption. If you work bottom down, typically people will start with a God thing, and then because they believe the God exists, then that entails that these concepts or these things have a specific ontology, and then so on and so forth. But that's working top down. It's begging the question. It's committing all manner of logical fallacies. If you work bottom up, there's no reason to wind up at these metaphysical positions because there's nothing in reality to indicate that they are actually the case. Unless you're making assumptions about shit like human beings are meant to exist. Or it's like, it's impossible for us to be so intelligent in this system. Look at all the other animals. We must be special. None of this follows. None of this gets to a logical conclusion of a God. So the reasoning behind it all falls flat once you break down what they're trying to accomplish. So cart before the horse shit is the problem here. That's what he's doing here with his analogy. And I don't need to hear how his God is defined, because however he defines it is going to be an assertion that he can't show to be the case. So I just wanted to hear how he proved it. He tried to prove it with the first law, with Newton's first law, and I don't think that it does. So, but what I will do, how much is left on this? A minute? Let's see.
First one is obvious. He's non-physical.
Well, okay, so if it's non-physical or if it's immaterial.
In which case, how did he achieve anything in the physical world?
How does it affect? Yeah, how does it affect the physical world? If it's immaterial, then it's definitionally it cannot interact with the physical. So, magic?
To be outside of the physical universe, he has to be non-physical. Another word for that.
Is that a rule that your God must follow?
Let's see, spiritual.
Wait.
I want money on spiritual.
Where's the rule? Where's the hard fast rule, the substrate rule that God must follow? It's like, oh goodness, I'm outside of it. I can't be this. What the shit, man? And I mean, unless he's arguing that his God is not ultimate. If he's arguing that his God is ultimate, then if it's the ultimate ground of all, they have like the ontology of all things that are not itself, that rule is not a hard fast rule that applies to it. It could be physical and simply exist in its own state and then create things in other states. I mean, I could fantasy world this shit up all day long. So
is spiritual.
Victory is mine.
Victory is mine.
And for this spiritual, non-physical being.
Spiritual just means emotional, by the way. That's all I take it to mean.
Fifis.
Yay, my
fifis.
Yeah, yay, my fifis.
To create the universe, he had to be powerful.
So Okay, speaking of thermodynamics, Tony, what's the first law there?
The
You
first
like
law of
second.
thermodynamics is that energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only change form.
So now we're about to find out how the thing that can't be created was created.
And how the thing that can't interact with shit is going to interact with shit. So, and Greg Nietsky, good to see you as well. Thanks so much for being here. If I didn't say hi
It
earlier.
had the ability to act. And this
It has agency is what it is. It has agency. It's super, ooper, duper. It's universe building power.
Well,
And of course, it can't interact with physical shit. So, because it's immaterial functionally. So,
yeah, see, 2 and 3 are actually a compound ability called it just can.
it
How does
can.
it do it? It just does.
It just does.
What does it mean? What does it mean to be powerful if you are unable to act?
Incredible cosmic power.
Phenomenal cosmic power.
So yeah, but if you can't use it, like I can logically demonstrate that I have incredible cosmic powers beyond belief, because
I
nobody.
already know you do. So. But if you can't do it, I'm assuming impotent, or is God a flaccid?
powerful being was ever going to act, he had to be motivated.
Tony Robbins, I must create you to figure out why I need to do shit. What is this? I can just see God. What the fuck is my motivation? I'm the only thing that exists.
Wow.
Why do I do what I do?
We went right back to the academy for that one. Wow. What's my motivation? Shit.
What is my motivation? What does that mean? Who is it asking? So
realize the paradox in that statement as well. See, the all-powerful, all-knowing, the thing that is so perfect that it must be complete unto itself, somehow has a need to do something more.
Yeah, the thing that has reached literally perfect Nirvana-esque equilibrium and is literally the only thing that exists. I need more.
Foreskins.
More
I
foreskins.
just don't have them right yet. I have to invent them first.
I can just see it, like the philosophical void surrounding it, the entity itself, like in heart, just like
there's
I could really go for some
quantity of foreskins.
I could really go for some foreskins right now. Well,
and this motivated being, if he was ever going to create the universe and the world around us, he had to have some level of intelligence and
that begs a question. No, or I mean that's neither here nor there.
It does beg a question. What about Azathoth?
How about the duck-billed platypus?
Could someone please
Trust me, if God had a sense of humor, that would be the proof.
Can someone please wake up the elder god? Because when Azathoth awakes, it's nobody's problem anymore.
Imagination.
So it has to be imaginative. I'm kind of curious, what is it that exists that informs the content and context of God's mental state, of like God's mental what is that term that J might? No, there is like there are references that supply us with mental content. With mental content, what is it that exists external of God that supplies him context for mental content? Like, how is he derivating these things as opposed to himself?
Yeah, I think we had this conversation about the part of the omniscience paradox and the idea of the self-fulfilling mechanistic nature of a god, the only way that can actually be resolved. One of our earliest conversations, actually. So yeah, what actually provides content is only his omniscience. So basically, he'd have to be a closed loop, functionally speaking.
Yeah, it's because like if God is there and God's the only thing that
exists.
To put an example, if God is there and is the only thing that exists, what is the thing how does God know what a human is? Like, where is that set? Where is it set that a human ought to be what we currently are? Like, as far as we understand why we name it, we label it, But what is it that informs the God of what the content of anything is? If it's the only point of reference in existence, it's just arbitrarily whatever it wants and whatever it envisions it to be. And so, because it's just making shit up. But where is it making shit up from? What's the reference itself?
It's omniscience. This is basically like saying God has to be a mechanistic closed loop, which actually has no sense of free will in a sense. It's like there's only one way to be. There's no functional sense of will attached to it at that point.
Gotcha. And Turtle Moves for 2 pounds says, "Get on with it."
There we have it. The creator of the universe. God. There's so much more we can learn about God by studying the physical world around us. We'll work on getting that video to you. We'll put it up here.
It's not there. Unless, of course, he had the overlay set up, and that's why it's not visible. Let me actually go to his video. I actually want to see if it is there. That's weird.
I'd lay bets that there's something linked there.
Okay, the video that it points to is which God is real. So I don't think I need to dive into that one. Yeah, learn the
his, of course.
Yeah, his obviously is the one that exists. I don't know what religion this guy is. There's obviously he needs to spend a little bit more time in school. I think we can remove that. We're done with that. So, but not great. And I can just go ahead and just remove that. I've linked it. So, and I had Tony here to respond to that because it doesn't track. But nonetheless, Greg, this is what in the fucking what in the fucking Christ did I just watch at 7 a.m.? I know, bud. I had that one kind of in the dock, and I hadn't gotten to it yet. And I figured, why not just knock it out and do a quick review of it, since we don't have anybody else to come up on the stage. Although we did a pretty lively beginning of the stream, so I will admit that was a lot of fun. We had people like pretty much in at the start, almost like that, and so this was solid. For the future, I will say this: I get that the economics discussion is fantastic, live chat. This is not really the place for the economics discussion. I find it kind of boring. The live chat finds it boring. We definitely want to talk to believers about what they believe and why. Don't get me wrong. The economics discussion is an important one. You know, it is important. It's just not the one that I'm interested in having. So I know we killed some time with it on this one. We had Tony up and we had some perspectives on that. But like Tony said, he's not an economist. I'm certainly not an economist. I don't spend more than I make is pretty much what it is. But nonetheless, we want to try to talk to believers about what they believe and why. Those are the conversations we want to have that I think are important, that are kind of driving a lot of the conflict that we have today in the world. So that's what we want to get up on stage, especially first timers. What is this? God is proposed as the necessary ground of contingent reality, not another domino needing a prior cause. Okay, so Word and Wonder Live. If you are a believer, you're like someone I'd like to have a chat with. That's the kind of person that I'm looking for. I know you define it as being the necessary ground of reality, but it doesn't have to be. Just because you've defined it that way doesn't mean that it's true, obviously. You can define it into existence, doesn't mean it actually exists. And there's no problem with the universe itself, not needing a prior cause. So no issue there. So I'm very curious. Let me see. Ginger said, now, if only I convinced my wife to do the same, JL. Very true. So, nonetheless, you streamed on various different days recently. Krakatoon. JL, you streamed on various different days recently. Was it to find out what would be best? If so, what were the findings? So far, I'm seeing that now that we've started the Discord thing, we're putting the stream up there. It's slowly increasing each day. So I don't really know. I don't have enough data to say which day is better, Sunday or Wednesday. I don't know which one is better yet, but that may come out. I don't think I've done enough under the new variables with adding the live stream in the Discord and attracting more people in to watch it. I don't know. So, but I will have to come back to that. Okay. So we'll figure it out, which one actually functions better. This stream today, I think Andrew will agree with me, been pretty solid as far as number of conversations. And I don't go nearly as long as someone like John Cohen or The Line goes. So, but yeah, I think this has been pretty good. All right. Well, So a little bit over 6 hours. I think this is a good point. I myself am kind of hungry, and I have to go to the restroom again. And so let's check with the guys. Guys, you have anything coming up? Tony, I know you said you have a debate. Do you have anything else? Any new content?
Not at the moment, no. I am engaging with Andrew Steele and Chris X, but yeah, so it makes me feel like I need to do something. but I'll just leave it there.
Cool. And Andrew, you get your stuff going on?
Same answers every week.
Awesome. Well, things kick off. I'm sure you'll let us know. And of course, new content coming up here on the channel. And don't forget, I got a debate coming up over on Skeptic Haven on the 17th of July. If that's all, I know it's scheduled pretty far out, so we'll find out. Other than that, I appreciate everybody being here. A huge, giant thank you. Make sure I didn't miss any. Yes, I didn't miss any super chats. So a huge, giant thank you to all of the super chats that came in. And of course, I love seeing the membership milestones too. And if you are interested in supporting this channel with a channel membership, you can. It's only 99 cents per month. It's about as much as I value my content. You get a bunch of emojis and a bunch of custom emojis I made for you. And of course, the channel badge. I will say this. I went and did the math recently. We're only 103 channel members away from the Krakatonia emoji. That's when I can officially release it, is 103 channel members. Additional channel members will unlock that next tier, and I can unlock the Krakatonia emoji, the official emoji. So I'm looking forward to that. But yes, and a giant thank you to everybody. I just hit 15,000 subscribers. I think I'm at like 15,003. So I thank you all for that. You guys rock. I couldn't have done it without your support. It's amazing. Now on to, I think I'm setting the next goal for myself at 25, and I hope to hit this a lot faster than it took me to hit 15. From 10 to 15, hopefully 15 to 25 is not as long, but it's been an absolute blast. So this is very cool. So new stuff coming up. Follow here. If you like the stream, hit the like button. If you didn't like it, hit the dislike. Leave a comment that helps to drive us in the algorithm. That really rocks it. A giant thank you to Andrew O, to PhD Tony, to Leah Phileas, who was here earlier, and of course to Jovial, who came on to say anything, and of course all the people that came on the stage to have a conversation with us tonight. So thank you guys. I appreciate you very much. I could not do this without you. All right. And of course, and good to see, I'm saying some people saying goodbye there. So thank you very much. It says great. Yagi-chan says good stream, guys. See you next time. Awesome. You guys have a fantastic rest of the night. Have a good rest of your, have a fantastic week. And of course, as always, I'm JL here at Bridge the Divide. This was the Stage of Reason. Be safe. Be excellent to each other. And together, we can bridge the divide. Say bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Tony's Australia. He waves on the other side.
It's the Coriolis effect.